More and more people arrived. Dozens of squads had come with women and men, each one of them shining with radiant light. It was clear they were all uncommonly strong. However, none of these people surpassed the ordinary world king realm. In fact, only a very small minority were ordinary world kings. To become a world king by 300 years of age, anyone who could accomplish this was a genius amongst geniuses. As for becoming a great world king by 300 years of age, that was a true monstrous genius. This sort of person could easily become an Empyrean before they were 10,000 years old, and in the future they would likely become an extreme Empyrean with even a small chance of attacking the true divinity realm. This type of person was exceedingly rare even in the entire soul world. And even if there was one, they wouldn't be spending much of their time here. Thus, even though Lin Ming was surrounded by all these large influences, it would be incredibly difficult for them to come up with a great world king that was less than 3,000 years old anytime soon. Lin Mook, I'll kill you in the Akashic Dream universe first, and then I'll bury you in the real world. A vicious light shined in the purple chestnut king's eyes. He had led a group of his spirit race people here to encircle Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes darkened. Since he dared to come here to gain enlightenment, he was already prepared for this sort of situation. He had chosen this spot because of the restriction of the laws, so even if there were masses of people trying to kill him, he didn't fear them at all. However, he had been secretly marked by a true divinity. This was something that Lin Ming feared. If you want to kill me, then I'll just kill you all first. With his identity already exposed, Lin Ming no longer hid his strength. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, impacting into the heavens. He moved without stirring the wind. The phoenix blood spear cried out as if it were an eternally bloodthirsty beast that was awakening. A large tract of the cliff was illuminated in a blinding red light, and a dreadful smell of blood filled the air. This roiling killing intent locked onto all the people standing in the distance. The people who arrived were mostly from the influences he had slaughtered in the Akashic Dream battlefield. There were influences like the Spirit Race and Yellow Springs Palace, but there were also many other martial artists who came here for the Golden Page or for the bounty. Facing so many outstanding individuals, Lin Ming was even marked by a true divinity. No matter where he went, he would be a torch in the dark, unable to hide. Then he might as well make his stand here and massacre everyone. At this time, a white-clothed woman stepped out from the crowd. Her cultivation was at the ordinary world king realm. A normal world king that appeared in front of Lin Ming would have been instantly cut down. But this world king was different. She was only 1,300 years old, and if she encountered another great lucky chance, she might even become an Empyrean when she was 10,000 or so years old. If so, she would even have a small chance of becoming a true divinity. In other words, Lin Ming was facing a martial artist who was only slightly inferior to a young Emperor Xianxia. I am from Great Brahmic God Mountain, and am one of the great Brahmic God King's disciples. Today I have come here by the bidding of my honorable master to take your life. The woman's voice was cold, with no hint of emotion in her eyes. The surrounding martial artists on the shrine platforms sucked in a deep breath. Great Brahmic God Mountain. A true divinity disciple. Even in the main universe of the soul world, a true divinity was a legendary existence. Wherever a true divinity disciple went, they would rouse feelings of absolute inferiority. They didn't know who this white-clothed woman was, but they didn't doubt that she was a terrifying opponent. Senior apprentice Sister Icy Dew, be careful around that brat. He has a stronger spear and also 2 avatars. Those 2 avatars have an unbelievable defensive power. Beside the white-clothed woman, the purple chestnut king warned her as he glared at Lin Ming, listing all of Lin Ming's cards one at a time. There's no need for words. The white-clothed woman's voice was cold. She stretched out her hands and her fingers rapidly moved. Shards of ice began to fall down around her as the surrounding temperature rapidly dipped. Wang! A dreadful cold energy burst outwards. Even the rocks were suddenly covered with a layer of frost, and the air became bone-bitingly cold. For dozens of miles around, parts of the mountain froze over and began to fall down. This was a horrifying level of power. The geniuses standing on the shrine platforms near Lin Ming suddenly widened their eyes. their complexions changing. They knew that this was the attack of an ultra-powerhouse. They flew up from the shrine platforms, all of them hurriedly fleeing the waves of ice-cold energy. Lin Ming no longer had anywhere to hide. His killing spirit rose and his spear radiated a blinding light. In the void, the spear was wrapped in a massive sun-bright inferno. Lava seemed to tumble around in the air, carrying with it the inexhaustible power of heavenly tribulation power as it smashed into the freezing waves of cold energy. Heavenly fire raged, bringing with it the true meaning of fire as it sank into the waves of ice and snow. Two forces of extreme hot and extreme cold crashed into each other. Airwaves crazily swept out, wreaking havoc in all directions. On the mountain peak, there were some servants of the young elites present. Some of these people weren't able to move in time and were caught up in the energy waves. With miserable cries, they were directly ground into paste. In this strike, the two forces were evenly matched. The white-clothed woman frowned. In that collision just now, she had felt Lin Ming's enormous strength. He was a formidable opponent. Humph! This isn't the Akashic dream battlefield where our cultivation boundaries are suppressed. Pathetic. Give up any thoughts of escape. In the void, another world king-level powerhouse began to move. With his entire body shrouded in dense demonic energy, he secretly attacked Lin Ming. This martial artist came from Yellow Springs Palace. Although he was also a world king, he was nearly 3,000 years old and had just barely managed a breakthrough. Although he was still an early world king, he was still far inferior to Isidu, whether it was in terms of talent or strength. Hidden in the crowds of people, he took out a blood-red jar that was filled with splashing black blood. This black blood gushed out and transformed into a massive blood river. The blood river crashed about, emanating a colding chill. In the midst of this blood river, devils bobbed up and down. With the pressure of a falling mountain, a terrifyingly monstrous demonic energy was emitted. Even the air melted away beneath this demonic energy, creating large swathes of nothingness. It was a fearful power. This was an extremely cruel and violent magic tool. Everyone drew as far away as they could lest they be touched by this blood-red light. The proud children of heaven that were on the shrine platforms all flew away, afraid that the blood river would touch them and make it impossible for them to be saved. Lin Ming glanced at the black blood. He could feel that the blood-red jar was strange, but in terms of strength, this was much weaker than Isidu. His eyes flashed with a cold light and a black spear leapt into his hands, one that emitted a boundless ancient power. This was the Black Dragon Spear. Many people who understood Lin Ming thought that he would choose to fight with the Phoenix Blood Spear in order to save his strength. But at this time, Lin Ming actually drew out the Black Dragon Spear. This was completely unexpected. Whoosh! Spear light soared up. The heretical god tree appeared with countless tiny thunder dragons wrapped around it, each one carrying the endless true meaning of thunder. Then, these thunder dragons began to transform into tiny sand-like motes of thunder power. These motes of thunder bloomed with infinite arcs of lightning and smashed into the blood river and the devils within like countless stars. The heavens and earth became a vast expanse of blinding white for a moment. Then, lightning rumbled and the world shook. The martial artist that was carrying the blood-red jar was the first to bear the brunt of this attack. He was instantly submerged into the waves of lightning. Ah! A frightening detonation rang out. Within the resounding claps of lightning, a youth in blood-red robes soared upwards, avoiding the sheets of lightning. The blood river and devils he released had been swallowed up by the power of thunder and had been completely destroyed. Even the blood-red jar in his hands had a pitch-black crack in it. This crack still shined with the mystic power of lightning that tore apart the black runes swirling around it and prevented the blood-red jar from restoring itself. Between the youth's eyebrows, star-like motes of thunder shined, emitting endless thunderclaps that caused the blood-red-robed youth to vomit blood again and again. It was clear that this blood-red-robed youth had been severely wounded. Everyone standing far away in the air was left amazed. This blood-red-robed youth was clearly a world king genius, but he had been grievously wounded after a single strike from Lin Ming. Lin Ming was about to rush forwards and finish off this person with his spear, but suddenly a wall of ice blocked his path. The one who was stopping him was that icy dew once more. Shua! Lin Ming faced icy dew. The long spear in his hands had changed, replaced by the phoenix blood spear once more. Kacha! The phoenix blood spear turned into a beam of light that thrust through the ice wall. Spear light shot out, blasting open chunks of the ice wall that rained down in all directions. This left everyone surprised. Lin Ming was constantly switching his spears, but they immediately understood what happened. Lin Ming didn't have confidence he could severely wound icy dew with the black dragon spear in a single move. Thus, he had chosen to fight her with the phoenix blood spear to conserve his strength. But to deal with those who were relatively strong but couldn't compare with icy dew, he would use the black dragon spear so he could defeat them in a single move and save his strength. Rather than wounding 10 fingers, he would rather break off one. This Lin Mook is decisive. Facing so many opponents, he's still saving as much strength as he can. What a terrifying enemy. The surrounding martial artists immediately understood Lin Ming's plan. And at this time, more and more people attacked Lin Ming. They had no intention of fighting one-on-one. They chose to swarm him together. Seeing energy of divine light cover the skies, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with bolts of thunder. He rapidly drew back. There are too many enemies, and there will be more and more of them catching up. If I can't break my way out of here, then I'll die sooner or later, and the golden page will be taken away. Lin Ming frowned as he looked at the people who were wrapped in divine light. He had to hurry. Ping! Lin Ming kicked out at the nearest man. The blood of an azure dragon roared within him, carrying with it the endless draconic power. Like a true dragon diving into the sea, the kick was like a shadow as it smashed outwards. This kick contained billions of genes of strength, enough to shatter air itself. The man was startled. He didn't think Lin Ming would take the initiative to attack him. Soul force condensed into a wall to resist this attack. But as a result, the soul wall was crushed by this kick and the man's chest was caved in by the kick. With several cracking sounds, the man's bones broke all over and he was sent tumbling away as he vomited blood. These people were all proud children of heaven with the strength of a peak holy lord. But in front of Lin Ming, they didn't even have the strength to resist. This human's mortal body is far too terrifying. Part of us focus on attack and part of us focus on defense. Join together and use as many divine soul attacks as you can. There's no need to show mercy or honor here. The purple chestnut king shouted out. Clearly fearing Lin Ming, he didn't step forwards at all. At this time, killing Lin Ming was all that mattered. Anything like a martial arts spirit was a secondary matter. Even the arrogant Icy Dew didn't refuse joining forces with the others. This was because she knew that she wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Ming one-on-one. With direct orders that came from the great Brahmic god king himself, she had to complete her master's commands no matter the cost. Dozens of figures threw themselves towards Lin Ming. In the skies, endless radiance sparkled and hails of thunder and fire billowed. Divine pagodas came falling down with a mountain-like suppression and massive palms split open the void. All sorts of soul techniques came raining down. Moreover, these soul techniques contained strange soul attacks within them. Lin Ming's complexion was dignified. Even if his fighting strength was amazing and his mortal body was incomparably powerful, he was still pressured when facing crowds of elite martial artists. The peak holy lords among these people could fight an ordinary world king. The ordinary world kings could struggle with a great world king. Arcs of lightning wove themselves around Lin Ming. The Grand Mist space appeared to deal with all of these attacks, but it was still constantly weakened. Lin Ming gripped his fists. At this moment he was being sieged from all sides. If he waited here, then there would inevitably be more and more people arriving. He reached out into the void and stirred up a massive black vortex. The black dragon's spear appeared in his grasp once more, exuding waves of surging slaughter energy. Lin Ming poured his true essence into the black dragon spear. The spear began to emit a space-piercing black light, as if it were a vicious dragon being rudely awoken. Bang! A deep and dull explosion rang out from within Lin Ming's flesh and blood. Following this deep sound were endlessly rolling thunderclaps that continued non-stop. In his pitch-black pupils, Sand-like runes began to wink in and out of existence. Crimson energy started circling him like a blood dragon. Scales jutted out from his skin, forming a black suit of armor that wrapped around him. His killing aura soared to the heavens. Lin Ming had awoken the Azura blood. In a brief moment, his bodily strength multiplied by several times and his defensive capabilities rapidly stormed upwards. Dang! 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 His feet stepped on the void. Every step he took caused space to split open as if it were the ground. He shot into the skies like a rising comet. The black dragon spear emitted endless black light as the soul techniques crashing towards him began disintegrating one at a time. With the phoenix blood spear in his left hand and black dragon spear in his right, he fired towards the severely wounded blood red-robed youth. He'd kill him while he was down. The blood red-robed youth sat cross-legged in the air, black soul force surging around his forehead, trying desperately to eliminate the star-like motes of light that flickered between his eyes. As he saw Lin Ming appear in front of him, his complexion turned white. Several half-step world kings nearby noticed Lin Ming's plan. They all reached out, trying to capture Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't pause. The phoenix blood spear emitted a blinding light, piercing through all the phantasmal great palms that reached towards him. Lin Ming's spear broke apart a flood dragon created by soul force. Then, the black dragon spear drew a beautiful arc in the air and severed the heads of these half-step world kings. Their blood began to gush out like fountains. And at this time, Isida's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She appeared beside Lin Ming like ghosts and gods. Her right hand reached out with pinched fingers as she tried to strike Lin Ming's ribs. Wherever her fingers went, space froze over, as if a massive river of ice was galloping towards Lin Ming. Die! Lin Ming had erupted with the strength of the Azura blood, and now he was a dragon in human form. His strength had more than doubled, and it was no longer possible for Isidu to stop him. Pong! A terrifying explosion rang out, and the endless cold ice was shattered by Lin Ming. Even the frozen combat armor worn by Isidu completely broke apart. Isidu cried out in alarm and rapidly drew back, her chest dripping with blood. What? Isidu was shocked. Lin Ming was actually this powerful? She thought Lin Ming was originally just a tad stronger than she was, but after undergoing this body metamorphosis, his strength had multiplied. At this time, Isidu could only stare helplessly on as Lin Ming pierced towards the blood red-robed youth at an inconceivable angle. The blood red-robed youth panicked. He had been a renowned martial artist for a long time already, but when facing this black dragon spear, he felt his divine soul tremble. His hairs stood on end and he tried to flee backwards. The crimson jar in his hands rose up, rumbling towards the black dragon spear. This was an extremely evil magic tool that had been refined by his honorable master using 100,000 years. It contained the resentments of 1,000,000,000,000 anguished spirits and was extremely durable. But this magic tool was instantly pierced through by the black dragon spear. The 1,000,000,000 spirits within were then sucked up by the black energy circulating around the black dragon spear. Whoosh! The blood red-robed youth from the Yellow Springs Palace had just managed to retreat 1,000 feet. But almost instantly he was run through by the black dragon spear. In his horrified eyes, his blood essence was completely sucked up by the black dragon spear, as his body turned into a leather bag of bones that slowly fell to the ground. Lin Ming killed the blood red-robed youth with a single spear strike. The death of a world king genius had occurred in an instant. However, during this brief moment, Lin Ming also came under attack from others. He was being bombarded from all sides. Although the Grand Mist space blocked the majority of these attacks, many soul techniques still struck his body. Yet, after stimulating the Azura blood, his incredible defense allowed him to resist it all. And as this sight fell into the eyes of those present, they felt nothing but abject horror. My attack would have severely wounded an ordinary world king, but he wasn't injured at all? My strike just now could pierce through a small planet, but he didn't even spit blood. He even killed that world king from the Yellow Springs Palace. A cold chill swept through the hearts of those present. All of them looked at each other, able to feel that this human youth was incomprehensibly fierce. Someday in the future, Although he might not be able to harm the Spiritas as a whole, he might be a scourge upon their various influences. To all the heroes at the Phantom God Spirit Cliff, this human called Lin Mook snuck into our Akashic Dream battlefield and used despicable means to kill my people, even angering the great Brahmic God King to the point where he took personal action to seek this human. To all fellow martial cultivators, let us kill this human together. If anyone has accomplishments during this battle, then my people will give you a large reward. We can even double the posted bounty. The Purple Chestnut King shouted out from a safe position far away from the battlefield. His voice spread out for hundreds of miles. On the Phantom God Spirit Cliff, there were innumerable proud children of heaven from different influences trying to grasp the principles here. Although the average level of these people couldn't match with the martial artists that had rushed here to kill Lin Ming, there were still some peerless young elites hidden in the crowd where they remained unknown. If these people could be used, they would be a considerable force. After the Purple Chestnut King spoke, some people didn't wish to be used as a weapon by these influences and quietly withdrew. But there were some people who had harbored a burning envy towards Lin Ming for lighting 3 soul sea marks in such a short period of time. Moreover, with Lin Ming's status as a human added on and the total amount of bounties offered for him, they were tempted. If you take the lead, we will naturally help, a martial artist on a shrine platform said. They already considered Lin Ming as a fish on a chopping block, but this struggling fish just had a few more bones than usual. Kill him. Strike together. Someone from the Yellow Springs Palace cried out loud. As long as we kill him in the Akashic Dream universe, then his true body will be ejected from the separate space and the great Brahmic God King can use his transcendent methods once more to find him. At that time, we can kill him however we want. Outside the battlefield, the Purple Chestnut King yelled out. Ha ha ha! Lin Mook, I want to see just how you'll die then. The Purple Chestnut King's eyes were fierce. Lin Ming's thoughts turned cold. He had already experienced the great Brahmic God King's methods once, and he didn't doubt that he could be found again. If he died here, then losing the golden page wouldn't be the only consequence. In the end, the reason Lin Ming was in such a crisis was because he didn't completely understand the methods of a true divinity. At this time, the people from the Yellow Springs Palace took the initiative to attack. Endless ghosts blocked out the skies. Behind them, several whistling sounds rang through the air as the people atop the shrine platforms flew towards Lin Ming. Arcs of blazing light radiated from their bodies as the world seemed to surge around them. You want to kill me? Lin Ming's eyes turned blood red. Black light shot out from his body. The black dragon spear thrust into the void, causing a pitch-black light to appear. Soon, the pitch-black light expanded again and again, carrying with it a billowing power of chaos. Like a black hole, it emitted an inexhaustible power to swallow everything. The dozen-plus martial artists that flew towards Lin Ming weren't able to stop. The black hole swallowed them all and specks of their flesh and blood rained down from the skies. The thick stench of blood filled the air. These people had been killed in such a violent manner that even in the real world their divine souls had been injured. Moreover, these injuries weren't minor at all. But at the same time as Lin Ming attacked, his back was also ambushed by several people. There were far too many people here. They came in swarms larger than the time Lin Ming had been surrounded in the Akashic Dream battlefield. And these people didn't have their cultivations suppressed. Many of them had a cultivation base higher than Lin Ming. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These people were all elites of their era and their striking power was astonishing. Beneath the barrage of star-bright beams of light, Lin Ming avoided the majority of them but was still struck by a good number of attacks. No matter how strong his defensive capabilities were, after being bombarded by so many people his blood vitality still swelled up and his inner energy turned chaotic. Blood began flowing down the scales on Lin Ming's back. I have to move. I can't just stand here in the middle and let them attack me. Otherwise I'll just exhaust myself and die, Lin Ming immediately thought. He turned his head and an infinite mystical strength erupted once more. His icy cold gaze swept through the Spiritas martial artists that had attacked him from behind. I'll start with you, Lin Ming shouted out. He stepped on the void and his velocity reached the limit. He revolved the space laws, instantly appearing in front of those who had ambushed him, causing everyone else to lose their target. "Be careful!" someone cried out in alarm. But it was too late. The black dragon spear swept out and a terrifying killing intent erupted. The heads of 3 ambushers exploded into bits, their brains and blood spraying outwards. This brutal way of dying frightened the other martial artists. If they died in such a manner, and especially with their heads blown apart, this would inevitably cause major damage to their spiritual seas. Even their true bodies would suffer debilitating losses and would require at least a year to recover from. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to fully recover without the use of miracle medicines. "Kill him!" In the skies, someone from the Yellow Springs Palace attacked. Just as he attacked Lin Ming instantly vanished, appearing not too far away from him. As for those other martial artists that had been standing near Lin Ming, they were caught in the radius of the mist attack. The ghosts sent by the Yellow Spring Palace martial artist swallowed them whole, leaving their ear-piercing screams to fill the air. The feeling of being swallowed up by these ghostly spirits was no better than having one's head blown apart, and it also caused major damage to one's divine soul. Damn it! The one who attacked was stunned. He had actually accidentally killed those on his side. But in that brief moment of surprise, Lin Ming had appeared in front of him. With arctic eyes, the black dragon spear in his hands slashed out like the scythe of a death god. Blood bloomed like a red lotus. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Ming was like a god of death, endlessly harvesting life. As for those martial artists who were killed by Lin Ming, their hearts were blown up and their spiritual seas shattered into pieces. This was a ruthless and brutal killing method that horrified all of the martial artists present. Even in the Akashic Dream battlefield, if they were killed like this by Lin Ming, then they would still have to pay an enormous price. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Starlight from the 9 stars of the Dao Palace poured into Lin Ming's body. His body emitted crackling sounds as he swept away all obstacles in his path. And with Lin Ming's speed, nearly no one was able to lock onto him. Their attacks missed, even striking nearby people. "Lock him down!" the Purple Chestnut King roared to the crowd. At this time, a yellow-haired youth from Chaos Divine Palace flew out, a turtle shell in his hand. This turtle shell was strange. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an endless chaotic light, immediately transforming into a bizarre soul beast as large as a mountain that roared like thunder. This soul beast looked like a giant tautai from afar. The hairs down its mouth were as thick as buckets, and the light of chaos shimmered around it. Simple runes exuding soul force shined on its forehead, spreading through the heavens and earth and exuding an overwhelming atmosphere. It opened its maw and swallowed, drawing in all of the nearby soul force. Heaven-swallowing beast. The Spiritas martial artists immediately recognized this soul beast. In the legends, once this beast grew into an adult, it could even swallow up the life force of a planet, turning it into a dead rock. This heaven-swallowing beast in front of them had been killed by Chaos Demon God before it was an adult, and then had its soul sealed into this ancient turtle shell and refined into a magic tool. As this turtle shell was taken out, the spirit essence of the heaven-swallowing beast could be released to swallow everything nearby, including even nearby allies. In ordinary times, a direct disciple that held this turtle shell wouldn't think of using it. This was because every time this heaven-swallowing beast spirit essence was used, it would be weakened until it was finally ruined. But now, facing Lin Ming, he could only take it out. "Junior apprentice sister Isidu, if you and I join together, we can seal up the surrounding space and cage in this Lin Mook to kill him," the yellow-haired youth said to Isidu. Isidu frowned. As a proud disciple of the great Brahmic god king, to join forces with so many others to strike down a human left her feeling frustrated. But now she had no other choice. She could only coordinate attacks with these people. She took out a soul tool that looked like a fish scale. This scale came from a deep-sea Leviathan god beast, and inherently carried the true meaning of the ice laws. It had been personally refined by her master and was considered her best soul tool. As the soul tool appeared, a chilling wind spread out, even freezing the nearby space. Soul force surged within her body. The strange fish scale rose up against the wind. Countless ice runes rapidly froze the space around Lin Ming and the heaven-swallowing beast, creating a 10,000-foot cage of ice and snow around him. This cage of ice and snow trapped Lin Ming with everyone else. As Icy Dew activated the fish scale, more and more ice runes grew around the cage of ice and snow, making it increasingly thick. Lin Ming frowned as he saw the surrounding space freeze around him. He could no longer increase his speed. Then, the heaven-swallowing beast opposite of him locked its blood-red pupils onto him as they bloomed with a boundless light. A terrifying swallowing strength covered him, causing his speed to fall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Inside the freezing enchantment, strands of energy exploded, shaking the world. The heaven-swallowing beast's swallowing power can lock down the void. Lin Mook will be unable to use his previous speed. He will die beneath a barrage of our attacks. The yellow-haired youth from Chaos Divine Palace shouted out, "Attack together!" Isida's freezing enchantment didn't block the attacks of anyone else. For a time, everyone struck out together. The air lit up with countless beams of divine light. To Lin Ming, the individual strength of these people wasn't anything at all. But when they were all combined together, it was enough to shatter a planet. He's dead for sure. The Purple Chestnut King stood outside the freezing enchantment, his lips curved up in a fierce smile. No matter how great Lin Ming's defensive powers were, it would be impossible to live through such a terrifying barrage of attacks. The moment that Lin Ming was covered in this divine light, an inexplicably vast aura violently surged out from the freezing enchantment. This aura was sly and treacherous, like a deep crimson sea. As the various elites of the soul world surrounding the freezing enchantment felt this aura, all of them shivered in the depths of their divine soul. This Lin Mook, he could still resist? A shocked light flashed in Isida's eyes. The fish scale soul tool in her hand violently shook and the light within it weakened. Even the numerous floating ice law runes began shattering in droves as they were constantly annihilated. This was proof that her freezing enchantment had just suffered a horrifying impact. Ka-ka-ka. A crack appeared in the freezing enchantment. It was being slowly torn apart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of the divine light exploded together. At the center of the freezing enchantment where Lin Ming was standing, the dim phantom of a black-armored warrior stood high, pushing a massive wheel. In every revolution of the wheel, endless Azura fighting spirit shined within. Countless runes glittered like stars inside it, making it feel as if even gods and Buddhas would be extinguished within this black wheel. Beneath this giant wheel, the previously inordinately arrogant heaven-swallowing beast was being slowly crushed. With loud cracking sounds, every impact caused countless soul force runes to break apart and the heaven-swallowing beast to weaken. This black wheel was the myriad demon karmic wheel and myriad essence reincarnation wheel overlapping on each other. In the separate space within the stone forest, in that ancient galactic battlefield, Lin Ming had obtained endless harvests when he witnessed and comprehended the final battle between the Azura Roadmaster and the ancient Spiritas King. His comprehension of the Azura Sutra became far more profound, and with that, the associated myriad demon karmic wheel became even stronger. The myriad demon karmic wheel had an inherent ability to crush apart all source force and evil spirits. Besides the magic cube, it could be called one of Lin Ming's strongest methods to deal with the Spiritas. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of the divine lights of these attacks fell atop the wheel and were completely swallowed up by it. However, the wheel also withstood a tremendous impact. Lin Ming's blood vessels rose up, his meridians appearing. He cannot keep withstanding this. He has consumed too much energy and his aura is weakening. That black spear is fierce, but it also sucks out a massive amount of his true essence. In the crowd, many people shouted out loud. But at the same time, all of them were dumbstruck to the extreme. Lin Ming was far too horrifying an enemy. Even under such an onslaught of attacks, he was still able to persist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More people attacked. Some martial artists that were observing the battle from the shrine platforms also joined in on the melee. They saw Lin Ming decisively killing all those nearby and hadn't attacked because they feared they would be drawn into the mess and destroyed. But now, as they saw Lin Ming besieged by innumerable people, like an elephant being slowly whittled down. They also took this chance to join in. They wanted to be the last straw that crushed his back. More and more people joined in. Lin Ming was the target of all. In this world, there would never be a lack of people who were willing to take advantage of someone when they were down. Moreover, Lin Ming was from a different race, and the Spiritas geniuses were jealous of his achievements and talent. These people never wanted to see others do well. Thus, seeing Lin Ming in distress and also with bounty rewards to take, they didn't mind giving Lin Ming an extra kick. Bang! An even more horrifying explosion lit up the skies. A crack appeared in the Azura Phantom's giant wheel. Blood began to flow down the corners of Lin Ming's lips. His eyes were blood red with rage and his body erupted to the peak with killing intent. This was the sorrow of being from another race. The more he dazzled with glory, the easier he would be classified as a foe. Die! The Purple Chestnut King also attacked. Before this he had been hiding safely on the sidelines of the battlefield. But now as he saw that Lin Ming was nearly exhausted, he finally chose to move forwards and attack with everything he had. He tossed out all sorts of inscription symbols, wanting to tear Lin Ming to pieces. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a fierce murderous intent. Whoosh! Whoosh! From Lin Ming's inner world, two figures rushed out. The speed of these two figures approached extreme velocities. One figure rushed towards the shrine platforms to finish off the weaker martial artists, and another one hurtled towards the Purple Chestnut King. Be careful! Someone cried out. But it was too late. The figure flying towards the shrine platforms was the purple-clothed Lin Ming, the Soul Spring's divine embryo. His movements were like ghosts and gods. In an instant, several geniuses on the shrine platforms had their spiritual seas pierced through. At the same time, the black-clothed Lin Ming, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, also reached the Purple Chestnut King. Damn it! The Purple Chestnut King roared. Do you think a mere avatar can harm me? The Purple Chestnut King extracted a heavy sword from his spatial ring and cut down towards the black-clothed avatar. A divine soul attack was contained within his sword light. Bang! A terrifying collision occurred. The black-clothed Lin Ming's mortal body had been refined endlessly through billions of years and had long become indestructible. In terms of bodily strength, this avatar was stronger than Lin Ming. As for the Purple Chestnut King's divine soul attack, it was unable to do anything to the black-clothed Lin Ming, because within the avatar's spiritual sea, what was condensed there was the murderous thoughts of the Azura Roadmaster. Puff! The Purple Chestnut King spat out a mouthful of blood as he tumbled away. He had been defeated in a single strike. The Purple Chestnut King hadn't even been able to contend with an avatar. The disparity was far too great. The black-clothed Lin Ming continued his onslaught. It joined forces with the purple-clothed Lin Ming and began slaughtering the surrounding martial artists. With these two avatars fighting together, their combat strength reached incomprehensible levels. They cut down swathes of martial artists and were no less ruthless in their methods. The martial artists that died had their heads burst open. Blood rained down from the skies. But at this time, Lin Ming had also consumed his strength to the limit. The black wheel in the Azura Phantom's hands had thoroughly disintegrated. Lin Ming had been severely wounded and was bleeding all over. His chest and stomach were stained with blood and a great number of his ribs were broken. His organs were torn in multiple places and his meridians were ripped. This was an extremely tragic battle. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the bombardment of so many people. He's almost done for, someone said. But as their voice fell, they heard a pitiful cry echo through the air. The Purple Chestnut King had his heart pierced through by the combined attack of the two avatars. The Purple Chestnut King howled in fear, panic coloring his face. He had just been killed by Lin Ming in the Akashic Dream battlefield not too long ago, and his divine soul had yet to fully heal from that. Now he was suffering a similar fate. No! The Purple Chestnut King screeched. After being continuously killed twice, this would create heavy damage to his divine soul, to the point where it would affect his future achievements. Pong! The black-clothed Lin Ming's expression was indifferent. His fist came punching out, directly exploding the Purple Chestnut King's head. As red blood and white brains rained down, the martial artists present were left terrified. The Purple Chestnut King had been killed by Lin Ming once more, to die twice in the Akashic Dream universe within 2 or 3 years, and in such a brutal manner, it was highly likely that the Purple Chestnut King would suffer severe wounds to his soul that would be hard to recover from. And at this moment, Lin Ming attacked once more. The full weight of the black dragon spear came smashing down on the turtle shell floating in space. Kacha! The turtle shell cracked and the yellow-haired elite was panic-stricken, his heart trembling. This was a treasure granted to him by Chaos Demon God. He absolutely could not lose it. As his heart raced with fear, the yellow-haired youth thrust forth his hand and cast out a soul technique. A flood dragon of soul force flew into the void, wanting to snatch back that turtle shell. Lin Ming ignored the wounds covering his body. The broken myriad demon karmic will began to forcefully revolve once more, wiping away that soul technique. Then he thrust out a hand and grabbed the simple-looking turtle shell. The turtle shell was covered with all sorts of ancient and solemn runes. It was a mass of soul force condensed by an Empyrean, but after being rubbed by the myriad demon karmic wheel, the light of these runes immediately dimmed down. Lin Ming reached out and wrapped the turtle shell with layers of seals before placing it in his spatial ring. As the yellow-haired youth felt his mental connection with the turtle shell severed, he was so angry he nearly vomited blood. Continue the barrage. Turn him to ashes. The yellow-haired youth roared out in rage. He could sense that Lin Ming was already a spent force, but he didn't think he would still be so strong. Lock in the space. Don't let him escape. A disciple from Great Brahmic God Mountain stood up. He led the main force here to kill Lin Ming. Junior apprentice Sister Icy Dew used the freezing domain once more. The disciple turned and said to Icy Dew. He was an extremely calm and collected yellow-clothed youth. Icy Dew took a deep breath. Because she was a proud character, she felt that her actions were dishonorable. But she wouldn't defy her master's orders, nor would she hold back. See, an ice flower bloomed. The void froze over once more, slowing down Lin Ming's speed. She was amongst the strongest martial artists here. Although she had an ordinary world king cultivation, she could kill a great world king. With other people protecting her, there was nothing Lin Ming could do to her. To all those at the Fallen God Mountain range, I've come here as the representative from Great Brahmic God Mountain to say this. Today, as long as you fight and do your best to bring down Lin Mook, you will obtain 10 top-grade soul crystals as a reward, provided by Great Brahmic God Mountain. If you are unfortunately killed by Lin Ming in battle, then the reward will be doubled. Moreover, Great Brahmic God Mountain will provide spirit medicines to heal you and remove the soul wounds you receive from dying in the Akashic Dream universe. Standing beside Icy Dew, the yellow-clothed youth spoke to those present. His cultivation was also at the World King realm. In the soul world, it was incredibly rare to find a great world king below 3,000 years of age. But to find ordinary world kings below 3,000 years of age was much easier. This youth was also a core disciple from Great Brahmic God Mountain. Although he was less talented than Icy Dew, he managed the daily affairs of Great Brahmic God Mountain, and his words held great weight. By killing Lin Ming, the golden page on him would belong to the Great Brahmic God King. Compared to such a priceless treasure, some soul crystals and spirit medicines weren't anything at all. And indeed, as the martial artists on the shrine platforms heard this yellow-clothed youth's words, they were all stirred up. To them, 10 top-grade soul crystals was an unbelievable amount of wealth. Attack together. Dying doesn't matter. Great Brahmic God Mountain has come here and offered their own resources in front of everyone. They won't go back on their spoken words. More and more people joined the battle. This Fallen God Mountain range was originally a gathering place for geniuses, and now these waves of people surrounded Lin Ming, making it impossible for him to escape. Without a doubt, this was because Lin Ming had great treasures on his body. But it was also because he was of a different race. In the soul world, humans were simply servants to be pushed around. In the eyes of these people, Lin Ming was nothing but a walking bag of soul crystals and rewards. As for the value of his life and survival, no one cared at all. The battlefield in space was horrendous. Countless runes shattered and soul force broke apart. Vast waves of potent strength swelled up, twisting apart the void and causing space to boil. Lin Ming was completely drenched in blood. Although the fused myriad demon karmic wheel and myriad essence reincarnation wheel had split open, it wasn't fully destroyed just yet. This was because after Lin Ming killed these numerous elites, he was able to draw out spiritual energy and blood essence from their broken bodies to restore himself. However, his restorative abilities weren't as fast as the rate at which he used up energy. The light of the two wheels faded as more and more cracks appeared over their surface. The massive Azura phantom also began to weaken. Only its two pupils continued to emit the same bloodthirsty red light as it killed more people. It still projected a terrifying killing intent that made one's heart race. More and more wounds crisscrossed Lin Ming's body. His blood-drenched body stood proud in space, completely covered with dense curse seals. His scales had been broken in numerous places, and there was not a single unharmed inch on his body. Blood wet his clothes, broken bones pierced through his skin, and his long hair was in a wild mess. He looked like a fierce devil that had climbed out from a mountain of corpses, and at the same time, the number of geniuses that Lin Ming slayed was also innumerable. Their bodies fell in mountains, piling up between the shrine platforms and forming rivers of blood. This battle had reached unprecedented levels of savagery. Enemies lay in all directions. The proud children of heaven were without end. Lin Ming's slaughter energy soared to the heavens. He killed and killed, killing until those geniuses on the shrine platforms lost all courage. A portion of them only surrounded Lin Ming, not daring to move forwards. They had lost all their previous haughty demeanor. However, Lin Ming's condition was becoming increasingly worse. Luckily, he had his two avatars supporting him. When he joined forces with them, they cut down all the incoming elites, and those that died would have their heads blown apart, their spiritual seas sundered. Lin Ming's message was clear. Whoever wanted to kill him would have to pay the price. Even with the spirit medicines from Great Brahmic God Mountain, the destruction of their spiritual sea would likely leave behind invisible wounds. He's too terrifying. The more everyone fought, the more horrified they became. They knew that Lin Ming couldn't last forever. But even though he seemed completely exhausted, he was still recklessly harvesting lives. Monster! The descendants from Chaos Divine Palace were left in a cold sweat. As for Yellow Springs Palace, they were in an even more miserable state. Of the original group of people they had brought here, only two were left. This caused their originally pale faces to turn utterly white without a hint of blood. Their main form of combat was to release ghosts, but these ghosts were negated by the myriad demon karmic wheel. Not only were they negated, but they could even act as energy supplements to the myriad demon karmic wheel. It was because of this that Lin Ming had focused on them, causing them to die even quicker. Where did this human come from? The humans in the soul world have never produced such a hero before. We must eliminate this human as soon as possible, otherwise he will become a disaster upon our heads in the future. Many large influences had suffered major losses. But because they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, none of them wanted to leave. Fallen God Mountain Range was originally a gathering spot for elites, and the ones Lin Ming killed so far were only the tip of the iceberg. It was impossible for Lin Ming to kill them all. As soon as he showed weakness, he would be immediately eaten up by the tides of people. The Spiritas martial artists around Lin Ming were like giant wolves surrounding their prey. They wouldn't attack together, but would instead constantly use up their prey's strength until their prey fell over. Then they would strike. Pong! Another peak Holy Lord martial artist from Great Brahmic God Mountain had their head pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The spear penetrated to the other side, the brain still attached to it. This martial artist was as dead as he could possibly be. Following that, the spear point turned back and burst open the head. But at the same time, another wound appeared on Lin Ming's chest. Because the Azura scales had been ripped open, their protective effect was extremely limited, and even Lin Ming's protective true essence had become extremely frail. But in that moment, Silence fell over the battlefield, as if time itself had frozen over. Bursts of auspicious light gently fell down, illuminating the fallen god mountain range. Everyone was startled. What was happening? They looked up to see a faint blue shadow appear in the distant highest heavens. This was a mind-boggling distance away from the fallen god mountain range. In fact, one could say that this blue shadow was still in the starry space, but because it was too large, everyone was able to see it. It was like a miniature planet. The blue shadow approached at an incredible speed. As it flew forwards, everyone could hear the echoing screech of a phoenix. This was clearly a phoenix god beast. Deep blue ice phoenix. Someone cried out in alarm. This was the phoenix with a royal sovereign's bloodline flowing through it. It was far more powerful than an ordinary phoenix. Everyone watched as the blue phoenix let loose a deep cry. The blue phoenix unfurled its 2 wings and stretched them out for over 1,000 miles, blocking out the skies. Endless blue flames appeared everywhere. These flames carried with them an endless cold, the purest of the ice laws. Massive tracts of surrounding space began to freeze over. In contrast to this terrifying cold energy, the freezing domain that Icy Dew used before was nothing but child's play. At this time, a dim blue figure could be seen standing above the ice phoenix's back, tall and lofty, as if she stood in the profound darkness of a star. Beneath her feet, endless blue flames flowed out. Mystical laws scattered out around her, and Tao patterns circulated by her side, forming motes of ice that shimmered like stars. She was like a fairy that descended from the highest heavens, elegant beyond mortal means and without equal. As she flew forwards, mountains and rivers shined below her. Everything was covered in a sacred and halcyon halo of light. Just this endless halo of light alone contained an incredible momentum that caused everyone's heart to shiver. Soul Empress Xianxia. It's the Soul Empress. Someone cried out in bewilderment. For a time, all the elites that surrounded Lin Ming were left in a stunned daze. Although this person's appearance remained as hazy and unclear as before, the appearance of the deep blue ice phoenix and this unfathomable aura already revealed this person's identity. That of Soul Empress Xianxia. Some proud children of heaven had excited expressions cross their faces. Soul Empress Xianxia was a legend amongst the younger generation of the Spiritas. She was the most beautiful existence below the heavens, heroic and invincible. She had become an Empyrean long ago, and her cultivation far surpassed those of the same generation. Many proud children of heaven regarded her as their lifetime's goal and diligently cultivated to chase after her shadow. If they could only see one side of her face, that was enough to leave them incomparably excited. She is Soul Empress Xianxia? Is she here to attempt enlightenment? Or to kill Lin Mook? Some geniuses asked out loud, their voices shaking with elation. No matter what the reason, Lin Mook will die. Yes, if the Soul Empress is here to grasp the principles, she might just conveniently kill Lin Mook. No one among the same generation can match the Soul Empress. However, this lowly human is lucky to be able to die under Soul Empress Xianxia's hands. Xianxia's appearance left the many proud children of heaven dazed but also excited. In particular, the most excited one of all was the Soul Rapture Holy Lands Jade Lifestone. The Soul Rapture Holy Lands was far too large, and Jade Lifestone was a disciple not worthy of any special mention. The time that he had managed to luckily catch a glimpse of Xianxia was at a grand ceremony, and that had been from several hundred miles away. Now that he saw Xianxia arrive with his own eyes and also at such a close distance, his cheeks turned red and he waved his hands. Soul Empress! With the Soul Empress here to help, Lin Ming would die without a doubt. As for the golden page, that would also end up in her hands. Realizing this, the disciples from Great Brahmic God Mountain had ugly complexions. They didn't believe that anyone on their side could hope to negotiate with Xianxia, but neither were they willing to give up on the golden page so easily. The freezing enchantment that Icy Dew laid down existed only in name to Xianxia. From the far-off distance in the starry skies, she simply took a step forwards and vanished, instantly reappearing within the center of the freezing enchantment, right in front of Lin Ming. She wore a blue dress and a halo of light shrouded her body, making her seem mysterious and sacrosanct. Because of the halo of light and the hazy mist that drifted around her, it was hard for the surrounding martial artists to see her face. They could only feel her sacred and potent aura, one that made them all wish to fall down in worship. Everyone thought that Lin Ming would be immediately killed by Xiang Mei. After all, in front of Xiang Mei, Lin Ming was nothing but a little baby without any strength to resist. This brat is too lucky to think he can die beneath the Soul Empress' hands. What kind of character is the Soul Empress? If she only came for the golden page, then the Empress wouldn't need to do anything at all. The lot of us are more than enough to kill Lin Ming, Jade Lifestone said. Many people nodded in agreement. How could they allow the Soul Empress to dirty her hands by killing such inferior human trash? Although they would have to pay a considerable cost to kill Lin Ming, they were willing to do this for Xiang Mei. For a time, more and more martial artists came to the Fallen God mountain range, eagerly approaching him, wanting to kill him. The presence of Xiang Mei was even better than the rewards announced by the youth from the great Brahmic God mountain. Facing all of this, Lin Ming remained silent, only looking at Xiang Mei. As for Xiang Mei, she also looked at Lin Ming. Her pupils were deep and a ghostly light bloomed within them, as if she were able to pierce through all the complexities of the human psyche. Currently, Lin Ming was bathed in blood and innumerable scales were shattered. There was not a place left unscathed on his body, and mountains of corpses and rivers of blood lay beneath him. He was a death god of the battlefield, and standing opposite Lin Ming was a graceful and elegant goddess, one that stood above the sins of the mortal world. The smell of blood and death formed an incomparably stark contrast with the radiant beauty. It was like Lin Ming and Xiang Mei represented two polar extremes of the martial arts world. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Two peerless geniuses in Lin Ming and Xiang Mei stared at each other. And all around, countless masters of the soul world surrounded them. The shrine platforms were silent as the martial artists stood up in attention, mystical law runes shimmering around. Before this, Lin Ming never imagined he would meet Xiang Mei in such a situation. "So it really was you," Xiang Mei said, her voice simple and charming. She didn't pour any spirit essence into her words, but they were heard by all the martial artists at the quiet Fallen God mountain range. "You finally came," Lin Ming replied. The two voices were clear. For a time, everyone was stunned. Xiang Mei knew Lin Mook? This Lin Mook was a bizarre character that had come from out of nowhere. But Xiang Mei knew who he was? Thinking more carefully about it, everyone couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Mook's talent had already reached incomprehensible levels. He might even be no worse than Xiang Mei. And these two peerless geniuses were old acquaintances? Realizing this, many people were left speechless. Because Lin Ming was a human, they had subconsciously considered him as coming from a lowly background, a weak and inferior sect. After all, he was nothing but a mere human. As for these soul world martial artists, including Jade Lifestone, when they faced Lin Ming they still felt an inborn sense of superiority even though their strength and talent were far worse. This was because they were spiritas, because they came from large influences and were the proud elites of these influences. As for Lin Ming, no one knew where he came from. They assumed he was a human boy who had managed to stumble into a mind-boggling lucky chance. Thus, when facing Lin Ming, they looked at him like a rich noble living in a capital city would view a bumbling newly wealthy merchant from the countryside. Even if these nobles weren't as rich as these newly wealthy merchants, they would still despise the merchants for being lower class. But now, Xiang Mei's words left everyone dumbfounded. This Lin Mook, just what was his deal? How could he know Xiang Mei? Could he have come from some top influence? In the soul world there clearly weren't any great human influences. Could he have come from another universe? Many people couldn't figure out what the reason was. And now, listening to Xiang Mei's tone, although she didn't place Lin Ming on the same status as her, he was at least worthy of her treating him earnestly. And Xiang Mei leaving seclusion and crossing countless miles to come all the way to the Fallen God mountain range was clearly in order to see Lin Ming. On the other hand, everyone else, including the disciples from the Soul Rapture Holy Lands like Jade Lifestone, didn't even enter Xianxia's eyes. They didn't even receive a greeting from her. This was also a reasonable matter. An emperor wouldn't personally greet the poor, even if they were his own citizens. Time slowly passed. Lin Ming's wounds wriggled about as they slowly regenerated. Because Lin Ming had used up too much energy, his wounds restored at a snail-slow speed. It was clear that his current condition was extremely poor. Looking at Lin Ming's wounds, Xianxia said in a quiet voice, "It seems you were waiting for me to see you all this time? However, your current situation isn't good at all. If I was late by just a single step, I fear you would have died here. Losing the golden page is already a grave enough consequence, but even your true body would be targeted by the great Brahmic God King. With the great Brahmic God King's strength, finding your true body wouldn't be too hard at all. At that time, you wouldn't be able to leave the soul world alive." A faint victorious smile hung on Xianxia's face. Compared to Lin Ming, Xianxia was indeed a superior existence. This was because of the disparity in their backgrounds and the disparity in their strength, something that couldn't be bridged so easily. Moreover, Lin Ming needed Xianxia's help. "I might not have been able to keep the golden page, but I don't think my true body would have had any problems," Lin Ming calmly said. Even though he was in a disadvantageous position, he didn't appear weak at all. "Oh," Xianxia remarked, surprised. "You still have the assurance to escape to the heavens, even when hunted down by a true divinity? I won't sit and wait for death." Lin Ming also had an escape route, and that was to retreat into the Azura Road. He had the Azura command and could return to the Azura Road with it. The only problem was that returning there wasn't an easy task, and it required a long period of setup time in which he couldn't be disturbed during the process. During this period of time, if Lin Ming was locked down by the sense of a true divinity, then the results could be imagined. Lin Ming didn't doubt that a true divinity possessed the ability to cross the void of a trillion quadrillion miles and affect his spiritual sea to remove his disguise. "Your cultivation seems to have fallen." Although Lin Ming could feel Xianxia's terrifying aura as he probed her soul sea more carefully, he discovered that her cultivation had fallen to the World King realm and she was no longer an early Empyrean. Even so, she still maintained the pressure of an Empyrean. The pressure she exuded also felt far more terrifying than any common Empyreans. This was because she had completed the 7th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation Art. Through every revolution of the Grand Reincarnation Art, one's cultivation would fall and their skeletal age would fall with it. The more thorough one's reincarnation was, the larger the change would be. "It will continue falling with time," Xianxia confidently said. After completing the Grand Reincarnation Art's 7th revolution, her cultivation would continue falling for the next year. The lower it fell, the better the effects would be. And after that, when Xianxia cultivated again, her cultivation speed would reach incredible degrees. It could even jump several boundaries in a few years. "You came to the soul world specifically to look for me?" Xianxia asked. Lin Ming had created such a large disturbance in the Akashic Dream battlefield and had even written down the name Polar Ice Lin right next to hers. All of these signs indicated that he had come to the soul world to look for her. If Lin Ming couldn't find Xianxia, then his only option was to have Xianxia find him instead. "State your purpose. I know it's impossible for you to come here to discuss old times, but if you came here because of the war between humanity and the saints, and you think that humanity can ally with the Spiritas, then I can only tell you that you have made this trip in vain. That is an impossible matter because doing so has no benefits for the Spiritas." Xianxia's words caused Lin Ming to frown. Although he already expected that negotiations wouldn't progress smoothly, he didn't think that Xianxia's first words would nearly suffocate him to death and leave him with no room to argue. Seeing Lin Ming's expression, Xianxia confirmed her speculations. She sighed and said, "It seems I was right. Besides this, I can't imagine any other reason you would come to the soul world to seek me out. In order to come to the soul world, you must have paid a deep price. The journey to cross the barriers of the 33 heavens was extremely arduous unless there was a previous connection that was already established through the God-lamenting wall. Otherwise, even Xianxia would find it almost impossible to pass through." Lin Ming looked at Xianxia and Xianxia looked at Lin Ming. As their eyes met, They fell into an awkward silence. Then, Lin Ming asked, "Are the Spiritas not a match for the Saints? The two races had a war erupt between them in the past. So why has that stopped now?" Xianxia replied, "The Spiritas and the Saints truly do both wish to swallow the other, and there was a great war that erupted between them. But this is a matter of the past. Now, because of some reasons, the war has momentarily been put on pause. The good fortune Saint Sovereign and the Spiritas Sole Emperor have reached a temporary armistice. After the Saints complete a certain matter, they will begin their annihilation of humanity. And to them, exterminating humanity isn't difficult at all. Depending on yourself, there is nothing you can do," Xianxia indifferently said. What she said was nothing but the facts. Compared to the Saints, Lin Ming was far too weak. What is the reason for this armistice? This was what concerned Lin Ming the most. Xianxia refused to answer. "That involves the secrets of my race. I cannot tell you." Lin Ming's complexion darkened. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Then, what if I put out enough chips?" Xianxia was surprised. She looked at Lin Ming, unable to imagine what chips he could put out. There were no eternal friends, only eternal benefits. Lin Ming only had the slightest bit of friendship with Xianxia. At best, they could be considered fellow peerless elites that sympathized with each other. He couldn't count on Xianxia helping him based upon the little bit of friendship that they shared. In this situation, it was extremely difficult for Lin Ming to negotiate with the Spiritas on behalf of humanity. Lin Ming recognized that the Spiritas and the Saints had come to some prior agreement of benefits. It was even possible that in order for the Saints to annex humanity, they had paid a certain price to the Sole Emperor in exchange for a temporary armistice. In any case, Lin Ming believed that the Spiritas and Saints were still mortal enemies. Sooner or later, there would be a horrendous blood war that erupted between them. When it came to ruling the universe, there could only be one victor. Currently, Lin Ming wanted to ally with the Spiritas. Then, he would use this point and also take out chips that were more tempting than what the Saints could offer. This was equal to Lin Ming alone putting out a wealth that was greater than an entire race. This sounded inconceivable. Thus Xianxia couldn't believe it. No matter what sort of lucky chance Lin Ming encountered, it was hard to shake the decisions of an entire race. For instance, even the Black Dragon Spear or top treasures like the Kirin fruit wouldn't be able to move the Sole Emperor. She calmly looked at Lin Ming, waiting for his reply. Their conversation had long since switched to private sound transmission. The surrounding martial artists weren't able to hear them at all. Although they knew Lin Ming and Xianxia were talking, they didn't know what they were talking about. For a moment, none of them knew what to do. The disciples of Great Brahmic God Mountain were terrified. They had obeyed orders to come here and kill Lin Ming and obtain the golden page, but with the domineering Xianxia having joined the fray, they could only watch helplessly on. To attack in the presence of Xianxia, none of them had the courage to do so. Lin Ming slowly twisted his spatial ring, constantly gathering his aura into his inner world, where he covered the magic cube with layers upon layers of energy. The magic cube was Lin Ming's most important tool, and something that the Sole Emperor and Xianxia longed for even in their dreams. This was because in order to cultivate the Holy Scripture's law of eternal life, they needed the magic cube. However, it was impossible for Lin Ming to take out this chip. Instead, he had to hide it the best he could, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Facing Xianxia's gaze that seemed to pierce through everything, even if Lin Ming was confident that she couldn't sense the magic cube, he still subconsciously hid it away. "Before I take out my chips, I have a question to ask you. You just said that the Saints need to complete a matter before they can launch a full assault on humanity. I would like to know what this matter is? Or, how long before the Saints finish this matter? How much time does humanity still have?" Before Lin Ming came to the Soul World, he had already heard Empyrean Demon Dawn mention this. The invasion of the Saints would come far earlier than they had anticipated. This left Lin Ming feeling ill at ease. He wanted to hear the truth from Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia thought for a moment. "I suppose there is no problem in me telling you. There is a rebellion in the Primeval Realm ruins. Do you know what that is?" Primeval Realm ruins. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up and he nodded. He naturally knew what this was. When he fought the good fortune Saint Sun, he had heard about the primeval realm ruins from him. From the description, it seemed to be an ancient world filled with a massive amount of mystic realms and divine depositories, and even leftover inheritances from supreme elders of times long past. Many of the saints' inheritances had been excavated from the primeval realm ruins. This included the methods of breaking through to true divinity that Lin Ming had obtained from the good fortune Saint Sun. They had been dug out from the primeval realm ruins. Xianxia said, "The primeval realm ruins are located within the territory of the saints. But neighboring the primeval realm ruins is another universe, and in this universe what lives there are all ancient races. 10 billion years ago, 100 races struggled for a dominion, and they prevailed for some time with countless illustrious characters appearing amidst their ranks. Afterwards, they slowly declined, but even so, when they join together, they are a terrifying strength. During the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, parts of the God-lamenting wall that divided the universes weakened and endless war broke out. The saints decided to move against the ancient races and eliminate them, because this is something that concerned the ownership of the primeval realm ruins. Thus it was of the utmost importance. Now, they wished to finish the task they started in the past and annihilate the descendants of these ancient races before they deal with humanity. This period of time might continue for 80 years or 100 years. I cannot calculate the true time. So it was like this. Lin Ming sighed. Without a doubt, the primeval realm ruins was a divine trove of endless treasures. If the saints managed to guard this divine trove, then they would have a natural advantage. It was just like the Spiritas guarding the Akashic dream universe. In this sort of situation, the saints would slowly leave humanity behind. In the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, when the God-lamenting wall had faded and humanity had been defeated, it wasn't difficult to understand why. After all, as long as the saints had a few people that obtained some world-shaking inheritance from the primeval realm ruins and were promoted to true divinities, they would be far stronger than humanity. A true divinity was an overwhelming superiority in a war between two races. But compared to the Spiritas, the saints seemed to have no upper hand. Very well. I have already answered your question. You can put out your chips now. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming and lightly chuckled, curious as to just what he could put out. First, the golden pages, Lin Ming clearly said, his eyes shining as he looked at Xianxia. There are still 80 to 100 years before the saints begin their full invasion of humanity. During this time period, I will help you gather the remaining golden pages within the Akashic Dream universe. But I have a condition, and that is that every time I obtain a golden page, I can give it to you, but at the same time I also hope to borrow a golden page to perceive from you. Afterwards, I will return it. I believe that with the Soul Rapture Holy Land's deep background, you should have collected more than one golden page. Lin Ming put out his first chip. Hearing this, Xianxia laughed. You're quite confident in yourself. What an amusing plan. There was a faint hint of irony in Xianxia's tone. This bargaining chip of yours is the same as using things that belong to us Spiritas as advantages to give to us. Moreover, you want the golden pages of my Soul Rapture Holy Lands. This is an incredible benefit to you, yet you consider it a bargaining chip. I don't care whether or not the golden pages belong to the Spiritas. As it stands, you cannot obtain them all at present, right? Lin Ming responded. He didn't panic because of Xianxia's words. He had already anticipated this rebuttal. Xianxia shook her head. They are truly difficult to obtain right now, but you are far too confident in yourself. Do you think you can accomplish anything? The easy-to-obtain golden pages have long since been taken away in the Akashic Dream universe, and those that are left over are incredibly difficult to take, each harder than the last. When the first ancestor of the Spiritas created the Akashic Dream universe in the past, the standard he used was the standard of 10 billion years ago. Back then, endless heroes rose in the ranks of the people at a level that the present day cannot compare with. If you want to take the golden pages, then that is the same as being equal to the strongest standards of talent from 10 billion years ago, otherwise there is no chance at all. You don't seem to understand anything. You want to tell me you can collect all the golden pages in 80 to 100 years? How can I possibly believe you? I will admit that you are a proud son of heaven, and I will even acknowledge that at the same cultivation realm, your combat strength might be above mine. But do not forget, my grand reincarnation art has yet to reach perfection. After completing the 7th revolution, my talent rose once more. But even with this, I do not have confidence in obtaining the golden pages. For instance, take this fallen god mountain range as an example. Wanting to thoroughly grasp the principles on the shrine platforms and obtain a golden page, isn't that easier said than done? Moreover, this involves laws of the Spiritas, and in this domain I far surpass you. The reason I came to the fallen god mountain range is also to conveniently attempt enlightenment after completing my 7th reincarnation. I do not believe you have the slightest chance of surpassing me. Xianxia had her own pride and belief in herself. Thus she wouldn't easily believe Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming wasn't intimidated at all. He lightly said, "Everything depends on the individual. Without effort, nothing can be accomplished. Empty actions are meaningless. What you have said is the truth, and perhaps there are some golden pages I cannot obtain, but at the same time, there are some golden pages that you cannot obtain. So, if you don't try, how will you know? And I also have 2 more bargaining chips." "Then continue speaking," Xianxia indifferently said. Lin Ming's first bargaining chip wasn't able to move her at all. "Secondly, the law of eternal life," Lin Ming shockingly said. Xianxia's eyes blazed with a sudden light. Even though she was normally ethereal and indifferent, even she couldn't maintain her previous calm. "What did you say?" Her eyes looked through Lin Ming's spiritual sea, as if she wanted to gaze into his soul. At this time, Lin Ming was extremely tense. He also had no choice but to throw out the bait that was the law of eternal life. This was because he was well aware of just how little weight the golden pages held. As Xianxia said, the golden pages belonged to the Spiritas to begin with, and whether or not he could obtain them was another story. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming for a long time. Lin Ming said, "I can study the law of eternal life with you. There might be some unexpected effect." Xianxia revealed a doubtful and puzzled light as she listened to Lin Ming speak. She muttered, "You are clearly not a Spiritas, but your soul has some characteristics of the eternal soul. Yet it isn't the same at all. How strange. The law of eternal life required the eternal soul to direct it and act as a catalyst. Although Xianxia was a peerless genius of the Spiritas, she didn't possess an eternal soul. The temptation of the law of eternal life was far too great, surpassing even that of the grand reincarnation art. Who didn't want to become immortal? Xianxia found herself unable to reject this condition. Even if she felt that Lin Ming didn't possess a true eternal soul, and they could never cultivate the law of eternal life, there was at least still a dim ray of hope. Xianxia fell silent. After a long time, she slowly said, "If you really have an eternal soul, then if you willingly give me half of your source soul force, then perhaps I might really have the smallest chance of spying upon the mysteries of the law of eternal life. The mortal body could be forcefully seized, but the soul could not. The soul was far too fragile an existence. If one tried to use strength to capture it, then the soul would perish, leaving behind nothing of value at all." But Xianxia didn't believe that Lin Ming could cultivate the law of eternal life, because in her opinion, Lin Ming's soul wasn't perfect. Even so, there was a tiny bit of hope, and for this tiny bit of hope she was willing to take a gamble. "Then my last chip. If the Spiritas ally with humanity and humanity can pass through this disaster, then I am willing to fight for the Spiritas for 10 million years to annihilate the saints." Lin Ming could see the ambitions that the Spiritas had to swallow up the saints. Thus he put out his final chip himself. "You've even made yourself into a bargaining chip? It seems you really are willing to do everything you can." Xianxia faintly smiled. "To go to war for the Spiritas for 10 million years and destroy the saints? For a race that is already in steep decline, is it worth it? You entered the Azura Road, entered the Soul World, and I don't know what price you must have paid to do so or what dangers you experienced along the way. But all that you've done cannot change the end result. With your minuscule amount of strength, do you really believe you can affect the rise and fall of an entire race? In the past, when the saints invaded the divine realm, Empyrean divine seal had already broken into the boundary of true divinity, And even so he failed, much less the current you. The saints will not give you the slightest chance. Do you know that when you came to look for me, hoping to form an alliance between humanity and the Spiritas, in the time you were proposing your conditions I was already able to feel a tiny strand of dissolute mourning from you. Xiang Mei's words were like needles that jabbed into Lin Ming's innermost feelings. Lin Ming's thoughts shook. As he looked at Xiang Mei, his breath caught in his throat. You are a young divine dragon that hasn't fully grown into your own skin, and yet you wish to place such heavy shackles upon yourself? Is it worth it? I advise you to give up on humanity. With your talent, there is no need for you to tie yourself to the sinking ship that is humanity. You cannot imagine what your future can be like. If you follow me, we can create a foundation that will last for billions of years. Your talent is even beyond mine. Together, we can study the ancient inheritances and create our own legends, becoming existences that usher in a new, prosperous era. Just like the Azura Roadmaster, just like the first ancestor of the Spiritas. In the past, the Azura Roadmaster and the first ancestor of the Spiritas each left behind their own worlds. 10 billion years later, they are still revered by the people, and all bow before their name. But, do you know anything about their races? Do you know which race the Azura Roadmaster comes from? Or what race the Spiritas' first ancestor comes from? The Spiritas' Holy Scripture may be called the Spiritas' Holy Scripture, but the truth is that the Golden Pages never mention the Spiritas to begin with. As the most powerful race in the 33 heavens, us Spiritas recklessly formed relations with the first ancestor to call ourselves his descendants. When your strength stands high above an entire race, what significance does that race still have for you? If they can do this, why can't we? Xiang Mei's voice was ghostly, her words containing a horrifying ambition. In that moment, she was like a sorceress that tempted the will of all mankind, her every word filled with the power to lead the heart astray. In that moment, Lin Ming really did fall into a daze. But he quickly composed himself. He could feel a powerful soul force emanating from Xiang Mei that filled her words with an incredible attractive power, making it so that anyone who listened to her couldn't help but desire to comply with her wishes. Me and you, a foundation for billions of years? One era will not accommodate two peerless characters. In the past, the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture fought a life and death battle. Moreover, within the ranks of the Spiritas there is also the true master of the Soul Rapture Holy Lands, the Soul Emperor. How could he not also desire to establish his own foundation that will last for billions of years? Lin Ming's words were chilly, but his heart was all over the place. He couldn't see the road ahead of him, he couldn't completely understand Xiang Mei, and he definitely did not know just what the mysterious Soul Emperor desired. Everything was nothing but a jumbled mess. In these changing times, he was nothing but a tiny splash of water. No matter how much he struggled, his actions didn't seem worthy of mention at all. From when he had stepped onto the road of martial arts until now, this was the first time he had felt such a deep sense of hopelessness. Even when he was 15 years old and left Green Mulberry City to go to the capital of the Sky Fortune Divine Kingdom, even facing his childhood girlfriend Lan Yunue, who left him for someone else, even when the army major tried to put up obstacles in his way, even when he had no place to go and was forced to go to Great Clarity Pavilion to work in the kitchen deboning beasts, he had never felt so useless. At that time, he had believed that as long as he was diligent enough and put in enough effort, he would be able to succeed. No matter how thorny the path was before him, he would struggle for a brighter future with his will and perseverance. But now, Lin Ming felt that even if he wanted to put in as much effort as he could, he didn't even have a direction he could go in. There was nothing but confusion all around him. However, even if he was confused, he knew that even in Green Mulberry City where he grew up, there were people he knew. In this world, there were still people he considered his friends and family. There was the Lin clan, his parents, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, the ancient Phoenix clan, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Xiaoga, Mo Eversnow, Xiao Maxian, Senior Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe. There was also the person who he had never met before but had died trying to resist the saints in battle, Empyrean Primordius. And there was Empyrean Primordius Comrade who had entrusted Lin Ming with his greatest legacy, the Black Dragon. There was also the ancient goddess, who had handed over her body to Mo Evers now and saved his life. Finally, there was even Lin Ming's unborn child. In several breaths of times, the countless people that Lin Ming had encountered through his journeys flashed through his mind. After growing for over 100 years, he had come into contact with innumerable people. Some of them were only passing acquaintances, but some of them he shared extremely deep and complex relationships with. Some had helped him grow and given him a new lease on life. Some of them were elders who had recognized and supported him. Some had saved his life before, and some were even his wives. They were all a part of humanity. Humanity had nurtured him and made him who he was. And now, these people had to fight together with humanity, even if their strength was insignificant. They might all perish and be annihilated along with the rest of humanity. To live alone and for himself, this caused Lin Ming to feel an inexplicable emptiness. A person always needed a group to recognize them. When everything was destroyed, when his family and friends were all gone, leaving him all alone, then even if he could grasp the heavens and earth in his palm in millions of years, even if he could rule over the universe by himself, what meaning was there in that? Even if he obtained eternal life, what remained would be nothing but eternal loneliness and eternal torment. I will not abandon my roots, nor will I have my child be born into a world where his own race doesn't exist anymore. Lin Ming muttered, as if he were telling Xiang Mei this and also telling himself. Xiang Mei looked at Lin Ming and lightly said, I just didn't want to see you ruined because of this. But since you insist, I won't try to change your mind any longer. However, if you only wish for the Spiritas to intervene with the saints, your chips are far from enough. The only exception is if you can obtain all the golden pages and also help me find the approximate path to cultivate the law of eternal life. If so, then I can probably change the decision of the Spiritas and have them attack the saints so that humanity has more time. But I don't think you have this ability. Xiang Mei put forth her own conditions. But upon hearing this, Lin Ming felt his heart drop to the pit of his stomach. Not to mention the golden pages, but just helping Xiang Mei find the approximate path to cultivate the law of eternal life left Lin Ming completely clueless. The only possible way would be for him to give Xiang Mei the magic cube. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine. With Xiang Mei's talent, if she were to obtain the magic cube, what boundaries would she reach? At this time, Xiang Mei turned around and looked at all the young elites surrounding Lin Ming. She faintly said, All of you, disperse. These words brooked no room for argument. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Empress! The disciples from Great Brahmic God Mountain nearly collapsed to the ground. The Great Brahmic God King had even used his boundless great art, using up a part of his cultivation to seek out Lin Ming's whereabouts. And after that, many disciples had died, and they had even shouted out a sky-high price to have all these people attack Lin Ming to kill him. But with Xiang Mei's few words, she wanted them all to leave? Then all of their efforts would be wasted. If they returned like this, how could they face the Great Brahmic God King? If they still wished to kill Lin Ming, they would have to attack Xiang Mei first. But to attack the sole Empress of the Spiritas, none of them had the courage to do so. Even if they tried, they would be instantly slaughtered by Xiang Mei. They were on completely different levels. Sole Empress, I am here because the Great Brahmic God King has decreed that we must kill Lin Mook, and we have paid an immeasurable price to do so. But because of Empress' few words, we must give up midway? Empress, aren't you pushing us too far? The leading yellow-clothed disciple from Great Brahmic God Mountain said. But Xiang Mei's complexion simply turned a bit colder. The surrounding temperature rapidly fell, and the yellow-clothed disciple felt his heart freeze over. He lost all courage and desire to say anything else. I will explain matters to the Great Brahmic God King myself. Now you may all leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiang Mei's attitude was overwhelming, causing the disciples of Great Brahmic God Mountain to all have rapidly racing hearts, like a drum in quick tempo. They all lost their will to continue, let alone Xiang Mei's status. Just her strength alone was more than enough of a qualification to have them all retreat. How is this Lin Mook related to the Sole Empress? Many people thought to themselves, puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Ming had spoken to Shang Mei about in their sound transmissions, but they could confirm that Lin Ming had some unusual relationship with Shang Mei, one that wasn't ordinary at all. Otherwise, Shang Mei would not have spoken with Lin Ming for such a long time. This brat, is he also from a large influence? It seems we made a mistake. We've really kicked the wall this time. Many martial artists on the shrine platforms glanced at each other in blank dismay. They had long since severed all thoughts of killing Lin Ming after Shang Mei's order. Everyone began to draw back one after another. None of them dared to disobey Shang Mei. Only those from Great Brahmic God Mountain were unwilling to retreat. Although they could agree with not killing Lin Ming, they still needed to take away the golden page he had on him. But this was refused by Shang Mei. I will take the second wood golden page to Great Brahmic God Mountain myself and allow the Great Brahmic God King to view it. But if you wish to take it yourselves, that is impossible. I will repeat myself one last time. Leave now, or don't blame me for being heartless. As Shang Mei spoke, a cold energy wafted out from her body. Covered in this cold energy, everyone from Great Brahmic God Mountain felt as if they had reverted to common mortals and had been thrust into a field of endless snow and ice. They turned cold from their head to their toes. Finally, they bowed their heads in submission and began to leave. In several breaths of time, no one was left remaining. Although Shang Mei had driven them away, she wouldn't needlessly offend the Great Brahmic God King. She would agree to let him look at the second wood golden page and also provide him with adequate additional compensation for today. After all, he was still a true divinity powerhouse of the Spiritas. This was a factor Shang Mei had to take into consideration. The truth was that the relations between the Spiritas' true divinities weren't perfectly harmonious. They would only unite together when facing an external threat. After everyone left, Shang Mei looked at Lin Ming. She said, "Let's begin. Your first condition. We will exchange golden pages, one for one." Shang Mei's words caused Lin Ming's thoughts to shake. Exchanging golden pages was a condition that was more advantageous for Lin Ming. This was because Shang Mei had already read through the replica of the golden pages, but Lin Ming hadn't seen anything at all. At this time, Shang Mei gathered her hands together. Between her palms, golden rays of light began to shine out as a golden page seemingly spun from silk started to slowly appear. As the people on the distant edges saw this, they all held their breath. For almost all of these people, this was their first time seeing a golden page. First wood, it is also the first of the golden pages. Shang Mei faintly said. Lin Ming's golden page was the second wood page, and thus the second page, one directly connected to the first page. If they could be linked together and studied from the start, the advantages would naturally be tremendous. For Shang Mei to take out the first wood page more than showed her sincerity. Shang Mei also said, "There are only 10 golden pages, but the Spiritas' holy scripture includes more than 10 golden pages. There are also many other things." As Shang Mei spoke, the golden page had already fluttered into Lin Ming's hands. As for Lin Ming's second wood golden page, he passed it to Shang Mei. The two people exchanged pages and started to meditate upon them. Lin Ming sat on a shrine platform, his heart no longer thinking of anything else. His senses were focused, and it was like the bells of nature were echoing in his ears, allowing him to meditate even more calmly. The surrounding area seemed to have become a completely separate space, severed from the outside world. In his hands, the golden page he had exchanged with Shang Mei slowly fused into his inner world and spiritual sea, turning into countless motes of star-like light that surged within his divine soul. His spiritual sea was filled with raging waves. In a deep trance, Lin Ming soon arrived in front of a pitch-black mirage world. The land he was in seemed to be made from nothingness, but if he touched anything, he could feel it was incomparably solid. The chilling space was empty and filled with eerie mysteries. In the far-off void, countless people were covered in mystical halos, exuding endless light. They whispered in a low voice, their chants echoing through the air. These verses were obscure. He couldn't understand even a single word, but his flesh and his divine soul could feel a clear power emanating from them. This was a mysterious feeling, one he could only sense but not explain. This feeling allowed him to see many things, marvelous images passing through his eyes like grains of sand falling in a storm. He saw a tree of heaven, its towering crown reaching high, piercing into the distance like a mountain and stabbing into the skies. This tree began to crackle and burn. Essence energy shot out and its life force was cut off. It crashed into the ground, reduced to ashes, after the wind and rain. The ashes of the great tree melted into the earth, vanishing without a trace. He saw a boundless sea with fish dragons leaping and leviathans stretching out for 90,000 miles. The entire sea was lively and amazing. But in the blink of an eye, the skies filled with a sun-bright fire and the seawater evaporated. The sea became a mulberry field. He saw vast planets with countless lives on them. Eagles screeched in the endless skies and tigers roared and wolves howled in the forests. There were bustling cities, adrift in the smoke and smells of a mortal world. But as the years passed, the sky began to break apart and the earth collapsed. Fire and water raged all around and the bustling world became one of terror and disasters, all life fading away in the chaos. One after another, countless images wove together before him, manifesting and then being destroyed. All the images exuded an icy cold death energy, endless bursts of destruction. Lin Ming seemed to become a towering tree, a sea, a star. With incomparable clarity, he was able to sense how he was destroyed, how he died. Death is just all things returning to their home. Lin Ming sighed, his heart becoming even more desolate. Endless scenes of death caused a certain feeling to percolate in Lin Ming's mind. With death, there was inevitably life. These were the two most important stages of life. As this thought appeared, it became a cloud of smoke rising into the highest heavens, uncontainable. Those figures chanting in the void were like suns. They began to emit a dazzlingly bright light that illuminated all directions. Bang! From the towering tree of heaven that was burned down by the raging fires and reduced to ashes, those ashes began to nourish the earth. From where it collapsed, small seedlings appeared. Rain fell from the skies and strong winds helped it grow straight and tall. Blades of green grass grew, each one seeming lofty and filled with grandeur. From the dried sea, winds rose up. Thousands of rivers began to swell up from all directions, scouring the world left and right, slowly merging together into a boundless sea once more. From the center of the shattered planet, a nucleus began to form once more. For billions of years it gathered the spiritual power of the infinite universe, growing once more. The planet gradually expanded, and life began to appear on its surface. Each scene was filled with inexhaustible bubbling vitality. At this time, Lin Ming was a seed. He stretched out his limbs, absorbing nutrition from the ashes of the towering tree. He became a sapling and started to slowly grow. He was a dry seabed. From the deathly stillness, infinite water vapors began to gather, wetting the land once more. He was a cold and lonely planet nucleus. Through billions of years of loneliness, he accumulated the thinly spread out spiritual essence of the universe, eventually giving birth to endless life forms. From the infinite chanting, Lin Ming realized the experiences of life to death, from death to life. He became all things, repeating the cycle endlessly. Again and again and again. His heart went from desolate to vigorous, from vigorous to desolate, continually being tempered. He suddenly understood. The texts that floated in his spiritual sea began to resonate with the endless chanting. He became a blade of grass as well as a towering tree. He became a drop of water as well as a vast sea. He became a planet nucleus as well as a giant planet. He was everything and everything was him. The universe is samsara, space and time are infinite. Lin Ming silently read the simple texts, each word shining in his heart, floating in the void of his mind like stars. Floating in his spiritual sea, the ancient texts of the golden page began to resonate with his words. The runes started to release a fervent cheer, becoming increasingly bright. Although some texts still remained obscure and puzzling, The current Lin Ming had already comprehended the essential true meaning contained with the golden page that Xiangmei had traded him. The Asura Sutra that the Asura Roadmaster left behind could be said to speak about the ultimate heavenly Tao that stood atop the 33 heavens. It was the power of the universe. Then, the golden pages left behind amongst the Spiritas spoke about returning to one's true origins. I am the universe. I am the myriad of existence. Oh! On the shrine platforms nuzzled into the sheer cliffs, Soul Empress Xiangmei was grasping enlightenment not too far away from Lin Ming. The icy cold energy had frozen a thick ice wall 1,000 feet around her. Strange runes flashed along them, making it impossible for others to see what was occurring inside. As for the soul sea marks, from the moment Xiangmei sat down on the shrine platform and started to perceive the second golden page, these soul sea marks also began to light up. On the 100th day, the fourth soul sea mark had already started to emit a dim light. On the cliff, some proud children of heaven from various races tittered in excitement upon seeing this. The Soul Empress is truly fierce. The last time she was here she lit up 3 soul sea marks in 108 days. Now, in just 100 days she is already able to have the 4th soul sea mark shine with a dim light. In time, completely lighting it up will be no problem at all. Perhaps this time the Soul Empress really might be able to obtain the golden page from this fallen god mountain range. Of course, the last time the Soul Empress was here she had only completed her 6th revolution, but now she has completed her 7th. There is no comparing the her from back then to her now. Moreover, Lin Ming gave her the 2nd golden page, making her even more powerful. Jade Lifestone smiled. As someone who was originally here at the Fallen God Mountain range to attempt enlightenment, he naturally didn't leave with those from Great Brahmic God Mountain. He stayed at the cliff to continue his enlightenment. Soul Empress Xiangmei came from the same holy land he did. If Xiangmei was strong, that was also something he could be proud of. However, as he glanced at Lin Ming, who was at a shrine platform not too far from her, a complex light filled his eyes. This character Lin Ming was the same as an enigma. He made the heart race. This brat has a terrifying combat strength. I wonder how far he can go. Jade Lifestone didn't dare to look down on Lin Ming's background anymore. Then, on Lin Ming's lonely shrine platform, the light of the 1st soul sea mark began to shine. Following that, the 2nd and 3rd soul sea marks lit up. This meant that Lin Ming had finally finished perceiving the golden page and was beginning to grasp the laws on the shrine platform. The light was blinding, like a miniature sun rising. It was even brighter than Lin Ming's previous attempt, and no worse than Xiangmei's. The proud children of heaven found it hard to not pay attention to what was occurring. Xiangmei and Lin Ming, 2 peerless geniuses, had arrived at the Fallen God Mountain range. Could they create a miracle here? At this time, Lin Ming was like an ancient well on the shrine platform, calm and serene. Although there were many things he was still unsure of, he had already become aware of the true meaning of the golden page Xiangmei had traded him. Now, he only needed time to slowly verify the truths within the golden page and master it. However, just comprehending the true meaning of the golden page alone gave Lin Ming many benefits. Soul force surged like a tide within his body, washing through him without end and making him feel as if he were being reborn. Without stop, he began to rapidly grasp the principles atop the shrine platform. He knew that as long as he obtained more golden pages and verified them with each other, it would be much easier to master them. Luckily, this fleeting feeling had appeared. Within his divine soul, the texts of the 2 golden pages resonated with each other, emitting clarion sounds of nature that sobered Lin Ming's mind. After another day passed, the 4th soul sea mark smoothly lit up. But after that, comprehending anything further became increasingly difficult. The dark shrine platform was shrouded in a great power that emitted an endless mystical strength. Not knowing when, Lin Ming discovered that he seemed to have stepped onto some narrow winding path. There was nothing but haze around him. He couldn't make out his surroundings nor where he needed to go. Within this misty haze, he was like a lonely boat in a pitch-black sea, helpless and lost, floating quietly in the world. Even the sparkling lights in front of him that had exuded mysterious sounds had disappeared. It was like he had been completely cut off from the outside world. This feeling is... Lin Ming's thoughts tightened. If he couldn't escape from this strange maze, then the following comprehensions would be increasingly difficult. To grasp the principles of the shrine platforms of the fallen god mountain range was an incredibly arduous task. Since ancient times, countless Spiritas martial artists had attempted to gain enlightenment here, but all of them had been defeated one after another. This included even young true divinities. Thus, some people even suspected that the rules of the world had already been blocked here. No one should be able to obtain any results. Although Lin Ming believed in himself, he didn't think he was stronger than those Spiritas true divinities when they were young. Nearing the bottleneck, Lin Ming became increasingly cautious. At this time, within Lin Ming's mind, he tried to recall some contents of the first and second wood golden pages. The true meaning of the golden pages that he had comprehended began to shine like stars, emitting the sound of the great Tao from within him like a great bell that thundered in his mind. The surrounding thick mist dispersed and the black sea vanished. In front of him, another road appeared. It was simple and plain, leading to some point in the endless horizon, as if it led to the past, as if it led to the infinite possible futures. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Another bizarre roar sounded out in his head. After obtaining some comprehensions, the world suddenly fell black once more. The endless mist covered him again, hindering him from taking even a single step forwards. How should I keep walking down the road? Lin Ming pondered. He tried sensing the existence of the world around him. His comprehensions of the golden pages also became increasingly profound. But the fifth soul sea mark was like an endless moat that blocked his way, an obstacle that he would never be able to surmount. As Lin Ming fell into a torpor, not too far away from him on another shrine platform, Soul Empress Xianxia was silently meditating. Waves of sky-blue light from the great Tao emanated from her. But the fifth soul sea mark still didn't light up. To grasp the principles atop the shrine platform was an extremely long process. It wasn't something that one could complete in 100 to 200 days. There were even people who stayed for 10 or more years at a time. Even for the likes of Lin Ming and Xianxia, wanting to take away the golden page here was an extremely difficult task. Time passed a day at a time. Lin Ming and Xianxia were like statues, completely motionless. Their soul forces had reached unbelievably profound levels. For many people, sitting on the shrine platforms in meditation for a few dozen days would exhaust their soul force. But to Lin Ming and Xianxia this wasn't any problem at all. This was because they knew how to conform to the world laws here and conserve their soul force. At the same time, their restorative abilities were incredible. In this aspect, Xianxia was far more powerful than Lin Ming. Lin Ming might not compare with Xianxia, but because he possessed the magic cube his soul had similarities with the eternal soul, and the stability of his soul was extraordinary. How terrifying! They have already sat there for 10 months without moving. From the looks of it, they can sit there for several years without any problem at all. Lighting up the fifth soul sea is difficult beyond compare. Even Soul Empress Xianxia won't find it easy. That Lin Mook is also stranded at the fifth soul sea mark. Nothing's happened for quite some time. Although this human brat is strong, his strength lies in the essence gathering system. In gaining enlightenment atop the shrine platform, it is impossible for him to compare with the Soul Empress. I think that the Soul Empress will light the fifth soul sea mark soon. Someone quietly spoke, afraid of disturbing Xianxia. On the shrine platform, Lin Ming was still struggling with his thoughts. In front of him was a vast wilderness flooded with endless fog. He could not see where the road was. He walked alone. Beneath him were blue stones, just like the blue stone road he once walked upon at the Azura Road's final trial. Every golden page is connected to the others, but their true meanings are all greatly different. The reason my enlightenment here was so fast at the start was because of my previous experiences and also because I have comprehended the true meaning of 2 golden pages. After the start, the difficulty suddenly increased. My background was also used up in the first part of grasping the principles. Lin Ming mumbled to himself. At this time, A voice echoed in his ears. Eh? Someone's here carving characters on the stone. Lin Ming was startled. This voice was clearly from the red-dressed little girl that had always been following him. He turned his head and saw that, in his sea of consciousness, the red-dressed little girl was sitting around. Her eyes were bright and wide, and she struggled to see through the hazy fog before her. Her pupils shimmered with a strange light, as if she could see through the thick fog. What did you say? Someone's carving characters. Lin Ming's heart quickened. He didn't ask how this little girl appeared in the world of his consciousness. It seemed as long as something involved soul force or the mind, there was nothing that could block this red-dressed little girl. What he cared the most about was that, on this blue stone road, there was someone else here that he couldn't see. This was clearly because the road in front of him was covered by some strange strength. Lin Ming was completely unable to see through the source of this strength, but the red-dressed little girl was. Her origins were a puzzle, making one feel her very existence was inconceivable. It's a pretty auntie. She's using her finger to write on the blue stone. A woman? Lin Ming was bewildered. Who could this person be? What is she writing? Lin Ming asked. The red-dressed little girl's large eyes widened as she blinked again and again. Then she whispered, "They are very complex characters. I don't understand them at all. But this auntie, I feel she's familiar," the red-dressed little girl said, lost in her thoughts. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Familiar? He simply had no idea what status this red-dressed little girl had. And who was this woman that was carving characters? Could they be mother and daughter? And what were the characters that the woman was carving? That auntie is starting to draw pictures. There are water currents, people, planets, people on the planets, small blades of grass, soil, fire. The red-dressed little girl said without end. These images weren't connected at all. As Lin Ming heard them, he was still left puzzled. Thus, he decided to calm his mind and use his eyes to look as hard as he could at the blue stones on the side of the road. However, as he stared unblinkingly at these blue stones, he felt his eyes hurt as if a biting wind was tearing into them. The blue stones emitted a light that stabbed into his eyes like countless golden needles. Lin Ming had a feeling that what the woman carved down were laws. Everything within the heavens and earth followed the laws of the universe. Life was no exception. The red-dressed little girl stood beside Lin Ming, occasionally speaking. Lin Ming firmly remembered every word she said. Lin Ming continued watching, always watching. Even though his eyes had become bloodshot, he never relaxed. And then one day, he could see the blurry shadow of a person standing beside the blue stones. Long hair, blue clothes. This person emitted a terrifying aura. This was indeed a woman that caused Lin Ming's heart to race. Her long hair fell down her back like the river of time, making one lose themselves in a daze just by looking at her. He was unable to distinguish what boundary this woman had reached. He only saw her quietly pace around the blue stones. Sometimes she would be deep in thought, and sometimes she would lower her head and carve some things into the blue stones, as if she were finishing a piece of art. Lin Ming stiffened, unable to move. He could confirm that this woman wasn't just some illusion. An aura exuded from her, one that seemed like the endless flow of time. It was a familiar feeling, one he had felt back in the final trial and at tragic Death Valley. This was a terrifying aura of the endless years, one that came from over 10 billion years ago. He couldn't follow it, nor could he sense the point from which it originated. This is a phantom left behind from 10 billion years ago? Lin Ming thought out loud. This aura had been preserved until now, even after such a mind-boggling period of time had passed. It left Lin Ming feeling fearful and apprehensive. What sort of woman was this? Perhaps the scene that the red-dressed little girl saw was that of the Akashic dream universe being formed, and the images that the woman carved down were the laws that were recorded in this world. This was the best explanation he could find. It was even possible that this woman was the one who had created the Enlightenment Shrine platforms of the fallen God Mountain range. However, the one to create the shrine platforms, shouldn't that person be the creator of the Holy Scripture? In a dreamland, Lin Ming had seen the creator of the Holy Scripture twice already. He was also the person who had battled the Azura Roadmaster in the past. Although Lin Ming had only glanced at him, he could confirm that this person was a man. What was going on here? Lin Ming felt his thoughts turn chaotic. The characters from 10 billion years ago and their relations were a complete riddle to him. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at the red-dressed little girl. This little girl might also be a character that existed 10 billion years ago. Otherwise, why would she feel that this woman was familiar? If this were true, then what role did she play in the past? Why would she fall asleep for so long? Why would she still exist? Why would there not be such a strong aura of endless years emanating from her body? Countless puzzles ran through his mind. But currently, he didn't have time to think about these matters. He looked towards the woman's hand, trying to see what she was carving. However, the writings shined with a mystical light, making Lin Ming unable to see them clearly. Just what are these carvings? Lin Ming anxiously thought. His eyes stung with a torturous pain. Looking at this divine light was like being stabbed with needles. This continued for some time. Lin Ming's eyes had turned blood red. He was at his limit. Looking straight at these runes carved by an ancient peerless character. This was an extreme test on Lin Ming's soul force. In the next moment, Lin Ming's body shook and blood flowed from his eyes. He fell to the ground, propping himself up on his knees as he continued watching the woman write. Brother Lin, Didi, don't look. Your eyes are bleeding. If you continue to watch, your eyes will collapse. The red-dressed little girl panicked as she saw Lin Ming's horrible appearance. And as she panicked, she began to stutter again. I'm fine. Lin Ming waved his hand, not caring at all about the problems with his eyes. But the red-dressed little girl was concerned about Lin Ming. Lin Ming's heart warmed. He remembered that the little girl said he had a nice familiar smell coming from him, and it was because of this that she was attached to him. Ever since coming out from the Akashic Dream battlefield, she had continued to follow him. Lin Ming looked at the little girl, a gentle light in his eyes. I don't know your name, and you probably don't know it either. Would it be all right if I call you Ruby from now on? The little girl tilted her head, nodding, seeming to be a little excited. Sure. Well, Ruby, I'm fine. Lin Ming grit his teeth, continuing to look at the mysterious woman's writing. He focused all of his concentration on what she was writing, ignoring the blood dripping down from his eyes. He didn't have much time remaining. The war between the saints and humanity would erupt in just several dozen more years. He couldn't just watch helplessly on the sidelines as everything and everyone he cared for was annihilated. And now, in this brief period of time, even though he was cooperating with Xianxia, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fulfill her conditions. This was because one of them was to have him find the path to cultivating the law of eternal life, and for Lin Ming this was impossible, unless he offered up the magic cube. If so, then all Lin Ming could do was increase his strength as far as possible. He had a faint guess that if he could combine the Heavenly Sutra and Holy Scripture together, achieving perfection of within and without, simultaneously cultivating the universe of his body with the universe of the world to the limit, he would be able to reach an inconceivable boundary. Maybe with this he would be able to have his own strength rise drastically in a short period of time, enough so that he could help resist the great calamity. Of course, he feared this so-called short period of time was likely far more than several dozen years. Even so, Lin Ming had to try his best to obtain a golden page. If Xianxia obtained the golden page of the Fallen God Mountain range, then there wouldn't be anything for Lin Ming. But if he were to obtain it, he could use it to trade for another golden page with Xianxia. That was equal to obtaining 2. Then, Lin Ming would have 4 golden pages. Although it was impossible for Lin Ming to perceive the entirety of the Holy Scripture through 4 golden pages alone, his hopes would be much greater than before. He clenched his teeth, not blinking his eyes even as he overdrew on his soul force. At this time, in the outside world, Lin Ming's body was also undergoing a severe response. That Lin Mook, his eyes are bleeding. Several people noticed Lin Ming's situation and were at a loss for words. Many martial artists would overuse their soul force when they tried to grasp the principles, and they would pale and be forced to withdraw. But this Lin Ming persisted until he bled from the eyes. This was the first time they had heard of someone going this far. His soul force is unstable, as if he's consumed a great deal of energy. He is clearly overdrawing his soul force. I'm speechless. If he doesn't draw back now and continues to forcefully continue, is there any meaning to it? Grasping the principles on the shrine platform is only something that everyone attempts. There is no hope to actually become thoroughly enlightened. At this fallen god mountain range, it has been countless years since anyone has comprehended anything. Even the several true divinities of the soul world came here during their youth but returned without any benefits. Yet this human boy is actually pushing himself this far. It seems he really is an idiot. Someone said with an amused, gloating expression. In truth, to many people, even someone like Soul Empress Xianxia would find it near impossible to obtain the golden page of the fallen god mountain range. For better or worse, Xianxia still had a thread of hope. At least, one of her die-hard fans like Jade Lifestone believed she would be able to succeed. He's bleeding from the nose now. Some people glanced at each other in dismay and some people laughed. Many of them had smiles of schadenfreude. Not only were they repulsed by Lin Ming, they were also jealous of him. Their background was the #1 race of the universe, the Spiritas. Yet they couldn't compare with a human. This left them feeling uncomfortable in their hearts. But now as they saw Lin Ming end up like this, they felt much better, as if they had vented a good deal of their frustrations. How could a mere human think of obtaining the inheritances of their soul race? He has only lit up the 4th soul sea mark, but to completely grasp the principles of the shrine platform one has to light up 7 soul sea marks. The disparity is incredible. Does he really think he can attain complete enlightenment in a single go? I think this boy might have gone mad. Some people laughed. They looked at Lin Ming and then looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was still as calm as before. Her slender eyebrows were only slightly pushed together, but as for Lin Ming, he had ended up in such a state. The difference between them was far too great. Moreover, as time passed and Xianxia lit up more soul sea marks, the disparity would only increase. Perhaps Lin Ming wouldn't even be able to light up the 5th soul sea mark. Oh! The beautiful auntie is drawing a fish, Ruby suddenly said. Every time she saw the mysterious woman draw something she could speak out what she saw. Ruby saw all of this easily, as if she were watching someone draw lines in sand. As for Lin Ming, he couldn't see anything no matter how much he struggled. Fish, rivers. The rhythm of the Tao. Lin Ming felt as if the mysterious woman's hand had been thrust into the infinite river of time. It was impossible for him to clearly see it. He persisted past his limits. His eyes were covered with blood and he nearly became blind. The mysterious woman lightly stepped about like a celestial goddess. She sat down on a blue stone. Every movement and every action she took filled with the aura and rhythm of the laws. She seemed to be deep in thought. Her endlessly long hair hung down like the curtain of night, concealing her appearance, making it impossible for anyone to see her. After an unknown period of time, she stood up and began drawing again. She's drawing an eye, Ruby said. No matter what the mysterious woman did, nothing could hinder her from seeing. Lin Ming's field of vision had already turned crimson. The figure of the mysterious woman blurred in his eyes. Then the mysterious woman turned around and glanced at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's body shook. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to his knees, feeling an incomparable burning heat between his eyes. Lin Ming grit his teeth and bit his lips until they bled. Even his consciousness seemed to become blurry. But he summoned the final dregs of his strength and watched the blue stone beneath the woman's hands. He could faintly feel that success wasn't too far away. As long as he could persist just a little longer, there would be clarity. However, what worried Lin Ming was that at this time he could no longer see anything at all. Everything in his eyes was blood red. He approached unconsciousness. But just as he was about to fall over, he didn't know why, but within his field of vision, he could faintly see an eye. Rather, It should be said that this eye was an image that directly imprinted itself into his mind, thrust there without passing through his own two eyes. Lin Ming could feel an agonizing ache between his eyebrows. Faintly, it was like a little bit of starlight gathered in this space, converging towards the point between Lin Ming's eyebrows. Hum dash, hum dash, hum dash. The world trembled. This world of consciousness seemed to tear apart and endless starlight fell down. In the skies, 9 stars appeared high in the air, all of them burning like scorching hot suns. Infinite starlight fell down like a river of stars. Lin Ming experienced a splitting headache, as if his head would be forcefully cut off by this starlight. Lin Ming clearly felt that between his eyebrows, there was a burning heat that felt like it would melt away his skull. But endless starlight gathered there, slowly forming a Dao palace. Davik I Dao Palace. Lin Ming's heart shook. Of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, this was the celestial I Dao Palace. This Dao Palace didn't have any specific striking power, but once opened, it would directly enhance a martial artist's divine sense, so that they could spy upon the secrets of heaven and see through the infinite mysteries. I actually accidentally opened a Dao Palace, Lin Ming muttered, gasping for breath. His forehead was covered with blood, but within this thick blood, a mystical eye seemed to flash. Previously, when Lin Ming opened the Purple Temple Dao Palace, Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace, and Extreme Polar Dao Palace, he had relied on gathering numerous spirit medicines to accomplish those feats. But this time in opening the Davik I Dao Palace, Lin Ming simply relied upon his own strength and accumulations to forcefully open it. Whether it was martial artists, mortals, or perhaps even animals, there was a natural hollow between their eyebrows where the third eye was hidden. This third eye had already degenerated into the brain, and was known by some as the upper dantian. This was also the Davik eye. If one could open their Davik eye, they could gain the power to see through all mysteries and obtain an unparalleled perception. But currently, Lin Ming's Davik eye had just opened and was still bleeding. He hadn't thoroughly opened it, but had just barely managed to. It was naturally impossible for him to see through all matters, but he could hazily make out the hand of the mysterious woman. The moment that the woman's fingers fell upon the blue stone, the surrounding heavenly Tao laws gathered unto her, combining with the power of life and turning into runes that carved themselves into the blue stones. With her fingers as the pen, with the laws as the ink, everything this woman drew seemed to be alive. Flowers, plants, insects, birds, beasts, everything was lifelike. Even rocks and rubble, or even the simplest words were brimming over with life. The mysterious woman's 2 hands seemed to grant all dead things a spirituality of their own, filling them with an impossible vitality. Lin Ming even had a feeling that as long as the mysterious woman blew upon the designs she drew, they would jump to life. Like the mythical brush of God, everything she drew seemed as if it would become reality. Lin Ming consumed a massive amount of soul force. Still, he continued to persist and read the laws that the woman wrote down. He felt that everything the mysterious woman carved down was something that always seemed to fall through his fingers. The disparity in their boundaries was just far too great. So great that even just looking at the mysterious woman draw caused him to overdraw his soul force and find it difficult to continue. There's no point in being too greedy. Lin Ming suddenly awoke to this point. This woman carved down far too many laws. Every blue stone had marks she left behind, and these marks all contained inherent laws. Although they all interpreted life itself, every interpretation held a different meaning. If Lin Ming wanted to comprehend the meaning of all these laws, a situation would appear where everything would fall beyond his reach. After realizing this, Lin Ming calmed his mind. Then, he focused all his attention on the pattern that the mysterious woman just drew. This pattern was in the shape of a raindrop, only the size of a mung bean. Compared to the previous carvings such as the flowers and beasts, this design was extremely simple. It consisted of only several strokes, and the mysterious woman only took a few breaths of time to complete it. Even so, this simple image revealed extraordinary meanings. Lin Ming stared at this raindrop, completely immersing his every thought into it, going into a trance-like state. In a dreamy haze, he saw the raindrop divide into two, two divide to four divide to eight, continuing on, becoming increasingly crowded until it was a pall of rain that stretched out without end. Within the cloud, faint arcs of lightning flashed, like silver snakes flying through the air. It was a mesmerizing scene. Such a scene left Lin Ming utterly immersed within it. Rain was the convergence of water vapors from all longs. Its life was to grow in clouds high in the skies, and its death was to fall onto the earth, fall into the sea, and return to the world. Its life was extremely short. A single drop of rainwater was also insignificant. But the endless rainwater nourished all things. It nourished life. Flowers and birds, insects and beasts, all thrived because of rain. A single drawing of a raindrop seemed simple, but it contained a concept of endlessness. As Lin Ming slowly felt the infinite mysterious within, he forgot the passage of time. His soul force was constantly being used up, but the concept of endlessness subtly nourished his spiritual sea. Within his originally depleted spiritual sea, drops of rain seemed to appear, each drop made of incomparably pure source soul force. Through the revitalization of this rain, Lin Ming felt his own energy begin to fill back up. Such a change manifested its effects on Lin Ming's body. His pale complexion slowly became ruddy. However, the blood that flowed from his eyes and ears still stained his face, making him seem fierce. This brat, he seems to have managed to live through it? Many people were surprised. Under ordinary circumstances, there would occasionally be martial artists who appeared on the shrine platforms that overreached past their limits, causing their situation to become increasingly worse until they fell over. Lin Ming clearly wasn't able to last much longer, but color had suddenly returned to his face. Something strange was happening. This is just the final radiance of a setting sun. Watch, he'll collapse soon enough. Originally, all of us came here for the experience without any hopes of gaining harvests. But this boy is truly a rare creature. He isn't a fellow Spiritas, and he also excels in the essence gathering system, yet he came waddling over here with thoughts of the inheritance that our Spiritas ancestors left behind. In this great world, all strange sights are possible, especially with his current appearance. He was just bleeding heavily from his head just now. I really think he might be drunk. Several people loudly laughed. But at this time, someone cried out, "What's happening? Empress Xianxia is also." With this shout, everyone turned their attention away from Lin Ming and towards Xianxia. Xianxia was the most outstanding elite of the Spiritas and also the leading character of all those who came here to attempt enlightenment. They were left panic-stricken by what they saw. Xianxia's current situation wasn't good either. The hazy soul force around her body became increasingly unstable, as if it could dissipate at any moment. The color had disappeared from her beautiful face, and it was clear she had consumed a massive amount of soul force. "Empress!" Some people nervously cried out. They were all admirers of Xianxia. "Do not disturb the Empress!" Jade Lifestone shouted out loud. On the Fallen God Mountain range, a martial artist would spend the majority of their time in rest. After all, there was a limited number of shrine platforms. Ever since Jade Lifestone saw Xianxia arrive, he hadn't spent much time trying to grasp the principles, but instead spent the majority of his time focused on her current state. Now that something was happening to her, he immediately noticed it. After almost an entire year, this was the first time that Xianxia's soul force seemed to weaken. To use one's soul force to gain enlightenment was risky to begin with, and Jade Lifestone didn't allow anyone to disturb him during this process. Now that some minor phenomena were occurring under unknown circumstances, he naturally couldn't allow anyone to disturb her either. Even a peerless existence like Empress Xianxia, whose talent defies the heavens, will also encounter a situation where her soul force weakens, people began to think. As they looked at the increasingly ruddy Lin Ming, they felt this strange. Just what was Xianxia experiencing? The Empress possesses a potent soul force, but she likely consumed a great deal of it too. Someone began to say, voicing everyone's thoughts. But at this time, around Xianxia, a dim halo appeared. This halo grew larger and larger, spreading out like waves. Seeing this, everyone on the cliff began to fidget with excitement. This was who dash. The light completely diffused outwards. Fog wound around Xianxia's shrine platform. The fifth soul sea mark had lit up. Empress Xianxia has lit up the fifth soul sea. It's only been 1 year. In truth, for the martial artists who visited the shrine platforms, many of them had already lit up their fifth soul sea marks. In fact, many of those proud children of heaven that were currently here had already lit up their fifth soul seas. But they often had to spend 5 years or more before the soul sea marks emitted the dimmest of lights, like a candle flickering in a storm. No one managed to accomplish this as fast as Xianxia, nor were their soul sea marks as bright as Xianxia's. Her soul sea mark was like a brilliant boom, emitting a holy and enchanting light, truly worthy of being the soul empress. Even though she seemed to be overdrawing her soul force, that was a critical moment in grasping the principles, thus the reason for her appearance. Still, she managed to break through that hurdle. Some people heavily praised. To light the fifth soul sea so quickly caused many people to think that this time, Xianxia really might be able to obtain the golden page of the fallen god mountain range. But the possibility wasn't too high. For time immemorial, countless people had tried and failed, including even young true divinities. The impossible difficulty of grasping the principles on the shrine platforms had become firmly rooted in the hearts of the people. As these people were speaking, behind them, another dim halo spread out, rippling like waves. Everyone was shocked. They turned and were amazed to see that not too far away, Lin Ming's shrine platform was emitting a faint light like a lighthouse in the dark sea. It's Lin Mook. He also lit up the fifth soul sea mark? How is this possible? Also within a year. He's comparable to Empress Xianxia. Watching these ripples of light grow increasingly large and dense, everyone was so shocked their jaws nearly hit the ground. With this phenomenon occurring, they could confirm that Lin Ming had also lit up the fifth soul sea mark. Why would this happen? He's clearly a human, so why would he be able to comprehend our Spirita's inheritances? People glanced at each other with dread, unable to say a single word. Many of them also felt a deep sense of frustration and despondence. In truth, the reason they endlessly mocked Lin Ming and hoped that he would falter was because they were afraid of him. They were afraid he would really manage to comprehend something here and would cast them all away. This was because in terms of combat strength and talent, Lin Ming already left them all in the dust. At the same boundary, he was easily able to roll over them all. As the top Spiritas youths of their universe, they always held a certain pride in their innermost feelings. They acknowledged that they couldn't defeat Lin Ming in battle, but at the very least in terms of soul force and mental power, they wouldn't be worse than he was. But the reality they were shown made them a joke. This was just like a Go master playing against a chess master. They would play Go first, and even after a single move they realized they would fail and lose 100% to Lin Ming. But even after trying to play chess, they discovered that even in chess they fell far behind Lin Ming, and extremely far behind at that. Unable to win even in their own specialty, this could be called being trampled to the ground. Just what kind of proud children of heaven were they? Compared to Lin Ming, they were just a joke. These people didn't know that the truth was the creator of the Holy Scripture wasn't the ancestor of the Spiritas. And the inheritance he left behind belonged to all life, to those who possessed the ability to take it. It had nothing to do with any race. At this time, the outstanding Spiritas elites on the fallen God mountain range all had ugly complexions, as if their parents had died in front of them. In particular, those that mocked Lin Ming and said he was forcing himself had burning red faces. Even though they still wanted to mock Lin Ming, the facts were laid out in front of them. Rather than smacking themselves in the face again, they decided to simply shut up. This Lin Mook, is it really the first time he came to the fallen God mountain range? Someone asked in hushed whispers. However, before he finished speaking, an even more unbelievable matter occurred. The halo of light around Lin Ming grew increasingly bright, overlapped again and again as it diffused outwards. First it seemed like ripples, then it seemed like surging waves. Wave after wave, even the surrounding space for hundreds of feet was affected. Faintly, a blinding radiance shot up into the skies from around Lin Ming's head, filling the world with a brilliant luster. It was like a star was shining, leaving everyone shocked to the extreme. This sort of phenomenon even surpassed Xiang Mei's. Xiang Mei's light was like a bright full moon, but Lin Ming's light was like a blazing star. Every person produced different phenomena as they tried to grasp the principles on the shrine platforms. This was because every martial artist comprehended different laws on the shrine platforms. No martial artist could comprehend the complete laws of the Holy Scripture, but only a tiny part of them. According to the difficulty of this part of the laws, as well as different levels of comprehensions, various phenomena could occur that differentiated the strong and the weak. But now, if one had to ask if Lin Ming's phenomenon was greater or Xiang Mei's phenomenon was greater, everyone would have to say that the light radiating off of Lin Ming's shrine platform was a bit more dazzling. Empress Xiang Mei actually cannot compare with this Lin Mook? Many people felt as if they were living in a dream. Although Soul Empress Xiang Mei was only at her 7th revolution and still had a tremendous capacity for future growth, who could say that Lin Ming also didn't have equal potential? Stop speaking nonsense. Empress Xiang Mei lit the 5th soul sea mark first, and phenomena cannot be differentiated based on how bright the light is. How can we hope to understand laws of such complexity? Many of Xiang Mei's diehard supporters argued. They weren't willing to believe that Lin Ming had surpassed Xiang Mei. And at this time, whether it was Lin Ming or Xiang Mei, neither person knew what was happening in the outside world. Trying to grasp the principles was like climbing a thin ladder to the heavens. It was an endless and lonely path. Their minds were completely focused, without the least bit of distraction. After lighting the 5th soul sea mark, the journey to light the 6th soul sea mark would be long indeed. Lin Ming was like an ancient tree rooted in rock, standing solid and steady on the ground. Xiang Mei was like a lake without wind or waves, incomparably quiet and peaceful. The phenomenon that Xiang Mei saw was different from what Lin Ming saw. She forcefully relied on her incredible talent and her understandings of life and the soul to seek out a path in that dense fog. But as for Lin Ming, he was always staring at the image of a raindrop. He looked at this small raindrop day after day in a trance-like state. It was only when he felt that he had comprehended everything he could from this raindrop image, and that the other laws were impossible to understand even if he could see them, that he slowly stopped. And as he shifted his eyes, Lin Ming discovered that the mysterious woman had already disappeared. Moreover, this part of the world had grown dim, as if a pall of dark clouds covered this land. Senior has disappeared, Lin Ming said with some regret. As the mysterious woman vanished, the laws she left behind also vanished. The innumerable laws she carved down were all incomparably exquisite, containing endless mysteries within them. If one could copy them and bring them outside, then any single one would be a top miracle treasure. Even true divinity holy lands would regard them as priceless treasures that would be passed down as core inheritances. However, even though Lin Ming had fallen into a mountain of treasures, the treasures he had managed to take away were limited. He had only become aware of the raindrop diagram, and even then he hadn't completely grasped it. It could only be said that the difference in boundaries was far too great. Lin Ming still had a long road ahead of him. As Lin Ming regretted that he wasn't able to comprehend more things, the skies became increasingly dark. Black clouds overlapped and a ghostly fog rolled towards him. The blue stones were covered by this darkness. They slowly lost their blue luster and began to turn as black as ink. The blue stones turned to black stones. The black stones were quiet and plain. As Lin Ming looked at them, he didn't know why, but he felt that they were all like tombstones. This was an extremely bizarre feeling. Moreover, this world was clearly filled with an unspeakably suppressive atmosphere. Thick black fog filled the air, completely shrouding the world. Once again, Lin Ming couldn't see the road ahead of him. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He revolved the Davik Idao Palace, wanting to see through this thick fog. However, layers of hazy death energy filled the heavens and earth, covering the point between Lin Ming's eyebrows and making it so that his Davik eye wasn't as keen. Lin Ming could feel the point between his eyebrows be covered in a mass of black energy. To be described by a fortune teller, Lin Ming's forehead had gone black. The Davik, I can't see through this. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He faintly felt that what flooded his surroundings was the concept of death. If a life was born, death naturally followed. Death was the home which all life returned to. There was no life that could live forever. Even a great race had their prosperity and decline. Even a universe was born and eventually destroyed. If one could rid themselves of death, then that was the legendary law of eternal life. But even the creator of the Holy Scripture wasn't able to perfectly summarize the law of eternal life. In this situation, all life had to experience the concept of death, and this was also the most important part of life. This was because for all lives, the time they were alive was insignificant compared to the time they were dead. But how do I comprehend the concept of death? Comprehending death was far more difficult than comprehending life. This was because Lin Ming was a living being to begin with, so understanding life was easier for him. It was impossible for Lin Ming to commit suicide to experience death. As all sorts of thoughts were racing through Lin Ming's mind, a red light flashed and Ruby appeared beside him. She said, "Brother Lin, there's some people there." Ruby pointed towards the black fog. Lin Ming couldn't see through it at all. "What sort of people?" Lin Ming asked, startled. Many people. They all look different. Some have wings. Some have horns. Some have tails. And some don't even look like people but look like fierce beasts or strange beasts. They are all crawling out from the ground beneath the black stones. Crawling out from beneath the black stones? Lin Ming's mind chilled. That was the same as crawling out from a grave. No wonder he had felt that these black stones were similar to tombstones. Yet even now, Lin Ming couldn't see these figures that Ruby spoke of. "Ah," Ruby gasped. "What is it?" Lin Ming hurriedly asked. They are being killed. Someone's killing them. That person is so scary. They are holding a scythe in one hand and a black book in the other." Scythe? Black book? Lin Ming's thoughts raced. These two things caused him to think of legendary depictions of the god of death. In particular, that black book caused Lin Ming to form even more associations. He remembered that in the ancient ruins within the Akashic Dream battlefield, in the great battle between the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture, the creator of the Holy Scripture had been holding a black book in his hands. What kind of book is it? Is this person a man or a woman? A black book. There's a blood-red pattern upon it. A man. Ruby rapidly breathed out. For some reason, after this black figure with his black book appeared, she felt a deep sense of unease swell within her. Lin Ming could already confirm that the black book Ruby spoke of was likely the black book he had seen in the ancient ruins within the Akashic Dream battlefield. If so, then was this person the creator of the Holy Scripture? Then who was the mysterious woman from before? Lin Ming's thoughts became increasingly tangled. Were there two creators of the Holy Scripture? Without a doubt, the black figure that Ruby saw was more similar to the creator of the Holy Scripture that he had seen in the ancient battlefield ruins. At the very least, they were both men. Black book. Are they really golden pages? Before this, Lin Ming had always believed that the golden pages were parts of the Holy Scripture that had fallen down, and the portions that had been collected and organized together formed the Spirita's Holy Scripture that was in the hands of the Soul Emperor. But now it seemed that he had been mistaken. In fact, just thinking about it a little more carefully, the golden pages were far too large. When they were fully unfolded, they were the size of a small cassia. They just didn't seem like pages at all. Moreover, there were only 10 golden pages. If one had to form a book with them, then this book would be far too large and far too thin. Unfortunately, I cannot see the form of this killer, and I also don't know what the appearance of this mysterious black book wielder is like. Lin Ming revolved the Davik eye but was still completely unable to pierce through the black fog. The mysterious death energy was even able to cover up the vision of his Davik eye. He was faintly aware that after comprehending the raindrop diagram, he had likely lit up the 5th soul sea mark. But what followed after that was the 6th soul sea mark. The 5th soul sea mark was life and the 6th soul sea mark was death. At this point, Lin Ming felt that grasping the principles on the shrine platform was no longer as simple as obtaining a golden page from the fallen God mountain range. This was a a turning point that allowed him to peep into the law inheritances of the Holy Scripture's creator. Thinking of this, Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath and became increasingly excited. The Azura Road Master and the creator of the Holy Scripture were two peerless characters that existed 10 billion years ago. But the two of them walked down completely divergent roads of martial arts. One focused within, one focused without. If he could simultaneously obtain the inheritances of these two peerless powerhouses and cultivate the outside and inside worlds, just what boundaries would he reach? If he could fuse the two together, then his future achievements would be unimaginable. He might even surpass the Azura Road Master and surpass the creator of the Holy Scripture, establishing a new boundary that had never been reached before. Realizing this, Lin Ming was increasingly sure that the shrine platforms on the Fallen God Mountain range were in truth a rich trove of inheritances and also a massive lucky chance. However, wanting to obtain any enlightenment from here was far, far too difficult. Since ancient times, countless Spiritas elites had attempted to grasp the principles here, but they had all returned with nothing. Because so many people failed over the years, many people arrived here with thoughts of only giving it a try, and believed that not comprehending anything here wouldn't be a loss at all. They simply didn't think about obtaining the golden page and only wanted to come here and take a brief look around. In fact, many people believed that it wasn't suitable to cultivate here for a long period of time because the laws were chaotic. But they didn't realize that it was because of these chaotic laws that they couldn't comprehend anything. At the Fallen God Mountain range, there were a considerable number of young elites that could light up the fifth soul sea mark after spending 5 or 6 years here. But the light of their soul sea marks would be dim, like a candle fading in the wind. In this sort of situation, it would be impossible for them to light the sixth soul sea mark. Thus, within the history of the Spiritas, it was extremely rare for anyone to manage to light the sixth soul sea mark. If one did, they would inevitably become some great figure in the future. Of these people, there were peak Empyreans and true divinities. Even the worst amongst them were ordinary Empyreans, and these ordinary Empyreans had bumpy roads growing up or had exhausted their potential midway. The sixth soul sea was incredibly difficult to reach. It was a miracle to light it up. And now, whether it was Lin Ming or Xiang Mei, both were rushing to the sixth soul sea, challenging this enormously difficult checkpoint. As it stood, no one believed that Lin Ming or Xiang Mei would fail the sixth soul sea checkpoint. This was because those that failed all shared a common factor, and that was that they barely managed to open the fifth soul sea mark. However, Lin Ming and Xiang Mei's fifth soul sea marks shined like stars and moons, shocking anyone who saw them. In the opinion of those watching, it was only a matter of time until Xiang Mei and Lin Ming lit up the sixth soul seas. Grasping the principles atop the shrine platforms wasn't something accomplished quickly. When ancient true divinities were in their youth and came here to attempt grasping the principles, they would often spend 10 years or longer here. And these young true divinities would come here on several occasions, grasping different principles and experiencing different things each time. As Lin Ming thought, the shrine platforms of the Fallen God Mountain range were more than just vehicles for one to obtain the golden page. Rather, they were a profound inheritance left behind by the creator of the Holy Scripture. How much one could comprehend all depended on one's ability. Ancient true divinities even regarded this as a cultivation land. It is said that the great Brahmic God King spent 5 years here to light the sixth soul sea, and then tried grasping further principles for another 6 years but failed to accomplish anything. 1,000 years after that, when the great Brahmic God King was almost 3,000 years old, he returned to the Fallen God Mountain range once more. At that time, he was a peak great world king and nearly a half-step Empyrean. But his attempt at enlightenment remained unchanged from the past, and he wasn't able to light up the final soul sea mark. In the crowd, someone recounted the history of the peerless characters that came from the soul world. I don't know how long Empress Xiang Mei will take, but her results will definitely be better than those of the great Brahmic God King. There's also that Lin Mook. Although I don't want to admit it, he is really too fierce. Perhaps he really might be able to create a miracle. The great Brahmic God King had spent 5 years. If Xiang Mei or Lin Ming were able to accomplish the same in 4 years, that would already be a world-shocking event. This was equivalent to surpassing a true divinity when at the same boundary. In particular, The great Brahmic god king was someone who had shocked the world with a single feat during his youth, a peerless character who grew up overwhelming everyone around him. He wasn't like some true divinities who slowly matured and only displayed their incredible potential during the world king or empyrean realm. At this time, within the world of his mind, Lin Ming had used a full month but still wasn't able to see the black shadow that Ruby spoke of. All he saw was black fog filled with death energy all around him. This black fog seemed to possess the power to destroy all, making it so that no one could see through it. Moreover, the continuous consumption of soul force left Lin Ming a bit impatient. After Lin Ming comprehended a part of the life laws, he originally was able to absorb soul force from the world to restore himself. Thus he didn't need to rest. Even sitting in meditation for 10 years at a single time shouldn't be a problem. But in this world of death, the concept of life was suppressed and Lin Ming could feel the life force within him constantly leaking out. Once he exhausted the entirety of his strength, he would have no choice but to awake from his meditation and leave the shrine platform to rest. Lin Ming didn't want to give up halfway during his attempt at enlightenment. Trying to grasp the principles like this meant that he would have to comprehend from the start again and would waste a massive amount of time. Moreover, his comprehensions wouldn't form a whole, making it so that there would be certain areas lacking in his enlightenment. "Ruby, is that person's shadow there?" Lin Ming asked. Ruby pointed towards a direction and said, "Over there, just 30 feet away. He's killing a vicious beast." After Lin Ming heard this, a severe light flashed in his eyes. He shot forwards like an arrow, firing straight towards the direction that Ruby pointed in. And the distance he went was exactly 30 feet. Ah! Ruby was frightened to see Lin Ming's sudden movement. This was because the place where Lin Ming stopped was right in front of that black shadow's scythe. "Brother Lin." Ruby paled. At this time, the scythe was already slashing Lin Ming. Shwa! The scythe cut across Lin Ming's body. As the blade bit into his body, he could feel the sharp black edge and the aura of death within it. In that moment, he felt as if his own soul would be severed. An incomparably rich death energy poured out from the scythe blade and poured itself into Lin Ming's body, making his heart nearly stop. In that moment, Lin Ming thought he had really been killed. Even his fires of life began to rapidly fade away because of this strike. However, this was only a fleeting moment. The shadow left and the vicious beast lay dead. As for Lin Ming, he had only been casually cut through. Lin Ming fell to his knees, his entire body streaming with a cold sweat. That strike had consumed a massive amount of his soul force, and he even thought that his spiritual sea would be sliced in half. As the scythe cut across his head, Lin Ming felt the world around him disappear. All that was left over was the scythe formed from death itself, swallowing everything. How terrifying! A mere phantom left behind from 10 billion years ago actually possesses such power. Lin Ming understood what happened. It was impossible for the scythe phantom from 10 billion years ago to possess any material striking power. But the moment it cut across his soul force, he felt as if he had thoroughly died. This was because the blade contained the concept of death. This concept of death had stayed here for 10 billion years without vanishing. When the concept of death entered his body just now, Lin Ming felt as if he had experienced a period of death. If one's soul wasn't powerful enough and attempted what Lin Ming just tried, their soul would have been cut in half by that scythe. With the destruction of the soul, the body would also die. In other words, the master of the Holy Scripture's scythe phantom from 10 billion years ago was still able to pass through the endlessly glorious river of time and kill people. Just what sort of terrifying might was that? Lin Ming took a deep breath and stood up. He looked towards Ruby. Ruby's small face was still ashen and she covered her wide mouth with her hands. "I'm fine," Lin Ming said. He couldn't understand her. There were far too many secrets on this little girl's body. She could easily see through everything, but she also seemed to know nothing about the mysteries of the laws. "That person's shadow, where is he again?" Lin Ming asked. Ruby hesitated and pointed in another direction. Lin Ming rushed there once more. Lin Ming experienced another moment of death. But what was different was that this time, the mysterious black book formed an endless vortex that sank into Lin Ming's heart. In that instant, Lin Ming felt his heart decay and the flow of blood in his body come to a complete stop. His entire body froze, eventually become bones. This feeling was like witnessing his death with his own eyes. Witnessing his corpse slowly rot over countless thousands of years until only a skeleton was left remaining. These two experiences were both moments of death, but the feeling they gave Lin Ming were completely different. Now, where is that person's shadow? Lin Ming asked Ruby to point out the direction once more. Like this, Lin Ming determined the position of the shadow and ran over again and again. Every time he would experience a moment of death, but what he comprehended was different each time. Slowly, the black energy between Lin Ming's eyebrows became increasingly thick. He also consumed his soul force at an increasingly rapid rate. At this time, changes began to manifest on Lin Ming's body in the outside world. Dark clouds seemed to cover his face and a faint death energy exuded from his body. His strength rapidly passed away and he seemed on the verge of death. Eventually, even black blood began flowing out from the corners of Lin Ming's lips. Seeing this, the Spiritas martial artists gathered around the shrine platforms were left speechless. Last time when Lin Ming was lighting the fifth soul sea, he appeared to have overdrawn his soul force and had started bleeding from his head, almost completely exhausted. But before long, he was bursting with energy once more. Moreover, after Xianxia lit the fifth soul sea, Lin Ming had lit his fifth soul sea right after, and the phenomenon that followed his was far superior to Xianxia's. Those people that were mocking Lin Ming all had their faces slapped and their reputations torn down. And before that, when Lin Ming first came to the Fallen God Mountain range to attempt enlightenment, the result was that he had been locked down by the divine sense of a true divinity, and teams of martial artists took transmission arrays to catch up to this place and kill Lin Ming. Those people had been elites from Great Brahmic God Mountain, characters who had managed to become world kings when they were 1,000 years old and had high chances of becoming empyreans in the future. These many proud children of heaven led an assault on Lin Ming, even posting a sky-high bounty reward so that the other young elites at the Fallen God Mountain range would help strike down Lin Ming. These young elites at the Fallen God Mountain range had watched as Lin Ming fought until his entire body was bloodied and the situation had reached incredibly tragic levels. When Lin Ming seemed on the verge of defeat, these people had stepped into the fray, hoping to pick up some small advantages, but finally, they met horrible ends. As the young elites present thought back to the scene of a year ago when swathes of people were being slaughtered, they felt a cold chill creep down their back. Now, these young elites at the Fallen God Mountain range watched on as Lin Ming's complexion darkened, seeming as if he had been poisoned and would die soon. They glanced at each other, not sure what feeling was in their heart. They felt that a freakish person like Lin Ming should really be punished by the heavens and struck down by a bolt of lightning. Every time when he seemed almost exhausted and his situation was dire, he would suddenly erupt with some ridiculous strength, frightening everyone that was watching him. But, even as some people were left speechless, some still hadn't given up. They said in a low voice, "This time he really must be in trouble." There were too many martial artists surrounding the shrine platforms, and there would always be those who didn't believe in superstitious nonsense. There were also some people that looked at Xianxia. They felt that her current situation was also poor. After all, when comprehending the concept of death, it wasn't easy for one to restore their soul force. Even someone like Xianxia had to suffer layers of problems as she tried to grasp the principles. Xianxia's enlightenment was vastly different from Lin Ming's, but she also faced endless death energy all around her. Even if Xianxia's understandings of the concept of death had reached a nearly unimaginable level, she still found it hard to find a way out from this endless death energy in a short period of time. In this environment where there was only death and no life, Xianxia's soul force was similarly being slowly used up. Time passed, day by day. No matter how deep Lin Ming's background was or how solid his foundation, his strength wasn't endless. It was impossible for him to be cut down an infinite number of times by the shadow. He didn't just sit there and wait for moments of death, and these scythes weren't needlessly suffered. Every time Lin Ming experienced a moment of death, his understanding into the concept of death became increasingly profound. Slowly, Lin Ming could already absorb the spiritual energy in this land of death to slowly restore himself. Although his rate of regeneration couldn't catch up to his rate of consumption, the situation was much better than before. A month passed. On this day, as the black book emitted black energy light that broke into Lin Ming's body, the golden pages within Lin Ming's body began to be drawn towards this black energy, quietly humming. In that moment, the scene in front of Lin Ming flickered and he could see a dim shadow. Lin Ming found himself short of breath. His heart was caught in that black light and started rapidly and tenaciously beating. He saw it. He had finally seen the shadow that grasped the concept of death. Although it was only the briefest of glances, this still left a profoundly indelible mark on Lin Ming's innermost feelings. This person was the creator of the Holy Scripture that he had seen in the ancient battlefield ruins. And the feeling this person gave off was one of infinite killing intent. Compared to the mysterious woman from before, they represented two polar extremes. That mysterious woman seemed to be the mother of all existence, filled with an incomparably boundless vitality. But for this shadow in front of him, it was like there was a fathomless blood pond from hell within his body. One represented life, one represented death. They were two extremes of existence. As for the golden pages that trembled within Lin Ming's body, they faintly resonated with the mysterious black book. The concepts of life and death flowed within them. Lin Ming had a faint understanding of what happened. Perhaps the legendary Spirita's holy scripture was in truth only this black book. As he recalled the contents of the golden pages, he vaguely felt that the golden pages and black book were both true parts of the holy scripture. But the golden pages were of life and the black book was of death. What the Soul Emperor controlled should be the complete and original book of death. As for the pages of life, the Soul Emperor had copies. In addition, he also had several of the golden pages. In other words, the Soul Emperor nearly possessed the entire Holy Scripture. Thinking of this, Lin Ming realized just how terrifying the Soul Emperor was. Many times, whether a race could be called the strongest race or a sect could be called the number one sect looked not at the population or number of masters, but the most powerful existence amongst them. The greatest powerhouse often determined the level of an influence. The reason the Spiritas dared to call themselves a peak race of the universe was likely because of the Soul Emperor and the Holy Scripture. Of course, the Saint's good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't weak either. This was because the good fortune Saint Sovereign possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Between the original copy of the Holy Scripture and the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, Lin Ming found it hard to decide which divine object was a greater influence on a martial artist's growth. However, now was not the time to think of such things. Lin Ming took advantage of his rapid progress in comprehending the concept of death and began to absorb the soul force in this land of death. At the same time, he continuously looked for the phantom of the Holy Scripture's creator, withstanding his attacks and comprehending the mysteries of the concept of death in that brief moment. Time and time again, Lin Ming experienced moments of death. Slowly, the restoration of his soul force had caught up to the rate at which he was consuming it. Several more months passed. Lin Ming's restorative rate began to grow larger than his rate of consumption. His physical strength, vitality, and energy started to quickly recover. Between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the Davik eye shined bright. Every movement of the shadow seemed to slow to a crawl, allowing Lin Ming to gain a better understanding of them. He withstood the attacks of the shadow without end. Later, he even began to imitate the shadow, copying his movements and the changes in his aura. The more Lin Ming tried to copy this shadow, the more he could feel just how terrifying this other person's boundary was. Even though the actions seemed simple and plain, they actually contained endless mysteries. Month after month, Lin Ming was lost in a drunken trance. And in the outside world, the martial artists around the shrine platforms watched helplessly on. Indeed, this cockroach-like Lin Ming couldn't be underestimated. If anyone thought Lin Ming was good to bully just because he showed some signs of weakening, they would absolutely suffer a miserable fate. But at the same time, Shang Mei also restored herself. Her talent was amazing. She didn't have the red-dressed little girl following beside her and giving her pointers, but instead relied completely on her own intuition to find a path to the concept of death in the thick black fog. Her road in grasping the principles had been far more difficult than Lin Ming's. Like this, Xianxia and Lin Ming spent over 2 years on the shrine platforms. News of Xianxia and Lin Ming's competition and the fact that they had opened the fifth soul sea and were rushing towards the sixth had long since spread throughout the Akashic Dream universe. For these last 2 years, more and more martial artists rushed towards the fallen God mountain range. Many of these people were outstanding elites of various great influences. However, they only watched from a distance. In fact, the shrine platforms nearest to Xianxia and Lin Ming were empty. An invisible soul force domain shrouded the two people, making it difficult for others to approach. Time quietly passed. Another year passed. Now it had been 3 years. When a martial artist reached the Holy Lord realm, their cultivation speed would drastically slow down. To these long-lived martial artists, 3 years of life could be called a single round of meditation. By now, whether it was Xianxia or Lin Ming, they had already completely adapted to using their soul force in this land of death. Now they could expend all their efforts on comprehending the death laws. Seeing Lin Ming and Xianxia competing on par with each other, many people didn't know what to feel. Was this human really that heaven-defying? Disregarding the essence gathering system, Lin Ming was able to roll over all other Spiritas martial artists in comprehending the inheritance left behind by the ancient ancestor of the Spiritas, even competing evenly with Xianxia. I believe that the Soul Empress will win, Jade Lifestone said with certainty. As Xianxia's diehard supporter, he secretly cheered her on. By now, 3 years and 6 months had passed. On this day, a shocking scene occurred. On the shrine platform that Lin Ming was sitting on, a massive amount of world soul force gathered around him. Endless brilliance began to radiate outwards, shooting into the highest heavens, surging through the void and covering all space for 100 miles. A glorious halo appeared with rosy clouds, followed by melodies of the great Tao. What? It has only been 3.5 years. Could it be? No one dared to believe what they saw, nor were they willing to. But reality was cruel and merciless. On the shrine platform that Lin Ming sat upon, situated within a sheer cliff, strange runes began to light up. Like burning flames, a shimmering divine light shined out, emanating true meanings of the great Tao and causing the world around the fallen God mountain range to resonate. The sixth soul sea mark had been lit. This scene was witnessed by the countless elites of the soul world. At this moment, they felt as if something shattered in their hearts, making them feel nauseous. The entire soul race was compared to a single human. This human came alone and only had a middle Holy Lord cultivation with a less than 200-year skeletal age. However, there was not a single Spiritas able to compare with him. Their pride as the number 1 race of the 33 heavens had been crushed by a mere human. Even Xianxia hadn't been able to overtake him. This was just the greatest joke of all. Many people clenched their fists. Jade Lifestone bit his lips so hard that they turned deep purple. Soul Empress Xianxia will surely light the sixth soul sea mark soon. Soon, he prayed in his heart. This prayer was also the fervent hope of the countless Spiritas martial artists present. However, reality was indifferent to their pleas. Another 2 months passed and there was no stir from Xianxia's side. At this time, Xianxia pressed her eyebrows together, as if she had met some bottleneck in her enlightenment. To grasp the principles atop the shrine platform was far too difficult. These were the law inheritances left behind by the master of the Holy Scripture. Lin Ming had the mysterious red-dressed little girl to point out the way. Whether it was the concept of life or the concept of death, she was able to immediately see through them. Although she didn't understand the laws, her words gave tremendous inspirations to Lin Ming. But as for Xianxia, she suffered far more by relying on herself. It was only when 4 months passed, making it a total of 3 years and 10 months, that Xianxia's shrine platform lit up with a divine light. For a time, innumerable bright clouds gushed into the skies, shooting into the heavens and catching the attention of all. The Soul Empress has finally lit up the sixth soul sea. Many people looked towards Xianxia. To light up the sixth soul sea in less than 4 years was already a heaven-defying achievement. Compared to the great Brahmic God King in the past, she was faster by over a year. But compared to Lin Ming, She was late by several months. As everyone watched more carefully, they could faintly feel that although the glow of Xiang Mei's divine light was similarly dazzling, it seemed to hold a faintly inferior momentum compared to Lin Ming's. In terms of comprehending the concept of death, Xiang Mei had been forced to take many detours. She also consumed far more soul force than Lin Ming did. And what followed was the most critical moment. Many people didn't know what to feel. Once one lit up the seventh soul sea mark, that was considered as having obtained complete enlightenment, and one could obtain the golden page buried within the fallen god mountain range. In truth, when one reached enlightenment of this level, obtaining the golden page became secondary. As long as one could completely grasp the principles, they would be able to obtain a massive advantage, and their understanding into the life laws would reach staggering heights. It would play a tremendous role in a martial artist's future cultivation. This sort of lucky chance left others seething with envy. At this time, within the world of his mind, Lin Ming had already touched upon the threshold of the final soul sea mark. This final space had no mysterious woman, nor was there the peerless death god with his scythe and black god. Rather, what lay here was a simple stone platform. Lin Ming sat atop this stone platform, calmly lost in his arduous enlightenment. The auras of life and death brimmed around the stone platform. Countless Lo runes circled about. Between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the Davik eye emitted a dazzling sunbright light. All the Lo runes were caught in his divine sense, without a single one escaping his notice. The final enlightenment was to fuse together the two great laws of life and death. The difficulty of this level would depend on a martial artist's perception and whether or not their previous enlightenments were thorough. If a martial artist just barely managed to grasp the concept of death before reaching this point and attempted the final fusion like this, it would be like drawing water without a source. It was naturally impossible to succeed. For the last 10 billion years, all the young true divinities had failed in attempting to reach the seventh soul sea mark. This wasn't because their perception was lacking, but because the sixth soul sea mark, the concept of death, had been far, far too difficult to understand. Even those young true divinities had barely managed to comprehend it and had consumed far too much energy in the process. But to Lin Ming this wasn't a problem at all, because his comprehensions of the concepts of life and death were extremely solid. All he needed to do was fuse the two together. This was an extremely long process. With Lin Ming's comprehensive capabilities after opening the Davik eye, he gradually fused them together without resorting to any shortcuts. Time slowly passed. Whether it was Xiang Mei or Lin Ming, both were lost in a trance. And at this time, many young elites had journeyed to the fallen god mountain range to witness these two peerless geniuses with their own eyes. They wanted to be present when this legendary historical miracle occurred. Because the time span was far too long, many young elites came and left and then returned. They watched Lin Ming and Xiang Mei try to reach enlightenment. Some people even came into contact with the soul force domain that Lin Ming and Xiang Mei emitted and were able to gain some minor benefits in understanding the concepts of life and death. Of course, the young Spiritas elites that could accomplish this were all extremely talented individuals, people with astonishing perceptions. I wonder whether Lin Mook or Empress Xiang Mei will be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of the phantom god spirit cliff. For so many years, young true divinities have meditated on these shrine platforms and eventually failed, and it's always felt a bit too fantastical to me. Two peerless characters had appeared together, and what was most ridiculous was that one of them was a human. This left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. And these two people are both younger than the great Brahmic god king was, and their talent is far more terrifying. In the future, they will definitely become true divinities. For them to create a miracle here isn't an impossibility. Perhaps the two of them might even surpass the ancient elites of 10 billion years ago. 10 billion years in the past. That was the peak of the martial arts civilization. The kings and elites of that era were on average far more powerful than those of today. As for the current martial arts civilization, the truth was that they had undergone a tremendous decline before slowly redeveloping. If an elite of the current era could surpass those of the ancient past, that was an amazing achievement. History cannot be changed so easily. There are many people who believed that the rules of the fallen god mountain range's phantom god spirit cliff have slowly changed over time. That after 10 billion years, This place is no longer suitable for enlightenment. Moreover, the ones who said these things were Supreme Spirita's elders. I believe there should be some truth to their words. Every person had a different opinion. Many people waited here. Some tried to attempt enlightenment, some tried to cultivate, and like this 3 years passed. Many elites from Empyrean influences came to the Fallen God Mountain range, and even elites from true divinity level influences. They all used recording crystals or photographic array discs to record the scene of Lin Ming and Xiang Mei attempting enlightenment, and then hurried back to report their information. From all over, hundreds and thousands of large influences had gathered. For a human with heaven-defying talent to suddenly appear in the soul world, this naturally caught the attention of all these influences. In addition, they were also concerned with Xiang Mei's current condition now that she had completed her 7th revolution. Another 3 years passed. Lin Ming and Xiang Mei were like statues, completely motionless. Up to this point, nearly 10 years had passed since they started grasping the principles atop the shrine platforms. In the considerably long history of the Spiritas, no one had ever managed to thoroughly comprehend the inheritances of the Fallen God Mountain range. Because of this, no one knew how long Lin Ming and Xiang Mei would continue in this state. Time passed. Spring and fall came and left, and the 10th year soon finished. Suddenly, a vast divine light fell from the void, scattering all the fog from the Fallen God Mountain range. This divine light was like a holy blade that thrust into the skies above the Fallen God Mountain range before eventually falling down onto the shrine platform where Lin Ming was. Lin Ming, together with the shrine platform that was several thousands of feet high, was completely shrouded by that pure divine light. For a time, crazy winds rose throughout the entire Fallen God Mountain range. Soul force crazily converged, gathering into a massive vortex that swirled around Lin Ming. Endless soul force revolved, forming a massive spiral-shaped arm that sucked up all the law fragments around the Fallen God Mountain range. The center of the vortex slowly fell down, forming a titanic funnel that dropped onto Lin Ming. As everyone saw this, they were incomparably shocked. They could faintly realize that Lin Ming's enlightenment was reaching its final crescendo. In other words, he would really light the 7th soul sea mark soon. Everyone stared blankly on as the runes on Lin Ming's shrine platform shined. Light spread all over, lighting up the entire shrine platform like a rising sun. The 7th soul mark had lit up. Seeing this scene, even though the Spiritas elites had steeled their minds for it, they were still left dumbfounded. They found it hard to come up with any words. This was because they knew this was a moment where history was being rewritten. Lin Ming had created a history of his own. And what they found the hardest to accept was that the one who created this history was actually a human. He had taken away the inheritance that no Spiritas elite had managed to take through all these years. This result left all the Spiritas elites feeling frustrated. As for supporters of Xiang Mei like Jade Lifestone and the others, they felt sick to their stomachs. This is. A Spiritas elite suddenly pointed towards the skies. In that purple vortex, blue and black energies circulated, like a yin-yang diagram. These two energies twined together, mutually relying on and enhancing the other. This scene continued for an incense stick of time. Slowly, these two energies dissipated, spreading out and becoming outlines of runes in the skies. These runes spread out far and wide into the horizon, each one containing the infinite charm of the great Tao, making the heart race. These are runes condensed from the source laws of the concepts of life and death. The elites present included several world king-level powerhouses. As they originated from large influences, they had extraordinary experiences. When they saw these life and death runes form with their own eyes, their minds trembled. As everyone heard a world king speak, they all turned to look at the spinning runes in the skies. Most of them were unable to ascertain the mysteries contained within the runes, but they could still clearly feel just how terrifying these runes were. This was because the aura of these runes was able to faintly affect their souls and blood energies, causing their entire beings to resonate with them. These were the source laws of life and death. Many martial artists who came to the Fallen God Mountain range might not be able to comprehend any profound principles, but they still knew that on the Shine platforms, the main focus was on the laws of life and death. When these two laws joined together, they created existence itself. Seeing these dancing runes in the air, these martial artists were left seething with jealousy. If they could just obtain a single rune and perceive it, then the benefits to their cultivation could be imagined. And as their eyes blazed with greed, they focused their vision on these law runes in the wild hopes that they would be able to comprehend something. But suddenly, the vortex accelerated in speed before slowly settling down and converging on a single point. Winds whipped up. With Lin Ming as the center, all of these law runes swept into him, as if he were a whale drinking in water. This is Dash. Everyone's eyes widened. They watched helplessly as the hundreds and thousands of law runes plunged into Lin Ming's body, vanishing like snowflakes falling into water. The highest truths of the heavenly Tao had formed mystical runes that carved themselves into Lin Ming's bones and blood. Law fragments evolved into runes, burying themselves into his flesh. This. Many people felt their jaws drop down. They couldn't come up with anything to say. For many elites of large influences, their eyes were red with desire. They would be more than satisfied with obtaining just a single one of these precious source runes. But what a pity! These wishes were nothing but a wild dream. All of them had been completely absorbed by Lin Ming. Just what kind of lucky chance was this? It left them jealous enough to vomit blood. I want one. Just a single one is fine. Some people whined and stomped their feet. These life and death runes sealed themselves within Lin Ming, becoming a part of him. Even though he wasn't able to perceive all of them now, as his cultivation increased, he would slowly be able to master their mysteries with twice the results and half the effort. This was the lucky chance one obtained after thoroughly comprehending the principles atop the fallen God mountain range. It was similar to when Lin Ming was baptized by the world laws during his ninefall. In the outside world, lighting the seventh soul sea mark seemed as if it had only taken a short period of time. But to Lin Ming it was like an incomparably long stretch of time has passed. In that moment, he could feel his body covered in that spinning soul force vortex. The innumerable law fragments converged into his body. These laws were far too mysterious. For a time, it would be impossible for Lin Ming to perceive them. Thus he swallowed them all into his body. The current Lin Ming was in an extremely delicate state. Although his consciousness was blurred, he still had absolute clarity of everything that was occurring around him. For 1,000 miles around this area of the fallen God mountain range, every plant, every martial artist, their expressions, their words, Lin Ming could feel them all clearly. Even the hidden ants in the dirt were clearly felt by Lin Ming. This was the power of life and death. For 1,000 miles around the fallen God mountain range, Lin Ming could keenly sense all lives as well energies of life and death. In a trance, a pure golden light flashed into existence within Lin Ming's field of vision. In that moment, Lin Ming was surrounded by a force field. A vast sea of golden energy surged around him. A thin golden page recklessly danced in this raging tide of energy. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He grabbed onto this thin golden page. He fixed his eyes upon it. It was the first metal page. The east of wood, the south of fire, the center of earth, the west of metal, the north of water. The first metal page was the seventh golden page. Without further ado, Lin Ming fused the golden page into his body. A vast energy of life and death broke into Lin Ming's flesh and blood and meridians, wildly circulating about. After grasping the principles atop the phantom god spirit cliff, Lin Ming's comprehensions of the concepts of life and death were completely incomparable to the past. As for the 10 golden pages, they all spoke of the concepts of life and death. If Lin Ming were to perceive them now, he would be able to do so at an astronomical rate. The body was a universe, and within this universe, one could form their own heavenly Tao, controlling all laws. This was why it was believed that with the universe of the body, every person was the ultimate master of their own universe. If they could thoroughly grasp the profound and complex principles of the body's universe, then they could release the full potential of their existence and obtain an unimaginable strength. As for the creator of the Holy Scripture, he was someone who walked to the peak of this road. He had even recognized that if he could completely comprehend the profound principles behind life and death, he could step into the boundary of immortality. For a time, Lin Ming's shrine platform blazed with countless lines. The seventh soul sea mark rumbled like an endless mantra that contained inexhaustible mysteries. And after Lin Ming thoroughly grasped the laws, he still sat in meditation. Many people didn't understand why. This brat, just what is he doing? Why is he sitting on the shrine platform still? Didn't he reach thorough enlightenment? He has opened the seventh soul sea mark and his grasp of the principles has reached perfection. So why hasn't he come down? Many soul world martial artists said with envy thick in their voices. They often sat on the shrine platforms for only several months before their soul force was exhausted and they were forced down. But Lin Ming actually stayed up there for a full 10 years to grasp the principles and light up the seven soul sea marks completely. Even so, he still sat there on the shrine platform like some elderly man without any intention of waking up. How could they not be enraged by this? He is perceiving the golden page. At this time, a world king elite from an Empyrean influence side. When the mysterious world lore runes came out, many of the martial artists with insufficient cultivation were only able to see the charm of the great Tao as it danced everywhere in the air. But as a world king, and an extremely talented one at that, he also saw a golden page flash within those lore runes like a wisp of golden light before sinking into Lin Ming's body. Afterwards, Lin Ming continued with his enlightenment. In a single go, Lin Ming had lit up 7 soul sea marks after grasping the principles for 10 years without needing a single breath of rest in the middle. Then, he even continued to perceive the golden page. The intensity of the soul force required for this and his comprehension of the laws left one sighing with praise. Many martial artists felt their jaws drop as they heard this world king speak. They were at a loss for words. To even continue perceiving the golden page now, was his spiritual sea made of divine iron or something? Isn't he tired? Doesn't he need to rest? Someone asked, puzzled. The world king shook his head. His understanding into the concept of life must have reached an incredibly high boundary. By just relying on the concept of life, he should be able to derive energy from the surrounding world to nourish his spiritual sea, so that his soul force continues to restore itself. For these last 10 years on the shrine platform, Lin Ming's comprehension of the laws has been making leaps and bounds forwards. Although it can't be called a state of sudden enlightenment, it is similar. In this state, he won't easily wake up. If I were him, I would also do the same. The world king who spoke had an extraordinary level of experience. Those who could become world kings before 3,000 years of age were all abnormal individuals, and with their eyesight they could naturally see what Lin Ming was doing. What? Sudden enlightenment for 10 years? Many people were stunned silent. A state of sudden enlightenment could only be discovered through a stroke of fate. In one's entire lifetime, they might encounter such a state only a dozen or so times, or even a few dozen times. Each time, entering this state for several hours was already more than amazing, and to be in this state for an entire day could be called a great lucky chance. But to enter a state of sudden enlightenment for 10 years, that was simply incredible. Since when had periods of sudden enlightenment become so cheap? Some people cursed in their hearts. The world king could sense the thoughts of these people. He shook his head, saying, "It's not that he entered sudden enlightenment for 10 continuous years, but that he regularly entered sudden enlightenment during these 10 years. Every time he did so, he would experience something different. When he invested all of his heart and mind into comprehending the laws, that could be called a state of sudden enlightenment. This is because he is too strong and also because the laws atop the shrine platform are too exquisite. Once one is submerged within them, it is easy to enter such a state. Unfortunately for you and me, even though we know what is happening, it is still impossible for us to comprehend the laws atop the shrine platform. This is just like entering a treasure mountain but having no ability to dig out the treasure. At the end, we can only leave after picking out a few bits of gold scattered on the ground. The difference between us is just far too great. The world king side. The laws at the fallen god mountain range weren't actually chaotic. It was just that they weren't able to comprehend them. And in truth, the Soul Empress is also in a similar state, but The difference is she's just a tad slower than Lin Mook. Someone looked towards Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was shrouded in a gentle and mysterious halo of light, like a holy goddess from the highest heavens. She was completely oblivious to what was happening in the outside world. Soul Empress? Jade Lifestone gripped his fists. As one of Xianxia's most fervent supporters, he certainly wasn't feeling good about how things had turned out. In fact, Xianxia's performance was already more than heaven-defying. However, an even more monstrous genius had arrived and forcefully surpassed Xianxia. Grasping the principles was a lonely and bitter experience. Martial artists who sat in meditation would often forget the passing of the years. When they closed and opened their eyes, dozens of years could pass as if they had awoken from some deep dream. Lin Ming and Xianxia were also the same. Like this, another 2 years passed. One night, Xianxia's shrine platform began to emit soft ripples of light. People watched with amazement as a bright and round moon rose up behind Xianxia. Brilliant moonlight glowed with the light of the great Tao, and a faint palace could be seen floating within it. The lilting song of a goddess echoed outwards, and this enchanting immortal tune accompanied the aura of the great Tao, making people feel lost in ecstasy within the melody. Soul Empress, someone excitedly said. Xianxia had finally lit up the 7th soul sea mark. Between the heavens and earth, endless soul force gathered, condensing into a blue lake that floated above the shrine platform. This lake had fish, plants, and shrimp within it. The plants glittered like carved crystals, and the fish and shrimp were brimming with spirituality. The aura of the concepts of life and death condensed in the lake waters, forming all sorts of mystical runes. These runes wandered in the water, filling everything with an auspicious and peaceful feeling. After the Soul Empress lit up the 7th soul sea, she also formed law runes. Someone cried out in alarm. This was the same as Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming's law runes formed in a massive soul force vortex, whereas Xianxia's law runes formed in the peaceful waters of a lake. From opening the 5th and 6th soul sea marks, the phenomena that appeared on Xianxia's shrine platform were completely different from the phenomena that Lin Ming produced. Although Xianxia's phenomena were beautiful and sacred, they missed a bit of Lin Ming's swift fierceness and overwhelming aggressiveness. The runes within the lake waters began to converge into Xianxia's body. For a time, Xianxia's entire body was drenched in this lake water, her clothes floating and rippling about her, making her seem like a beauty not of this world. A moment later, all of this lake water submerged into Xianxia's body, vanishing without a trace. Then, Xianxia's eyes flashed open. Her clothes fluttered about her and she stepped onto the wind, floating like a goddess exiled from the highest heavens, ethereal and untainted by the world. She had secluded herself from the world for 12 years, immersing herself in the world of her mind. She had no idea what happened in the outside world. Soul Empress. The Soul Empress is awake. Many people excitedly said. The Soul Empress had also thoroughly grasped the principles atop the fallen god mountain range, the only difference being that she was slower than Lin Ming. Xianxia didn't care about the excited martial artists all around her. In truth, compared with 12 years ago when Xianxia first started grasping the principles, there was over a dozen times the number of martial artists present. Now, whether it was space in the skies or on the ground, the phantom god spirit cliff was piled up with crowds of people. Even those people who had been grasping the principles atop the shrine platforms had stopped as they noticed Xianxia wake up. They all turned to look at her. After being stared at by all these people, and even with there being dozens of times more martial artists than there were originally, Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. She was slowly savoring what she had experienced and obtained in these last 12 years. I have finally become aware of the laws atop the shrine platform. Although I have only perceived the tip of the laws here, I have still done so. Once I complete my 8th revolution, I can return to the fallen god mountain range and comprehend even more things. Xianxia has grasped the principles for 12 years and fully realized just how difficult it was to do so. It was no wonder that for billions of years, there hadn't been a single Spiritas martial artist that had managed to completely open the 7 soul sea marks. It was just far too difficult a task. Even young true divinities weren't able to accomplish this. But Xianxia was someone who had read the almost complete Spirita's Holy Scripture and also experienced 7 reincarnations. This was equivalent to undergoing 7 cycles of life and death. Thus, her understandings towards the concepts of life and death had reached a mind-boggling boundary. In this case, even though she came to the shrine platform to grasp the principles, she was still barely able to perceive the true meaning of the laws here. Others simply wouldn't have her lucky chances, so the possibility of them successfully grasping the principles was nearly zero. Recalling the 12 years of grasping the principles, in particular opening the 6th soul sea mark, the difficulty of this trial left one dumbfounded. Even Xianxia had nearly fallen off the shrine platform, unable to continue. If this had happened, Xianxia would no longer have been able to completely grasp the principles in a single attempt. It would inevitably have been a tremendous disappointment. As all these thoughts raced through her mind, she looked towards Lin Ming. She saw that Lin Ming was still sitting on his shrine platform, not finished with his meditation. Xianxia always believed that Lin Ming was strong, perhaps even stronger than she was at the same cultivation boundary. But in terms of understanding existence and the laws of existence, it was impossible for Lin Ming to compare with her. In terms of grasping the principles atop the shrine platform, Xianxia had absolute confidence she could suppress Lin Ming. Thus, when Lin Ming proposed conditions in forming an alliance with the humans and Spiritas, that was the reason why her response had been so cold, because she didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to fulfill his conditions. Now that she saw Lin Ming immersed in his meditation still, she wasn't surprised at all. However, she didn't feel any deep sense of achievement either, because in terms of the existence laws, it would be natural for her to win against Lin Ming. But after several breaths of time passed, her expression froze. Something was wrong. She looked at the shrine platform Lin Ming sat upon and could see the 7 soul sea marks shining brightly. Moreover, that final 7th soul sea mark was like a dazzling sun, illuminating the world. Xianxia was startled. How could this be? Lin Ming had finished a step ahead of her and had thoroughly comprehended the laws atop the shrine platform. And now, he had likely already obtained the golden page and was perceiving it as well as the life and death runes that had fused into his body. She had no idea just how long he had been in this state. As for Xianxia, she had just lit up the 7th soul sea mark. That was equivalent to being utterly defeated by Lin Ming even with a home field advantage. Although Xianxia was normally indifferent and blasé, the truth was that she had always possessed a proud heart. In the Azura Road's final trial when she faced the undying polar ice, it was Lin Ming who had performed the final strike. But in that battle, Xianxia had played an offensive and defensive role, and her performance went far beyond Lin Ming's. Thus, Xianxia hadn't lost in the Azura Road. But now, atop the fallen god mountain range's shrine platforms which should have been her specialty, the domain which she excelled in, she had actually lost. She felt this was simply unbelievable. She didn't underestimate herself, nor did she not accept the facts laid out before her. She just found it hard to believe. No wonder I didn't obtain a golden page after completely grasping the principles here. Xianxia suddenly realized what happened. The golden page had been taken by Lin Ming first. She took a deep breath and looked towards Jade Lifestone. She knew that Jade Lifestone was a disciple of her soul rapture holy lands. When did he light the 7th soul sea mark? How much earlier was he? Xianxia's sound transmission startled Jade Lifestone. Of all people, Xianxia had sent him a sound transmission. Although he was a disciple of the soul rapture holy lands, he had never exchanged words with Xianxia before. He had only seen her profile from a far-off distance. But now, Xianxia actually sent him a sound transmission. Although it was because of Lin Mook, this was more than enough to leave him bubbling with excitement. It was just that Xianxia's question left him a little depressed after the initial excitement wore off. Xianxia had lost. In his opinion, she was an omnipotent existence, a talent that was unprecedented since ancient times even through the entire 33 heavens. Even so, she had lost to a human. Our reporting to the Soul Empress. Lin Mook used 10 years. He was earlier than the Empress by 2 years. Because of his happiness, Jade Lifestone's voice trembled. 2 years. Xiang Mei's pupils shrank. She was fully aware of just how difficult grasping the principles atop the shrine platform was. She thought she had reached the peak of possibilities in terms of speed, but she had been 2 years behind Lin Ming. How had he accomplished this? As she recalled the concept of death from the 6th Soul Sea Mark, as well as needing to fuse the concepts of life and death together for the 7th Soul Sea Mark, Xiang Mei was at a loss to explain just how Lin Ming had done this in a short 10 years of time. How terrifying! This was the first time that Xiang Mei had felt such terror from Lin Ming. Besides the Soul Emperor, there had never been anyone who had given her such a feeling. And the reason she felt such a feeling from the Soul Emperor was because his strength was truly horrifying. When the Soul Emperor was young, the truth was that his achievements were similar to those of the great Brahmic God King. It was only when he became an Empyrean that he soared into the heavens, and one of the chief reasons behind this was naturally the Spirita's Holy Scripture. As for Lin Ming, his raw talent was frightening. It left anyone lost in his dust. After composing herself, Xiang Mei sighed. Then, she sat down and began meditating on the shrine platform. Faintly, a strange feeling appeared in her heart. She looked in Lin Ming's direction, and the place she looked at was behind him. Xiang Mei lightly said, her eyebrows pressing together. In that brief moment she had felt a faint life form behind Lin Ming, an incomparably pure power of soul force that was even purer than her own. Ah! Ruby was startled. She quickly hid in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This was the first time that she had encountered someone able to sense her. When she saw Xiang Mei successfully grasp the principles, she had been filled with curiosity and had come out to take a look. But she didn't expect that she would be noticed by Xiang Mei. Her keen divine sense far surpassed that of an Empyrean. An illusion? Xiang Mei slightly frowned. She didn't believe there was a problem with her divine sense, so she attributed what she experienced just now to something on Lin Ming's body. She didn't know that the reason she lost to Lin Ming wasn't because her perception was inferior, but because of that incomparably pure soul force she had just felt. Lin Ming had that mysterious little girl aiding him, but Xiang Mei had depended on herself alone. If the two of them had fairly competed, the results would have been completely different. Of course, no matter what the reason was, Lin Ming running into that red-dressed little girl could be called his lucky chance, and Xiang Mei was defeated all the same. At this time, many people felt pity for Xiang Mei. They sighed deeply over the injustice of Xiang Mei losing. She should have been able to obtain the golden page and become a legend, but she was late by just a single step and had been suppressed by Lin Ming. For at least 2 to 3 billion years, there had never been anyone who managed to take a golden page from the fallen God Mountain range. But now, because of a mere 2 years difference, Xiang Mei had missed out. How could everyone not feel regret for her? If Empress Xiang Mei completed the 8th revolution, she would have definitely defeated Lin Mook. Xiang Mei's fans secretly discussed, still not convinced of the results. Xiang Mei naturally heard these discussions. She shook her head. By the time she had completed the 8th revolution, perhaps, Lin Ming's achievements would have risen once more. After realizing she lost, there was nothing Xiang Mei couldn't accept. She sat in meditation, waiting for Lin Ming to comprehend that golden page. Now, she had a great interest in the road that lay before Lin Ming. In humanity's great calamity, just where would Lin Ming go? Lin Ming's comprehension of the golden page continued for another year. A year later, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. His eyes seemed to have infinite laws circulating within them. The aura of life in his left eye, the aura of death in his right eye, the two auras connected together, bringing about the charm of the great Tao. After perceiving a third golden page, Lin Ming's understandings into the universe of the body had reached new heights. Moreover, the hidden dangers that existed within him because of his cultivation increasing too quickly were completely eliminated during these 13 years. For these 13 years, Lin Ming had only comprehended the laws and didn't cultivate at all. Otherwise, breaking into the late Holy Lord realm wouldn't have been difficult at all. If I have enough time, if I can see the complete Holy Scripture, and then obtain the third Emperor Jade and the complete Ajura Sutra, perhaps I will be able to fuse the inner and outer universes and reach unprecedented heights of martial arts. As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, His heart suddenly skipped a beat. In front of him, someone had locked their gaze onto him. Lin Ming looked forwards and two pairs of eyes met, colliding in midair. Lin Ming saw the otherworldly Xiang Mei. For this year she didn't take even half a step off the shrine platform. She simply waited there, perceiving the Luo runes that had integrated into her flesh and blood. "How did you accomplish this?" Xiang Mei asked, going straight to the point. "Luck." Lin Ming didn't lie, nor did he clearly state the truth. Him finding the red-dressed little girl was indeed a stroke of luck. "Very well." Xiang Mei shook her head. She waved her slender white hands and two golden pages flew out from her soul sea, fluttering like silk into Lin Ming's hands. "According to our previous agreement, these are for you. After perceiving all of them, return the 4 golden pages back to me. Afterwards you can take away 2. However, I advise you not to have any wild dreams of saving humanity. The great war of the saints might be closer than you think." As Xiang Mei spoke these words, she floated upwards. All that was left over were 4 golden pages floating in Lin Ming's hands. The soft pages were like silk to the touch, incomparably real. Lin Ming left. He had obtained far too many comprehensions at the Fallen God Mountain range and needed time to digest and fuse them. During the 13 years, the true divinity mark placed within him had slowly faded away. And with Xiang Mei's appearance, few people were willing to target him in an obvious manner. But Lin Ming was still careful. After leaving the Fallen God Mountain range, had once more used the bodily rebirth technique and created a new identity for himself before re-entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. After grasping the principles atop the Fallen God Mountain range for so long, the Akashic Dream battlefield had long since opened again. But this time, Lin Ming didn't come to the Akashic Dream battlefield to kill others for their merit points. Rather, he went to the ancient galactic battlefield to cultivate. Lin Ming didn't alert anyone. He easily arrived at the ancient forest within the Akashic Dream battlefield, bypassing the layers of spells to enter the ancient ruins. This was where the Azura Road Master and the creator of the Holy Scripture had fought 10 billion years ago. The reason he chose to come here was because this was a land where the auras of the Azura Road Master and Holy Scripture creator had fused together. Lin Ming held great ambitions. He wanted to cultivate essence, energy, and soul, simultaneously fusing together the universe of the body with the universe of the world, creating a road of martial arts that had never been seen before. Thus, this ancient galactic battlefield was the best training place for him. The 4 golden pages had fused into his flesh and blood and divine soul. At this time, Lin Ming was like an elderly abbot, his thoughts clear and serene. In his mind, only the vast texts of the golden pages as well as those vague runes of existence fused into his body appeared. This time, he wanted to comprehend the true meaning of the runes of existence and blend them together with the 4 golden pages. The ancient galactic battlefield was pitch black and filled with a deathly silence. Lin Ming wandered through the ruins of this galaxy, stepping over countless shattered stars and planets, as he went towards the most central point. In the area where the first ancestor of the Spiritas had left the strongest spirit mark, Lin Ming found a broken star nucleus and sat down within it. Not too far away, Ruby had manifested and was following him. As Ruby appeared, the surrounding strange black runes were stirred up by her. They were like fish that saw food, swimming towards her before sinking into her body. Lin Ming sighed upon seeing this. Ruby was like an inherent being born of the laws. Not only could she see through all laws, but law runes would chase after her on their own initiative. He really couldn't imagine what her origins were. Lin Ming quickly entered the fused martial intent state. Behind him, the Bodhi tree slowly spread out, its lush leaves shining as he started to perceive the runes of life and death. Soon, Lin Ming immersed himself into a completely convoluted realm, becoming one with the icy darkness around him. In his mind, the ancient texts recorded atop the golden pages thundered loudly. The endless writings floated up and down like mountains, containing limitless mysteries. After thoroughly grasping the principles atop the shrine platform, it was far easier for Lin Ming to read these golden pages now. He didn't feel the agonizing pain of needles stabbing his eyes, nor was he in a situation where he couldn't read the words. This was because he had already immersed himself in them and was able to extricate them. The golden pages were things passed down from the infinite past, the essence of the legacy of someone who had been able to create their own universe. Wanting to completely master them in a short period of time was impossible. Every time Lin Ming comprehended the golden pages, he would only comprehend a small part of them. Much of their contents still slumbered deeply within him, shrouded in a thick fog, obscured and unclear. The reason he came here now was to shorten the time it would take him to slowly digest these accumulations. A ghostly light began shining out from between his eyebrows, as if an eye were opening. This was a mystical light, one that seemed as if it could illuminate the past, present, and future. It shined upon the fighting runes left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and the Spirita's ancestor, making them also release a bright luster. This strange eye was the Davik I Dao Palace that Lin Ming had recently opened. As the Davik I Dao Palace appeared, it seemed to illuminate the universe in all directions, clearing away the fog and uncertainty. Many of the blurry texts of the golden pages that were shrouded by fog within Lin Ming's spiritual sea began to shine as the endless light of the Davik I Dao Palace warmed them. The texts began to become increasingly loud, and a large portion of the thick fog surrounding them dissipated, as if a sun was breaking through the endless morning horizon. Every word was like an ancient god-king, whispering as they spoke of infinite true meanings. Lin Ming didn't understand these sounds of the great Tao at the start, but gradually, his body and divine sea were impacted by the sounds of the great Tao. Some texts began to pervade his nearly indestructible body. On his skin that was as tough as stars, tiny characters appeared like tadpoles swimming in water, followed with innumerable images. Some supreme elders were soaking up stars in the center of the universe, turning into ancient suns that lit up the endless expanse. A god-king used his flesh and blood to build up a world. His energy turned into rain that nourished all life. More and more true meanings appeared that enlightened Lin Ming's divine soul. The endless information was like raging rivers as it rushed into him. As time passed, his understandings of the golden pages became increasingly profound. The surrounding world, as well as the battle runes left behind in the ancient galactic battlefield by the ancestor of the Spiritas, began to flicker once more after so many years of silence, as they started to shine with a marvelous harmony. These runes were faint traces of black energy, incomparably nimble and inspiring. Every wisp of black energy contained a distant scene of the old Spirita's ancestor. Every scene depicted a true meaning of the old Spirita's ancestor displaying the Holy Scripture. Black energy swirled around Lin Ming. The endless runes of the golden pages rumbled in response. Even the old battle runes left behind by the old Spirita's ancestor were dyed in shining gold. Lin Ming immersed himself within all of this, lost in waves of enlightenment that he couldn't take himself out of. Universe, space and time, life and death. Gradually, the ancient texts immersed in his skin began to glow. Then his flesh and blood, bones, and even his divine soul began to roar out together. As this thunderous sound spread out, he fell into a trance and went utterly still. First his heart stopped and his blood flow came to a standstill. A single breath extended for such a long time that it seemed to completely vanish. He sat solitarily in that icy dark ancient galactic battlefield. Within the void, he seemed to melt into the shattered star nucleus where he was. An unknown period of time passed. His skin and flesh started to dry up, and rings began to appear around his bones like mysterious marks. He remained motionless as before, even with his vitality seemingly cut off. If another martial artist were to see him in such a state, they would definitely be surprised, because his current appearance resembled that of true death. After another period of time, Lin Ming's skin began to flake away, turning into dust that scattered into the world. However, from beneath this old skin, baby-like crystalline skin started to appear, filled with vitality, like the new spring after winter. As time passed, Lin Ming's blood vitality became increasingly vibrant. His body was like the most perfect heavenly material, sparkling with a brilliant light. His fires of life were a raging conflagration, filled with a potent strength. Every breath he took seemed to cause the essence energy of the world to tumble about, and if this essence energy were collected it could be refined into precious miracle medicines. During the process of enlightenment, the runes of existence within his body had further fused with him, allowing him to experience a transformation of life and death. First, the vitality of his mortal body was severed, and as he lay on the verge of death, new life emerged. Lin Ming opened his eyes. In the endlessly dark galaxy, his two eyes seemed to radiate like twin stars. His back flew upwards and his entire body was naked. However, he still sighed with emotion as he shook his head. What a pity! I only have the runes of life and death and the 4 golden pages. I don't have the complete Holy Scripture nor the Black Book. The golden pages represent the life of the Holy Scripture and the Black Book represents death. Without having seen the Book of Death, it's impossible for me to comprehend death to the extreme. After grasping the principles this time, Lin Ming's understanding towards the meaning of life and death contained within the Holy Scripture had reached new heights. If he could fuse together with the Black Book and become fully aware of the concept of death, then it wouldn't be so simple as shedding off his old skin. Rather, he could allow his body to decay, his flesh and bones to completely collapse. That was true death. And when death reached the extreme, he could use the golden pages of life to undergo rebirth after death. He would glow with the strongest vitality and remold his mortal body to obtain new life. This was the same as being reborn. In other words, reincarnation. Even his skeletal age would change. This was truly changing the rules of the heavens and earth. This was the origin of the grand reincarnation art that Xianxia cultivated. After undergoing a cycle of death and rebirth, that was the same as being reincarnated through samsara once. After that, if one could fuse together the eternal soul, then they could cultivate the law of eternal life and exist forever within the world. That was the complete Holy Scripture. The Black Book. I'd really like to see it. Lin Ming thought with some regret. If he could cultivate both the Black Book and Golden Book, then every reincarnation would push his strength to new limits. Unfortunately, he would never be able to obtain the Black Book. Even if he requested it from Xianxia, she wouldn't be able to lend it to him. The key point here was that Xianxia also didn't possess the Black Book, because the Black Book was in the hands of the Soul Emperor. Perhaps this Black Book was the greatest lucky chance of the Soul Emperor's life. How could the Soul Emperor politely pass off his life's greatest lucky chance to others? Out of everything Lin Ming possessed, only the value of the magic cube surpassed that of the Black Book. But wanting to trade away the magic cube was naturally impossible. Helplessly shaking his head, Lin Ming waved his arm. Endless power of existence condensed on his body, forming a long light purple robe. He called out for Ruby, who hid herself in his body. Then they left the galactic battlefield. He thought that a long period of time had passed since his enlightenment. Perhaps the Akashic Dream battlefield had opened and closed several times already. Lin Ming left the ancient battlefield and also left the forest. He wanted to find someone to ask when the Akashic Dream battlefield's entrance would open. At this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and he froze where he was. Not too far away he could see a lake. This lake was beautiful like liquid jade, and what was strange was that there wasn't even the smallest wave. It could be called extremely peaceful or even still to the point of death. Around the lake, there was no grass, only a gray rocky shore. Someone was sitting on an embankment, a rod in his hands as he fished from the lake. From afar, this person was a youth. Lin Ming looked at this youth's back, staring for a long time. He didn't know why, but he could feel a strange aura from the youth's back. This youth didn't have the aura of laws around his body, and his foundation was ordinary. His cultivation wasn't high, but as he sat there fishing, he seemed to meld together with the surrounding environment in perfect harmony. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then walked towards the youth. The youth clearly sensed Lin Ming approach. However, he continued fishing as before, sitting on the side of this lake which was like a well that had never been touched. "Are there fish here?" Lin Ming suddenly asked. His understanding towards the laws of existence had reached an extremely high boundary, and he could feel that this lake lacked any vitality at all. There was no life within it, and there weren't even plants in the water or shrimp or fish within. It was just impossible to fish for anything here. There aren't. The youth's voice was a little dreary, without any emotion at all. As the youth spoke, he didn't turn his head. Lin Ming could see the youth's hands that were grasping the fishing pole. His hands were as beautiful as a woman's. His 10 fingers were slender and his nails seemed made of crystal. As he held the fishing pole, he seemed as stable as a sculpture. On his right thumb there was a simple jade ring. This ring had law runes carved within it, seeming mysterious yet exceedingly simple. If there aren't any fish, what are you fishing for? Lin Ming asked, puzzled. He could confirm that this youth wasn't ordinary at all. This was a thought purely based on his intuition. Fishing for a concept. The same dreary voice said. Listening to the youth made one feel strange. The concept of death? Lin Ming asked in return. In this lake that had no vitality at all, what it possessed the most was the concept of death. If one tried to comprehend the concept of death here, that was actually possible. But there was only a possibility. Compared to the shrine platforms of the fallen god mountain range, the difference in the concept of death present there and here couldn't even be described as the heavens and earth. The concept of death here was just far too shallow. The youth in front of him had a mysterious identity and was clearly no ordinary mortal. Yet he was still fishing here for a concept. This left Lin Ming confused. What could be perceived here? This was only a dead lake. But Lin Ming didn't rashly respond. He carefully felt the surrounding laws and determined that there wasn't anything strange about them. The location of this area was ordinary, near the outer boundaries of the forest, and the soul beasts nearby weren't powerful either. At the bottom of the lake there were some corpses of dead animals, but most had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years and had turned into fragile fossils. Those animals had also been ordinary creatures when they were still alive. Combining all of these factors together, this was still only an extremely ordinary dead lake. Although Lin Ming had already determined the specifics of the lake, he didn't randomly draw a conclusion. He just asked in response, "Is there something special about this lake?" The youth shook his head. "There isn't anything special. It's quite ordinary." Then the youth laid down the fishing pole and turned around. Seeing this youth's face, a look of amazement flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. The youth's eyes were glazed and incomparably dirty. Only an old man on the verge of death would have such eyes. Although the youth had fair and crystal-bright skin, Lin Ming could feel the endless years exuding from his body, as if he had walked here from the beginning of time. As if, hidden within this youth, there was an unbelievably old soul. "You are." Lin Ming subconsciously stepped backwards, maintaining absolute guard of his surroundings. He felt that it wasn't an accident that he ran into this old youth here. But he had no idea just who this old youth was. The youth looked towards Lin Ming and didn't respond to his surprise. Rather, he began to say, "Your sense of purpose is too strong. Things that are valuable to you, you will pursue. But things that are worthless, you will give up. For instance, this lake. If you had passed by this lake, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have spared it a single glance." Lin Ming fell silent. This was how things should be. It wasn't just him, but every normal person in the world was basically the same. Even for those eminent monks of Mount Padala that had obtained enlightenment, even though they stood aloof from the world and didn't pursue any desires or emotions, that journey in itself could be called a pursuit. The youth looked at Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's image didn't even reflect in his dirty eyes, Lin Ming still felt as if he had been completely seen through. Lin Ming held his breath, completely restraining his mind and raising his guard to the limit. "Senior, who are you?" Lin Ming changed his greeting. The youth only looked at Lin Ming and shook his head. "Your life could be called breaking through all obstacles in your way, moving forwards with unstoppable momentum. You desperately rush towards the peak of martial arts and you far surpass all others of your generation. From the time you bloomed, you took few detours. But to gain this, you also lost something. The road of martial arts is more than the most mysterious and the greatest of the heavenly Tao laws. there are also ordinary, everyday experiences. You are missing a section of your path. Such as this lake? Lin Ming quietly asked. He could feel that this old youth's words contained some of the highest truths, but he wasn't able to immediately comprehend them all. The so-called ordinary things, just what were they? The youth gently smiled, not directly replying. Your road might be called too smooth. In the past you might have experienced some setbacks, but those are far from enough. You are invincible amongst your peers. In battle you sing nothing but victory and have defeated countless rivals. Could even be said that you have never experienced true defeat. But that might become your limitation, making it impossibly difficult for you to step onto the peak of martial arts. The youth's words were like a bolt of lightning that lashed through Lin Ming's mind. Never experienced true defeat? In Green Mulberry City, he had lost in emotions to Zhu Yan and had lost Lan Yunue. At Divine Phoenix Island he was forced to flee by Xianxia and become a fugitive at the Holy Demon Continent. Afterwards, when he visited the 4 divine kingdoms, he had been plotted against by Yang Yun and nearly had his body wrested away by the ancient devil. And when he reached the divine realm, he had fought with Tian Mingzi twice, knocking on death's door both times. And from the youth's words, these weren't true defeats, but only minor setbacks. For one whose road of martial arts is too smooth, for one who isn't forced to take detours, for one who sings nothing but hymns of victory, it is instead easy to fall into a bottleneck, making one forever unable to step onto the peak of martial arts. Lin Ming realized what this youth was saying and didn't continue trying to find out who he was. He knew that if this other person intended to reveal his status, he would naturally know. And at this time, the youth had already stood up. He lifted the fishing pole. The ring on his thumb emitted a phantasmal green light. As he looked at Lin Ming, a thoughtful and intriguing light shined in his eyes. Lin Ming and the youth looked at each other. This other person's dirty eyes left a profound impression upon him. Were you especially waiting for me here? Lin Ming's thoughts chilled. To come face to face with someone of unknown origins whose strength far surpassed his own. He naturally felt uneasy about it. But the youth only gently smiled and disappeared without another word. He stepped onto the lake and vanished into the fog. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This mysterious old youth filled him with a deep sense of dread and apprehension. Brother Lin, that person is terrifying. After the old youth left, Lin Ming heard a timid voice echo in his mind. It was Ruby. What did you see? Lin Ming asked. Perhaps Ruby had seen things he could not. I don't know. I didn't even dare to look at him. I hid away and was too scared to breathe, because he might have discovered me, Ruby said, trying to gather her scattered wits. I understand. Don't show up so frequently in the future. Ruby's words left Lin Ming with some faint guesses. He quickly asked a trial challenger in the Akashic Dream Battlefield and confirmed when the Akashic Dream Battlefield would be opening once more. He also discovered he had been here in seclusion for a full 16 years. In other words, adding in the time he was on the shrine platform grasping the principles as well as the 3 years he spent in the Akashic Dream Battlefield, he had been at the Akashic Dream universe for 32 years already. To Lin Ming and other martial artists that lived long lives, 32 years was only a brief flicker of time. But this was actually almost half the time until the great calamity of humanity would descend. War could erupt at any moment. Lin Ming left the Akashic Dream Battlefield and re-entered the Fallen God Mountain Range. This was the meeting area he had arranged with Xianxia. As long as he returned here, Xianxia would obtain news of it. Lin Ming and Xianxia's meeting was so that he could return the golden pages to her. You saw him. Xianxia arrived in the deep of night, appearing right behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. He turned to look at her. At this time, Xianxia was wearing long robes of deep dark red, her eyes seeming to contain shattered stars. Against the backdrop of the night, she was like an umbral goddess, exuding a mystical and noble air. The night wind gently blew. Xianxia's cloak fluttered about her. The atmosphere was chilling. It was hard for Lin Ming to tell what she was thinking from her expression. Him? That mysterious youth? Xianxia's question confirmed Lin Ming's guess. But This confirmation sent a chill crawling up his spine. Xiang Mei's silence was the same as nodding her head. I saw him. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He looked at Xiang Mei, his complexion having changed. That old youth is the sole emperor? Xiang Mei's question implied that she knew who the mysterious youth was. But someone that Xiang Mei knew who was so incredibly powerful that Lin Ming couldn't understand him at all, and who also made him feel fear and apprehension. Lin Ming couldn't think of anyone else besides the sole emperor. Yes. Xiang Mei slowly nodded. She wasn't surprised that Lin Ming could guess the identity of that youth. The sole emperor was the one who held ultimate control of the Spiritas and the seven heavens of the Spiritas. Although the Spiritas had many true divinities, these true divinities took the sole emperor as their ruler. Towards this immeasurably deep and mysterious character, Lin Ming was filled with dread. If he didn't discover Ruby, he shouldn't have discovered the magic cube. Lin Ming felt his back drenched in a cold sweat. When he met the mysterious youth, Lin Ming had tried his best to restrain his every thought and emotion. Even so, he felt as if he had been completely seen through. Luckily, the magic cube was originally a supreme divine tool of the universe, and Ruby was also an extremely mysterious character who could even see through the laws left behind by the creator of the Holy Scripture. These were two existences that surpassed the imagination of others. If they hid their aura as best they could, it was normal if even a true divinity couldn't discover them. Moreover, according to what Lin Ming learned before, the Sole Emperor should never have seen the magic cube before. The Sole Emperor. Why is he here to especially see me? Lin Ming thought, awed. Without a doubt, the Sole Emperor had been deliberately waiting for him on the banks of that dead lake. The Sole Emperor had said that Lin Ming's road was too smooth and not conducive to him reaching the true peak of martial arts. These words had left a deep impression in Lin Ming's mind, but he didn't believe that the Sole Emperor had been there just to leave behind these words and help guide his cultivation. As Lin Ming spoke, his eyes blazed and he stared at Xiang Mei. He waited for her response. This was something that concerned his life. The Sole Emperor was far too powerful. Although humanity had no conflicts of interest with the Spiritas right now, and could even be called loosely connected part allies, Lin Ming was still alarmed by being noticed by this figure who possessed unimaginable strength and could control his life or death at any moment. Xiang Mei sighed, not replying. Lin Ming continued to stare at Xiang Mei. Why are you sighing? I'm sighing over your destiny, Xiang Mei quietly said. Lin Ming grew increasingly cold. Why are you sighing for my destiny? Xiang Mei shook her head, not saying anything. Lin Ming also fell silent. After the two remained quiet for a quarter hour, Xiang Mei suddenly looked at Lin Ming, her eyes glistening like stars. Lin Ming, let me ask you one more time. Are you willing to abandon humanity, abandon everything, and follow me in reaching the peak of martial arts, probing the limits of the road of martial arts, establishing a vast world that lies separate from the 33 heavens and becoming the rulers of that world? You and I can even become like the Azura Road Master and Holy Scripture Master from 10 billion years ago. We can cultivate the law of eternal life and live forever in this world. Xiang Mei's words were filled with a dark temptation. Moreover, as she spoke, Lin Ming could feel an invisible force field covering the both of them, isolating out all sounds. He didn't know why, but the look that Xiang Mei cast his way caused his heart to race. In that moment, he intuitively felt that Xiang Mei's eyes were filled with sincerity and hope, causing one to be unable to refuse her. In Lin Ming's impression, Xiang Mei was a strong woman filled with ambition and calculating plans. Through the time he had been in contact with Xiang Mei, on the surface it looked as if they got along happily, and when they cooperated it even seemed as if their thoughts were in sync. But in the depths of his heart, Lin Ming had always been wary of Xiang Mei. If Lin Ming held 120% trust towards Xiao Maxian, Qin Xingxuan, and Mu Qianyu, then towards Xiang Mei he might not even have 20% trust. But this time, for some unknown reason, Lin Ming thought that Xiang Mei's words were true, words that came from her heart. Lin Ming wanted to refuse her, but he couldn't seem to summon the words even though they lay near his lips. This was because he could faintly feel that Xiang Mei had summoned a great determination to say what she said. And this might be the last time she asked. and that if he were to refuse her now, he would be refusing something important. The Soul Emperor. How can he allow my existence? Lin Ming slowly asked beneath Xiang Mei's sound-blocking enchantment. Without a doubt, the Soul Emperor was also someone who held vast ambitions. If the Soul Emperor still had a long time left to live, how could he allow a competitor from a different race to grow? Even if the Soul Emperor didn't have much lifespan remaining, he still needed to choose a descendant, and he absolutely wouldn't choose a human to inherit his legacy. Me and the Soul Emperor are different from what you imagine. I am only asking you, will you agree? Xiang Mei's words were ambiguous. She didn't explain anything to Lin Ming, only continuing to look at him with sincere hope in her eyes. In that moment it seemed as if she wasn't the Soul Empress Xiang Mei that dominated the Spiritas and looked down at the world, but a delicate woman who aroused one's deepest sympathies. I don't understand, Lin Ming quietly said. Xiang Mei's actions today left him startled. Xiang Mei shook her head. I only want to ask you this and know your answer. If you agree, then I will explain the doubts you have in your heart. But if you refuse, I'm afraid that in the future, perhaps. Xiang Mei didn't continue speaking. Her last words left Lin Ming feeling something strange in the pit of her stomach, as if saying them would hurt her. Lin Ming knew that if he agreed to Xiang Mei's conditions, it was possible that she would teach him the nearly complete Holy Scripture. To Lin Ming, this was an unimaginable advantage. You can't wait. Lin Ming already took a step back. The so-called wait was to wait until he grew into an extreme Empyrean that neared a true divinity, to wait for him to possess enough strength to contend with the saint's good fortune, Saint Sovereign, and even turn the tide of the war. At that time, once humanity was safe, then he would have more choices he could make. He could wholeheartedly chase the peak of martial arts. However, Xiang Mei shook her head. No. She refused without brooking any compromise, leaving Lin Ming stunned. Why? I don't have time. A nervous look flashed in Xiang Mei's eyes. Didn't have time? Lin Ming took a deep breath, trying to compose his racing heart. At that moment, in his mind, images of his parents, Xiao Maxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Xiaoga, Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe, and even Empyrean Primordius who left him his legacy, flashed like a panorama. There was the black dragon of the eternal demon abyss and the countless individuals of humanity who had crossed paths with him, aiding him, supporting him. These were things he could not discard. A human was never an independent existence. They needed human society and also to be recognized by others. Lin Ming couldn't allow himself to become independent, desolately climbing towards the peak of martial arts all by himself, to withstand an immortal life of loneliness. That was an unimaginably despairing fate. Eventually, he grit his teeth and shook his head. I refuse. Hearing Lin Ming's deep voice, a look of disappointment crossed Xiang Mei's face. She looked at Lin Ming and slowly closed her eyes. Beneath the starlight, her long lashes seemed to shiver. The truth was she had already expected Lin Ming's answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Lin Ming at all. With a sigh, Xiang Mei turned around, looking at the boundless starry skies. Her outstanding figure was outlined with her dark red dress. As it fluttered in the wind, she exuded an infinitely beguiling charm. She was like a goddess of the heavens and earth, controlling creation, perfect and immovable. But at that moment, within her star-bright eyes, she also revealed endless loss. Why did she ask again? Perhaps she just needed a reason to give up. Lin Ming, you are a moth drawn to the flame. Although you know there is a raging fire in front of you, you still desperately plunge into the roaring flames. Me, I am also a moth. Xiang Mei's voice was like flowing starlight that cut through the night sky. Lin Ming was silent. Indeed, he was a moth. The saints were strong to an incomprehensible point. Perhaps, no matter how hard he tried, even if he exhausted the totality of his potential and burned his life, he still might not be able to stop the invasion of the saints. But Xiang Mei, what were the flames she faced? Your words sound familiar. Lin Ming sighed. He remembered when he was 15 years old and had just stepped onto the road of martial arts. He had lacked raw medicines to help cleanse and heal his body. And for a mortal, if they lacked the materials and medicines to nourish their body, they might overdraw themselves and be disabled for the rest of their life. In the past, he had gathered money to purchase these medicines. He had drawn up inscription symbols and went to various city squares, auction houses, and inscription association stores. But because he wasn't famous, he had received nothing but a cold shoulder. As a result, the scene of his failure had been witnessed by his first love, Lan Yunue. At that time, the advice Lan Yunue gave him was similar to Xiang Mei's. I remember that when I was a mortal, an old friend of mine warned me not to be stubborn and practice martial arts. She didn't want me to spend the rest of my days disabled on a bed. But my answer was, the path of the martial artist is like a flame. Practicing the martial arts will only cause pain. The dangers are countless and the road is filled with obstacles. Everyone who walks down it will eventually turn to ash, but the true martial artist will be reborn from these ashes. Even if I am only a small and weak moth, I will walk into the flames without hesitation. I will fight my destiny for a 1 in a million chance that I will experience my own samsara and be reborn as a flaming phoenix. And even now, I am no longer a moth. As Lin Ming spoke these words, he didn't know what he felt in his heart. He knew that he was discarding an easy road to take, and choosing to walk down one filled with thorns and obstacles. And he didn't even know whether or not he could reach the end of this road. And when he chose to take this road, he seemed to have hurt Xiang Mei. Even so, Lin Ming didn't know what difficulties Xiang Mei had that she couldn't bring up. Forget the words I've said tonight. Xiang Mei suddenly calmed down. She turned around, the disappointment in her eyes already completely vanished, replaced with cold indifference. It was as if what Lin Ming had seen and heard was just an illusion, as if that pitiful Xiang Mei had never existed at all. She was the same as she had always been, the empress of the Spiritas, dominating the world, looking down upon all others. Lin Ming, a worm that lives amongst the dead leaves and fallen branches, will never understand the beauty and greatness of this world. You have far too many chains shackling you down. The road of martial arts is to struggle for life with the heavens, and to climb to the peak of martial arts is to crush the heavens beneath your feet. Since ancient times, those that were willing to discard all others naturally possessed extreme talents of their own, and yet they were still defeated, much less someone like you who has chosen to place such a great weight upon yourself and shoulder the destiny of your race. Don't you know the story of Empyrean Divine Seal from 3.6 billion years ago? He was a truly peerless character, a true dragon of the world, but he also chose to shoulder the destiny of humanity, and in the end he died in battle. What a pity! What a loss! Xiang Mei softly sighed. Lin Ming shook his head. I am not Empyrean Divine Seal. My road is one I will walk down myself. And the choices I make, I will not regret them in the future. Lin Ming's last words were calm but steadfast. Beneath the shimmering moonlight, Xiang Mei and Lin Ming looked at each other, neither speaking for a long time. Lin Ming didn't know just what Xiang Mei was thinking. He even faintly felt that if he were to part ways with Xiang Mei today, if they were to meet again in the future, their relationship would no longer be the same. Your golden pages. Lin Ming waved his hand and 4 golden pages flew towards Xiang Mei. Xiang Mei received the golden pages and turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Ming called out to her, "Wait one moment." Xiang Mei stopped. With her back to Lin Ming, her black hair fluttered in the night wind. Bathed in starlight, her entire body sparkled with a gentle brilliance. I have a question. You can choose not to answer, Lin Ming said after a moment of hesitation. Speak, Xiang Mei faintly said. She knew that even if Lin Ming called out to her, he wouldn't have changed his mind. I want to ask. When you asked me to leave with you, was it to follow you or follow the Spiritas? Lin Ming always felt something was off, as if Xiang Mei had something she couldn't say. Every time she sent a sound transmission, she also isolated herself from the outside so that no one could eavesdrop. Even amongst the Spiritas, she seemed to be wary of something. This made Lin Ming feel that the situation was a bit unusual. Since she didn't want the Spiritas to eavesdrop on her, then that meant the words she spoke must have vaguely involved some secret. Xiang Mei indifferently said, You have already refused. So what meaning is there in asking another question? Following me or following the spiritas? Is there a difference? Yes, I want to know. Lin Ming's reply was firm. Xianxia suddenly turned around, her deep and silent gaze focused on Lin Ming, her pupils shining like black gems. As the two pairs of eyes met, the decisiveness in Lin Ming's eyes caused Xianxia's thoughts to tremble for the briefest moment. As if in that moment, her originally frozen heart began to slowly warm, the layers of ice she formed melting away with Lin Ming's words. Following me. Xianxia's sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ears. To go somewhere with me, to not return to the divine realm, to not return to the soul world, to go somewhere for 100 million years, far away from the storm of the great calamity. To discard everything else, that is a silly proposal. Isn't it? The truth is that when I asked you, I already knew it was impossible. Xianxia shook her head. Even though she knew it was an impossible proposition, she still asked Lin Ming to rid herself of the last wild hopes in her heart. If she didn't give it her all and strive for everything she wanted, then there would always be regrets. What Xianxia wanted was not Lin Ming's answer. What she wanted was only to not leave behind any regrets. 100 million years. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Living for all this time, he was still only a mere 150 years old. 100 million years was an unimaginable span of time. Even most Empyreans only lived for 100 million years. And if Xianxia proposed that they leave together for 100 million years, that was in truth acknowledging that both she and Lin Ming would be able to break into true divinity. And in fact, there was no need to doubt the veracity of this. Why? Lin Ming was confused. Was this place somewhere in the 33 heavens? Or was it separate from the 33 heavens? In order for a genius to grow, they needed an ever broader stage. He didn't believe that staying in one fixed place for 100 million years was conducive to increasing one's cultivation. So why had Xianxia made this choice? There is no need for you to know, Xianxia said, without any intention of explaining herself further. 2 of these golden pages originally belonged to you, but I fear you cannot bring them away yourself, otherwise you will be drawing a fatal disaster upon yourself. Right now you are far too weak to protect them. This is your compensation. Xianxia waved her arm and a golden jade slip flew into Lin Ming's hand. As Lin Ming looked over this jade slip, his heart shook. This jade slip was a compilation of the 10 golden pages. Of course, this was only an imitation, but even an imitation was extremely precious, because in order to create an imitation of the golden pages, one needed to be at least a true divinity-level character to reproduce 10 to 20% of the original's charm. Moreover, a massive amount of time and energy would be required. It was impossible for an Empyrean to copy them. For Lin Ming alone, the value of this jade slip surpassed the 2 golden pages. This was because Lin Ming had already looked through the golden pages and recorded their contents. And since Lin Ming gave the golden pages to Xianxia, that was the same as shaking himself off from the focus of the large influences. At the very least, he wouldn't be instantly chased down and hunted. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming didn't have any more life or death blood enemies in the soul world. Humanity wasn't hostile with the spiritas to begin with, and in the Akashic Dream battlefield, Lin Ming had only slapped the faces of some large influences. It wasn't an irreconcilable difference. And, with everyone knowing about the connection between him and Xianxia yet not fully knowing how they were related, no one would risk offending Xianxia just to kill off Lin Ming. In just this point, Xianxia had helped Lin Ming a great deal. Thank you, Lin Ming said from his heart. Although the reference value was lower than the original golden pages, it was still the complete book. It was only a pity that Lin Ming didn't have the black book. There is no need to thank me. I received your 2 original golden pages, and they are far more valuable than this imitation jade slip. This is simply a transaction, and since it is a fair trade, there is no need for you to owe me anything, Xianxia coldly said. As Lin Ming listened to her, he could hear a resolute tone in it, making him feel inexplicably dispirited. If it was said that there was a hint of friendship between him and Xianxia, then that friendship could be said to have been severed or even frozen away by Xianxia. You and I will meet again in the future, but the only change is that we will be enemies. I will not hold back, but unfortunately, You are too weak, and I cannot bear to destroy you. Let me tell you something else. I believe you only have 20 to 30 years before the Saints mount their full invasion against humanity. You have no capabilities of stopping them. But since you have stubbornly chosen to walk down this road filled with thorns, you should continue to stubbornly press on. 20 to 30 years? Lin Ming's thoughts darkened. Perhaps it might be as Xiang Mei said, and there wouldn't be anything he could do, but in any case he wouldn't run. No matter how brutal or disastrous the great calamity was, humanity would still have those that lit the incense for them in the future. You said that before the Saints invaded humanity, they had to wage war in the primeval realm ruins. So, are you saying that in another 20 to 30 years, the ancient races within the primeval realm ruins will be thoroughly suppressed by the Saints? Yes, the various ancient races are descendants of the races that existed 10 billion years ago. Amongst them, the most powerful one is the primal god race. They harbor the decree of the gods, and even the good fortune Saint Sovereign must respect them. What? Primal god race? Lin Ming was bewildered. The primal god race was the race that the goddess of the ancient grave in the eternal demon abyss, heavenly Empress Xianxia, came from. When Empyrean Primordius established the Samsara Road in the past, a part of the reason he did so was to prop up and help the primal god race. But afterwards, he had been defeated. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the primal god race was the most perfect race molded by the hands of heaven. Their souls, mortal bodies, and inner worlds were all formidable, and they were able to triple cultivate essence, energy, and soul. They were strong as soon as they were born and possessed talent that defied the heavens. Moreover, their lifespans were 10 times longer than those of humans. This was a race that even the heavens envied. They were powerful to a ridiculous extreme, but their fertility rate was despairingly low. No matter how powerful a race was, if they couldn't procreate and expand, then they would only slowly decline. Many people believed that the primal god race was so powerful that the heavenly Tao decided to no longer abide their existence, thus starting their trend towards annihilation. Lin Ming wouldn't forget the benevolence of the primal god race. In the past, within the Sky Spill continent, because of heavenly Empress Xianxia, there was the Forsaken God clan that existed there which could trace their roots back to the primal god race. Of course, the bloodlines of the Forsaken God clan had become unbelievably thin, and in truth they were closer to humans. When Lin Ming was forced into a dead end by the Azura Divine Kingdom, it was the Forsaken God clan that had taken him in under the shelter of Shirbai. Lin Ming was then able to launch his counterattack against the Azura Divine Kingdom and shock the entire continent in a great battle after reaching life destruction. Afterwards, when Lin Ming was chased down by Tian Mingzi, it was again Heavenly Empress Xianxia who had saved him. In fact, it was Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's body that now housed Mo Eversnow's soul. How could he forget all of the kindness they had shown him? Now that he heard Xiang Mei say that the primal god race would soon be exterminated by the Saints, it was impossible for him to remain calm. Yet he was too weak to stop that from occurring. How can I go to the primeval realm ruins? Lin Ming asked through grit teeth. Xiang Mei looked at Lin Ming and coldly laughed. Why do you want to go? Even though you would be walking towards your own doom, you still want to help bury the primal god race. Xiang Mei mocked. Lin Ming clenched his fists so hard that he drew blood from his palms. He knew that everything Xiang Mei said was the truth. Yet again, Lin Ming felt sorrow over how weak he was. He had lived for 150 years, singing nothing but victory all this way, so how could he feel so powerless? Zhu Yan, Xian Wuji, Yang Yun, Tian Mingzi, all of these incomparably powerful enemies had far surpassed his boundary in the past, and yet he had defeated them one at a time. But the Saints, they were an entire race. How much time would he need before he could surpass them? Does the primal god race possess true divinities? Lin Ming took a deep breath, returning his mood to normal. He knew he needed to remain calm. He feared he wasn't able to help the primal god race, but he couldn't sit back and watch them be destroyed. He needed to understand the specifics of the situation and analyze them for a potential breakthrough. Perhaps there was the thinnest thread of hope. True divinity? If the primal god race had a true divinity, why would their people face extermination? Xiang Mei sighed. The primal god race are the favored children of the world. If a true divinity is born amongst their ranks, that true divinity will be far more powerful than an ordinary true divinity. In addition, because they possess the decree of the gods, even the saints don't dare to recklessly go against them. Otherwise, even if the primal god race perished, it is highly possible that they would drag down two saint true divinities with them. There are no true divinities who are willing to be sacrificial victims in a war between two races. Thus, the saints decided to act only when 100 million years passed after the last true divinity of the primal god race died. Within the 33 heavens, the primal god race was once the most magnificent, most glorious, largest, brightest race of the entire martial arts civilization, also possessing the deepest background. Even if the current saints and spiritas were to be added together now, they likely wouldn't even compare to half of what the primal god race was at their pinnacle. 10 billion years ago, the reason so many outstanding young elites and peerless sovereigns appeared was because the primal god race was far too talented. But what a pity! This vast and ancient race couldn't escape the samsara of life and death in the end. The curse of the heavenly Tao has now brought them to the brink of destruction. Xianxia sighed deep with emotion, as if she were also sighing over her own destiny. Lin Ming didn't know what Xianxia had to face, that she wanted to flee it for 100 million years. But what he knew was that Xianxia was someone with great ambitions. Just like she had said, a worm that lives amongst the dead leaves and fallen branches will never understand the beauty and greatness of this world. And a worm was a creature that wouldn't live past the winter. Because of its short life, it didn't know the dangers of a world filled with ice and snow. But what about martial artists? Wasn't it the same? 10 billion years ago, those supreme elders might have seemed heaven-shaking and world-breaking. But were they able to see the world 10 billion years later? The current good fortune saint sovereign was also all-powerful, but would he be able to see the future of 10 billion years from now? Xianxia was unwilling to live for a mere several hundred million years. She wanted to live longer than that, to witness everything the universe had to offer. Although the primal god race didn't have any true divinities, they were still able to contend with the saints for so long. Is it by virtue of the so-called decree of the gods? Lin Ming found it difficult to believe that a single decree could threaten the good fortune saint sovereign. The so-called decree of the gods, do you even know what they are? Do you know how deep their origins are? They are items left behind by the many peerless god sovereigns of the ancient past. It is even said that within these decrees of the gods, there are those left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. Because of this, there is a viewpoint that exists which believes the Azura Roadmaster came from the primal god race. What? Lin Ming was dumbfounded. The Azura Roadmaster was from the primal god race? What else do you think is possible? He is a character that existed 10 billion years ago. 10 billion years ago, humans, saints, and spiritas, the three great peak races of the current era, had yet to rise. There were only the numerous ancient races that aren't worthy of mention now. It's impossible that any of these small races possessed the destiny or background to give birth to unrivaled existences like the Azura Roadmaster or the Holy Scripture Creator. The Spiritas may have declared to the world that the creator of the Holy Scripture is the first ancestor of the Spiritas. But the reality is that this is only a justification for them to thoroughly inherit the Akashic Dream universe. Xianxia ruthlessly mocked. Her words caused Lin Ming's thoughts to stir, as if she were contemptuously scoffing at the actions taken by the high-level figures of the Spiritas. So that's how it is. Lin Ming recalled the Azura Road Master triple cultivated essence, energy, and divine. He had 33 avatars and studied the 33 heavenly Taos, each to the boundary of a true divinity. This was an unimaginable achievement. For the three races of humans, saints, and spiritas, this was especially true. But the primal god race was different. Their souls, bodies, and inner worlds were all incredibly potent, and they were strong by birth alone, possessing the talent to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. This point just happened to agree with the Azura Roadmaster's road of cultivation. The truth was that the Azura Road Mazer existed 10 billion years ago. Through such a long period of time, the martial arts civilization of the universe had suffered numerous calamities, and history had been lost to the sands of time, everything becoming vague and unknown. It was hard for martial artists of the modern era to trace back what race the Azura Roadmaster originated from. But without a doubt, the primal god race was the likeliest choice. Similarly, the creator of the Holy Scripture probably had a terrifying background. Xianxia seemed to have seen through Lin Ming's thoughts. She sighed and said, "The great emperors and sages of the ancient past almost all possessed inborn divine bodies and variation bloodlines. Lin Ming, if you wish to become a god and cast your own emperor's road, leaving behind an eternal legend, then the premise of all of that is, you can become a god." Xianxia's voice was calm, but Lin Ming knew that the become a god she referred to was not as simple as reaching the true divinity realm, but was to reach the extreme true divinity realm or even surpass it. To surpass true divinity, wasn't that easier said than done? Even if humanity were at peace and he possessed the entire legacy and resources of his race, he still might not be able to accomplish that. Much less now, when humanity was experiencing a great calamity soon. Lin Ming would lose his backing and struggle in the endless surging waves. If he were just a little bit careless, his body and soul would be destroyed. "Empress, I have a question. How many heavens do the saints control?" Lin Ming asked. He wanted a rough approximation of the saints' strength. That would be greatly helpful to him. 7. The same as my Spiritas, although their overall strength is slightly inferior, Xianxia said with certainty. In a sense, the Akashic Dream universe to a race was far more useful than the primeval realm ruins. After all, the army-style training of the Akashic Dream battlefield was something that the primeval realm ruins didn't have. 7. Then, if the Spiritas and saints each possess 7 heavens, the numerous ancient races possess 1, and the divine realm is also 1, then I only know of 16 heavens. There are also the universes of 17 heavens remaining. Are there other races? Lin Ming asked, feeling a bit depressed. In the past, humanity stood on par with the saints and Spiritas, but now they only possessed a single heaven. Of course, there was still a large number of humans. Many of them were distributed across the various territories of the saints and Spiritas, and could be called slaves. Now humanity, which had once been one of the 3 great peak races, only had the advantage of numbers left for them. Xianxia shook her head. There aren't that many races. Of the 33 heavens, many of them are gaping death traps or wildernesses. Some of them have chaotic laws, some of them have thin origin energy, and some of them are even filled with powerful vicious beasts. All of these problems are the ongoing consequences left behind by the great wars of the 100 races from ancient times. But the truth is that this isn't a problem. Chaotic laws can be sorted and straightened out, thin origin energy can be nourished and revived, and vicious beasts can be slain. However, the key factor is that for these universes, the God-lamenting wall that separates the heavens hasn't weakened much, even during the last cycle of samsara 3.6 billion years ago. Because of this, it is difficult for anyone besides a true divinity to enter the other heavens. Thus, whether it is the saints or Spiritas, it is difficult for any influence to expand into them, and this is the reason that they are currently isolated. However, in the future there will definitely be races that rely on their background to slowly expand throughout the entire 33 heavens. I understand. Lin Ming took a deep breath. It was clear that the martial arts civilization was at its most glorious 10 billion years ago. At that time, it was likely that all 33 heavens were fully developed. But afterwards, due to certain reasons, many ancient races declined and even went extinct. The martial arts civilization devolved into its early stages and had to be redeveloped from the start. Now, the masters of the current era were far inferior in quality and quantity to those of 10 billion years ago. Perhaps as time passed, the Spiritas would really be able to restore the martial arts civilization to the golden age of 10 billion years ago. But perhaps after that, they might also wither away. To rise, to fade, and then to begin the cycle once more, that seemed to be a kind of heavenly Tao rule. Facing such a great rule, even peerless characters like the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture were unable to prevent it. How do I go to the universe where the primal god race is? Lin Ming asked Xianxia. Since the Spiritas were able to wage war with the saints and the saints were able to wage war with the ancient races, that meant the Spiritas must possess a method to reach the ancient races. You really wish to go? Xianxia looked at Lin Ming, her eyebrows pressing together. She originally wanted to tell Lin Ming that the time of humanity was nearing its end, but she never imagined he would want to go to the primal god race. Yes, Lin Ming didn't aimlessly want to go to the primal god race. The primal god race might be related to the Azura Roadmaster, and based on this point alone he had to go take a look, and at least see what the decree of the gods that the Azura Roadmaster left behind were. Xianxia stared at Lin Ming. She knew that once Lin Ming made a decision it was nearly impossible to change his mind. This was just the sort of person he was. She shook her head. I have no idea if you're brave or a fool. If there is a day when you really must face doom, then it is always better to die under my hands than to die to the saints. As Xianxia spoke, she flew upwards. Her graceful form was covered in endless moonlight, as if she were stepping on the wind as she floated to the skies. Like this, she left, not even turning her head once as she brought her previous confusion and her new decisiveness away with her. Lin Ming watched Xianxia disappear into the horizon. He felt a sense of sudden melancholy that he couldn't explain. The next time they met, what would the situation be like? The vicissitudes of life were ever-changing, being flipped and turned in the surging waves. In this great world, no one was able to do as they liked. Lin Ming was a young eagle that had just learned to fly. Facing the upcoming storm, he was unable to reach the lofty skies. However, Xianxia was powerful and had completed her 7th revolution of reincarnation. Once she stepped into the Empyrean realm once more, her true combat strength might reach the boundaries of a true divinity. Even so, in her life she was burdened by a tremendous weight, one that left her lonely and lost. As Xianxia had said, whether it was him or her, they were both moths flying towards the fire. Even though they both clearly knew there was a raging flame in front of them, they still desperately rushed into it. Beneath the arrangement of fate, even if the initial moments were happy, the results might surpass all imagination. Even friends could turn into foes, opposing each other to life and death. However, even knowing this, they would still follow the paths they had chosen and walk down their roads. This was because they both held fast to their hearts and possessed their own beliefs. If only life stayed like the first time we met. Suddenly, looking back through the rivers of time, nothing fills the eyes but mist. I must struggle in the dust and chaos. Even if I am only a small wave, I will still bravely move forwards. Brother Lin, are you leaving? A shy voice sounded out. It was Ruby. I must leave. If I have the chance to return then, I will definitely help you solve the riddle of your life. Xianxia had long since left the vast forest. Lin Ming had been standing beneath the great starry skies for several hours. He didn't want to bring Ruby away. She was an energy body formed from pure soul force, and if she left the Akashic Dream universe she wouldn't have a physical body. Although she would still exist, it would feel like a bird losing its wings. If she went to the catastrophic universe where the 100 ancient races dwelled, she might not be able to play a major role and would easily fall into danger. Plus, with the uncertainty of Lin Ming's own continued existence lying on the edge, he decided to leave by himself. Then I will wait for you to return. Ruby clenched her small fists and vigorously nodded. Towards Lin Ming, she felt a natural affinity. This was because of the magic cube and the eternal soul. Over the years, Lin Ming's soul had been nourished by the magic cube and had become extremely pure. It now possessed a trace of never-changing attributes. This was also another reason why Lin Ming was special in Xianxia's eyes. Lin Ming deeply looked at Ruby. Then, he floated upwards and decisively turned away, welcoming the endless night winds as he quickly flew. Oh! This was a desolate and bleak universe. In this universe, the heaven and earth origin energy was particularly thin, only 60 to 70% that of the divine realms. But this universe was actually flooded with a boundless primal aura, as if it had existed for 1 trillion years. There weren't many stars in this universe. As for those that still hung in the skies, they seemed gloomy and dark, as if they were on the verge of being extinguished. Lin Ming calmly sent out his divine sense and discovered that in the starry skies, there were many hidden black holes. Black holes were formed from the death of stars and were one of the most terrifying types of celestial bodies to exist in the universe. They were condensed from the overwhelming might of the heavenly Tao laws, and even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to come out if they entered. This universe seems to be fading. Lin Ming stood before the porthole of a spirit ship. He sighed. In the boundless universe, there was life as well as death. When a universe had existed for a long time, many stars would begin to die out one after another, becoming black holes. This was one of the signs of a universe moving towards entropy. This process took an incomparably long time, perhaps even 100 billion years. I never thought that the universe of the primal god race and other ancient races would be like this. Although Xiang Mei was almost hostile with Lin Ming, she had still arranged for people from the Soul Rapture Holy Lands to help Lin Ming enter the universe that the saints ruled over and subsequently enter this primeval universe. This was a long journey. They had to pass through several god-lamenting walls, and the process lasted for over a year. Wishing to make a trip that crossed several universes wasn't easy at all. One had to use great void shifts countless times, consuming endless amounts of energy stones like 9 sun jades. Even a great world king would lose all their wealth in this attempt. And at this time, Lin Ming discovered that in the starry space there was a giant floating temple. This temple shimmered all over, dazzling to the eyes. From this temple, Lin Ming could feel a familiar aura. That was astral essence, an energy as deep and vibrant as the sea. The saints. Halt! Identify yourself. Thousands of miles away from Lin Ming, a group of martial artists rapidly flew towards him, blocking his way. These saint martial artists wore golden combat armor and held thick halberds and lances in their hands. They surrounded Lin Ming's spirit ship. "Come out!" the leading saint martial artist shouted, his voice causing space to shake. Lin Ming calmly flew out from the spirit ship. He had already used the bodily rebirth technique to change his appearance and had even concealed his status as a human. Even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to see through Lin Ming. Someone of our race. What influence are you from? This aggressive squad of saints had a holy lord as their leader. It was naturally impossible for them to see through Lin Ming's disguise. I am just a lonely wandering martial artist. I came to the primeval universe in order to fight and temper myself. In a war that involved 2 races, it wasn't something that could be accomplished by several influences. Rather, all martial artists within the race could freely enter as they pleased to sharpen their skills in battle and also obtain valuable war loot. For instance, the attack on the primal god race was coordinated by the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. It involved over 150 Empyrean influences participating in addition to countless World King and Holy Lord level influences. With all of these influences gathered together, the temporary army they formed was incomparably massive and chaotic. Many saint martial artists could temporarily enter the army and become members of the army. They could take this opportunity to temper themselves, just like Lin Ming had said. Thus, it wasn't sudden or a surprise for Lin Ming to appear here. "Don't move," the leading Holy Lord martial artist said. He took out an array disc and scanned Lin Ming, confirming his status once more. This was to prevent any spies from infiltrating their ranks. However, it was impossible for such an ordinary array disc to penetrate through Lin Ming's bodily rebirth technique. The array disc didn't have any response. The Holy Lord Sergeant nodded and tossed a token towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming took this token and glanced at it. The writing on it said, Sergeant Number, Holy Lord Level 12,968. Subordinate under Empyrean White Heaven, 1st Mixed Legion. Seeing these words, Lin Ming was shocked. In a battle between races, the scale was truly astronomical. In a legion led by an Empyrean, there were over 12,000 Holy Lords. In the past, when humanity fought with the Saints, Empyrean Divine Seal had led several hundred Empyreans and over 1 million Holy Lords in battle. This left a deep impression on Lin Ming. In such a dreadful war, unless one's individual strength reached that of a peak Empyrean or true divinity, it was difficult to display much of an effect. Lin Ming received the token and like this joined the Saints' army. The reason he joined the Saints' army was mainly to uncover information. He had come to the primeval universe alone. In such a vast world, he didn't have a map or a guide, and he didn't know anything at all. If he continued like this, he could wander around for 1,000 years without finding the primal god race. But if he joined one of the saints' legions, that was different. Like this, Lin Ming stayed in the saints' army for several days, carrying out training exercises and combat practice. Fighting in a legion was completely different from fighting one-on-one. In a situation with outstanding martial artists present, a short period of training could improve the overall combat strength of the team. During this training period, Lin Ming deliberately stayed far away from the giant temple. This was because he could faintly feel a horrifying aura emitting from the temple. It was likely that this Empyrean white sky was in command of the temple. With Lin Ming's current level of strength, he didn't want to come into any contact with an Empyrean. If he had to face an Empyrean, he wouldn't be able to run, much less escape. During training, Lin Ming was able to learn a great deal of information from the conversations between the sergeants. The situation in the primeval universe was more complex than Lin Ming had first imagined. In the primeval universe, there were over 70 ancient remnant races. These remnant races were the descendants of the races that had been incredibly prosperous 10 billion years ago. Even though they fell into decline, they still possessed deep backgrounds. It wasn't just the primal god race that possessed the decree of the gods. The other races also had them. The most powerful of them was the primal celestial race. 10 billion years ago, the primal celestial race was also swollen with pride and power, unexcelled in the world. According to the rumors, it was said that in the past, of the 33 heavens, the god race occupied 18 heavens and the celestial race occupied 15 heavens. The two races had divided the 33 heavens between themselves, unlike today where many universes existed in a semi-obsolete state. During ancient times, the other races were in truth races that coexisted in the universes that the god race and celestial race had captured. Now, since the saints wanted to annihilate the primeval universe, their main threats came from the god race and celestial race. If the peak Empyreans of these two races desperately burned away their own lives and also used the decrees of God left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, they could absolutely cause heavy losses even to a true divinity. These so-called heavy losses weren't as simple as injuries. At the level of an Empyrean or true divinity, their vital essence energy reached unimaginable heights, and it was difficult for even rare heavenly treasures to make up for the losses they suffered. If a true divinity were to suffer grievous wounds that caused damage to their vital essence energy, it would likely have a tremendous influence on their remaining strength and lifespan. But although Lin Ming learned so much information, he still didn't figure out how to find the primal god race. The primal god race had united several races together and had gone into hiding in a place called the Chaos Star Ocean. This Chaos Star Ocean had once been the core of a titanic galaxy. But the galaxy had withered away, and this core region was flooded with numerous space storms and black holes. If one recklessly rushed in and was sucked in by a black hole, that would mean certain death. After understanding all of this, Lin Ming wasn't surprised at all. The races of the primeval race were able to struggle with the saints for so many years with so few numbers, so they naturally must have something they could rely on. If these ancient remnant clans fought on equal ground with the saints, the war situation would likely be completely different. Lin Ming patiently waited for a chance to contact the primal god race. 2 months passed, and on one day, a chance appeared before Lin Ming. A squad of the primal god race had their whereabouts scouted out by the saints, and the group who discovered them was the legion that Lin Ming was a part of. Lin Ming was suddenly shifted to the front lines. He accompanied a crowd of saint martial artists to surround this primal god squad. As for their orders, they were to capture them alive. "Gather up!" Before the legion set off, a sergeant shouted out loud. "Hurry up and don't dawdle around. Do you think this is your hometown? If you join the army, that means you must follow the mindset of the army. Those who disobey orders will be executed." A world king loudly roared. He came from the White Sky Holy Lands and could be called part of the true army. As for this mixed legion that had people of all various levels of strength, he loudly reprimanded them and even attacked them at times. This was the tradition of an army, completely different from that of a sect. In this hastily formed mission, the saints had transferred over 100 holy lords. The one leading them was a red-clothed man, a direct disciple of Empyrean White Sky. He had a great world king realm cultivation, and behind him also followed 3 ordinary world kings, amongst them the one who had just shouted. There were also other direct disciples of Empyrean White Sky, but their status and talent were inferior to that of the red-clothed man. Is everyone here? I am the commander of this troop, Red Leaf. Now set off. The red-clothed man dispensed with all the small talk. He brought the mixed legion and soared to the skies. Primeval universe, chaos star ocean, blood surged, the sounds of death and battle boiled in the air. Beams of brilliant light shot out like eternal rainbows, colorful and heroic, piercing through the void and shaking it. Kacha! Kacha! In the midst of the violent fluctuations of energy that ripped through all directions, massive asteroid belts broke up and disintegrated. This area had long been eroded through the endless years, decayed to the point of collapse. Now that this exceptionally brutal war broke out, the asteroids instantly turned to ash. The war drums of the saints rumbled, echoing through this ancient universe like billowing thunderclouds. Woo dash! Woo dash! Horns bellowed into the air, cracking open the starry skies. Sonic ripples spread through, inciting the morale of the Saint martial artists. Where drums and horns beat together, endless massacres broke out. Beams of divine light ripped through the battlefield. Lin Ming mixed his way into the spirit ship of the Saint martial artists. As he passed through this part of the battlefield, he saw many ancient remnant races still desperately fighting and crying out. These ancient remnant races were mostly celestials and the followers of the celestials. The primal god race only accounted for an extremely small portion of these martial artists. The entire god race consisted of only several tens of millions of people. Compared to the other larger races of the 33 heavens who consisted of unknown trillion quadrillions of people, the god race couldn't even be considered a drop in the bucket. In fact, even 10 billion years ago, the primal god race didn't have a high population. At the very least, they couldn't compare to the raw numbers of the great races of the current era. At that time, within the universes ruled by the primal god race, the main residents were the other races that followed the primal god race. These races often had populations several hundreds of millions of times greater than the primal god race. The primal god race was just like their name to these races. Their powerful members were the same as gods. Gods could control the universe, but the number of gods was always far less than all other living beings. The scenes of war were merciless and tragic. Some of the ancient race martial artists possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Some had glowing golden bodies, some exuded shining auras of power, some possessed billowing blood vitality, some had massive horns, but all of them were incredibly talented when it came to fighting. When these powerhouses gathered together, their blood energies seethed and fused, seemingly boundless and containing endless fighting strength. But although these ancient races were powerful, they were surrounded by enemies 10 times their numbers. The saint martial artists encircled them like ants. These saint martial artists weren't weak either. Each one had extraordinary talents, powerful bloodlines, or formidable martial arts inheritances. As they all activated their bloodlines, their appearances became fierce and savage, and even when they died they would go down biting and kicking at the ancient races. Although the ancient race martial artists fought bravely, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. Their boiling blood vitality and fierce actions were soon submerged by the sea-like offensive. Moreover, some influences of the ancient races were separated by the saint martial artists using calculating methods. They were divided and then conquered, suffering massive casualties. This battle is intense. Although the ancient races are using the terrain to their advantage and engaging the saints in guerrilla warfare, the saint martial artists eventually find them. Once the saints find them, it's just a mass slaughter from then on. The ancient races may be strong, but they are too few in number and it is difficult for them to procreate. If this continues, then they won't be able to last for much longer. Lin Ming grimly thought, his heart heavy. Seeing these ancient races heroically battle with the murderous saints, an inexplicable feeling of frustration and sorrow shook Lin Ming's heart. Dozens of years from now, would this be the same scene in the divine realm? Humanity was numerous, far higher in number than these ancient races. If the saints thoroughly seized control of the divine realm, it was still impossible for them to completely eliminate all humans. After all, besides the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, there were still countless other medium and small worlds and dimensions, as well as the vast lower realms which consisted of over 1 billion worlds. Wanting to eliminate humanity was an incomparably vast project. But the saints didn't need to utterly eliminate humanity. As long as they destroyed the inheritance of humanity and killed off the likes of Divine Dream, Emperor Xianxia, and other leading Empyreans, completely wiping away the Empyrean heavenly palaces, and then killing the top talents like Dragonfang, Hangqi, and June Blue Moon, that would be eliminating the hopes of humanity. From then on, humanity could be considered as ruins. Humanity would still have members surviving into the future, but they would be like those that lived in the soul world. They would devolve into an inferior race of slaves, ruled by others and barely able to maintain their existence. Did you see the war just now? That was Empyrean Gilded Heaven's Legion. They apparently found a stronghold of the Celestials and have organized the army to lay siege to it, and will be claiming victory any time now. Conservatively speaking, this time they will be killing hundreds of thousands of celestial martial artists and millions of their followers. This is a great military merit. Not only will we obtain a massive amount of war loot, but these military merits mean rich rewards from the upper command. The commanding great world king Red Leaf roared out. His words roused the fervor of the saint martial artists. The reason this legion had joined the battle between races was in order to find lucky chances and obtain military exploits. Although our mission isn't to kill hundreds of thousands or millions of enemies, our opponents are not the Celestials but the primal god race. If we capture them alive, the rewards will be unfathomable. Everyone, raise your spirits. Red Leaf's words caused many martial artists to bubble over with zeal. With this, Red Leaf was extremely excited. The scale of battle they had to undertake wasn't large, but if it went smoothly, their harvests would be considerable. The bodies, souls, and energy seas of the primal god race were all valuable treasures. They could be slowly refined and turned into top treasures and pills. The group of people marched forwards. These people all had at least a Holy Lord level cultivation. Even in a battle between two races, the strength of a Holy Lord couldn't be underestimated. They avoided the intense parts of the battlefield as much as possible, sneaking through the darkness of the void. We've arrived. It's here. Red Leaf suddenly waved his hand and all the saint martial artists stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a dark space that was camouflaged to look like a black hole. But as Lin Ming swept his divine sense through it, he knew that in truth this was only an illusion. It was actually a stronghold of the primal god race. Attack! With a loud command from Red Leaf, over 100 holy lords struck together. The divine lights of numerous astral essences pierced through the void, ripping through the primal god race's great array formation. Bang! A horrifying explosion lit up the world. In front of the saint martial artists, an independent world appeared. This world existed in a crevice of space, and had houses, mountains, rivers, rice fields, and also primal god martial artists quietly living there. From appearances, this was not some war stronghold, but a simple village. And it was only an ordinary village of the primal god race, because there were the elderly, women, and children running about. Although the god race martial artists far surpassed other races in terms of talent, not all of them could cultivate to the Holy Lord realm. In their race, there were many ordinary martial artists. Of course, these ordinary martial artists were far more powerful than ordinary martial artists of other races. From looks alone, the god race didn't have any external differences from saints or humans. But their inherent essence, energy, and divine were of completely different levels. If stripped out, they were all precious materials. Capture alive those you can. As for those you cannot, kill them all and take away their corpses. Red Leaf ruthlessly ordered. A manic bloodthirst clouded his eyes. The primal god race village before him left him incredibly excited, because he could see young girls and children living there. The young girls of the god race, if they were virgins, would be extremely nourishing to his cultivation if he were to ravish them. As for the children of the god race, they could be turned into medicines. The effects were even better. In the private transactions of the Saint Race legions, the prices of the god race's young girls and children were dozens of times higher than other members. Haha! All of you die! Kill them all! More than 100 holy lords and 3 world kings attacked together. The god race village in front of them wasn't too large. No matter how heaven-defying the talent of the god race was, it was impossible for a tiny village like this to harm a great world king. Whoosh! Suddenly, a divine arrow cut through the skies and a saint holy lord in the front was pierced through the chest, immediately sent flying backwards. During the time he was sent flying away, the divine arrow twisted apart the saint martial artist's heart and lungs, causing blood to gush out from his body and sever his life. Red Leaf sneered. Interesting. There's a fierce youth here and his skills aren't too bad. Red Leaf thoughtfully looked towards the center of the village. There was a youth holding a bow with an early Holy Lord level cultivation. But this early Holy Lord was able to kill a late Holy Lord with an arrow and even ignore the powerful bodily defenses of the saints. This strength was extraordinary. He was surely some astonishing genius. Bang! The youth hurtled into the skies. His body was covered in war armor and dense arcs of electricity wrapped around him. His eyes were angry and defiant. He kicked out and sent a saint martial artist hurtling 1,000 miles away, causing him to violently vomit blood. This god race youth's 2 continuous attacks caused the locust-like swarm of saint martial artists to halt their advance. Seeing this, Lin Ming was slightly surprised. This youth's talent already surpassed many Empyrean descendants. A small god race village actually had such an outstanding elite. If a large influence of the god race with a deep background were to raise such a genius, how terrifying could he be? Interesting. Senior apprentice brother Red Leaf. Let me play with him. A world king standing behind Red Leaf grinned and moved forwards. He took out a spear, a flame burning on its tip. Facing this saint world king, the god race youth's complexion was solemn. He could feel the terrifying aura rolling off this opponent, and from what this world king had said, the senior apprentice brother Red Leaf he referred to was clearly stronger. From Red Leaf's body, the god race youth could feel an aura as deep as the sea, making his heart race. Behind the god race youth, the other primal god race villagers all had worried and fearful expressions. Their tiny little village didn't have much war strength, so how could they ward off the assault of 100 holy lords, several world kings, and a great world king? What enmity does my primal god race have with you saints? You want to annihilate my people's bloodline and use our children for alchemy? The primal god race youth angrily shouted. Thunder gathered in his palms and a vast lightning storm seemed to grow within his maddened eyes. Haha! What sort of question is that? How pathetic. In this universe, the strong devour the weak. Who made it so that your flesh and blood are valuable medicines, and that the women of your people are the best living furnaces for dual cultivation? Who told you to possess so many resources? Your people were once brilliant in the past, but now it's time for you all to permanently leave the stage of history. My saint race will rise without stopping, and you will perish while we do so. The saint world king laughed. The god race youth simmered in grief, hatred roiling in his heart. He flew straight up from the ground, impacting into the skies. Even if I must die, I will drag you down with me. The god race youth bellowed. His flesh and blood began to emit an even more dazzling brilliance, and his skin started to shine with a golden light. Runes flashed on his body, exuding an inexhaustibly potent power. The void shook and his crystalline bones emitted a majestic aura that caused the world to shake. This bloodline? Lin Ming was startled. He could feel that this bloodline was slightly similar to the Azura blood the Azura Roadmaster had left behind. Of course, compared to the Azura Roadmaster, the difference was far too great. When he had heard Shang Mei say that it was rumored that the Azura Roadmaster came from the primal god race, it seemed that these weren't baseless stories. Hey! He actually has the king bloodline. If I cut you down then my merits will be great. Haha. The Saint World King laughed with joy as he sensed the god race youth's bloodline. The god race's king bloodline could be called the most precious bloodline in the world. The pure king bloodline had already vanished from existence, but there were still some lineages left behind. Although they were impure, they were still extremely valuable. What an accidental harvest! Many holy lords were excited. They were part of a mixed legion, so they were often sent to the edge of the battlefield. Because of this, they had some complaints in their hearts. They thought they would never be able to seize some of the primal god race's treasures or important figures, but they never imagined they would find a god race youth with a king bloodline in this tiny village. But something was strange. This god race youth with the king bloodline, why would he be in this small village? Take him alive! Red Leaf shouted. The youth's bloodline had caused his complexion to change. At this moment, there was a dreadful explosion. The god race youth attacked. His move was like falling landslides and tsunamis that struck towards the Saint World King with overwhelming pressure. This move was brutal and crazy, and even the void tore apart. The Saint World King's original grin disappeared as he saw this. Although he had already given a high appraisal to this youth's strength, it seemed that he might have underestimated him. An early holy lord could emit an attack that could threaten an ordinary world king? However, this was only a threat. The disparity in their cultivations was far too large. The Saint World King took a step back, his blood vitality soaring to the heavens. White bone blades grew out from his skeleton, jutting out from his body. They shined with mystical runes, making him look like a deadly hedgehog. This was a common battle technique amongst the upper-level martial artists of the saint's body metamorphosis. Bang! The two people collided. The god race youth's complexion flushed red and blood leaked out the corners of his lips. Although his cultivation was an entire large boundary behind, he was actually only suppressed and not seriously wounded. How could he be so strong? Many saint martial artists were shocked. The disparity between an early holy lord and ordinary world king was no different than a mote. Yet in this one collision all that happened was that he bled a little. The primal god race lived up to their reputation. The king blood of the god race was terrifying to the extreme. The god race youth violently fought with the Saint World King. Although he was fierce, every time they collided his body would be torn by the saint's bone blades, exposing deep wounds. But this god race youth possessed a horrifying level of endurance. Although he was repeatedly injured, he relied on his conviction to become increasingly savage the more he fought. On the other hand, even though the Saint World King was clearly stronger, he still couldn't capture his opponent for a long time. He was soon breathless from frustration. How terrifying! Some saint martial artists cried out in surprise. If the primal god race numbered in the trillions, there would be a qualitative change in their war strength, and they could even threaten us saints. No wonder the god race was able to achieve supremacy 10 billion years ago when 100 races rose up together. If it weren't for the heavens cursing the god race, then there wouldn't be a race that could compete with them. The saint martial artists discussed. They couldn't help but admire the god race. Hearing these conversations, Red Leaf frowned and violently shouted, "All of you shut up!" Although Red Leaf was also left amazed by the god race's potential, he didn't want to lower military morale. Stop dragging things on. The longer we delay, the more problems there will be. All of us will capture him together, Red Leaf suddenly said. He was preparing to attack himself, and the other two world kings moved forwards with him, all of them approaching the god race youth. He was afraid that this god race youth possessed some uncommon status and there would be reinforcements arriving. Seeing this, the martial artists in the god race village were filled with despair. Agu! The elderly in the village gripped their fists. A young girl's eyes filled with tears. The youth fighting in the skies was named Agu. He came from the royalty of the primal god race. But, because of certain intrigues within the royal family, he was forced to flee when he was a child. He ran away to this little village and grew up here. From the start, no one knew about Agu's previous life and thought of him as nothing but an ordinary child. Agu had grown up together with the village. The feelings that the villagers held towards Agu was as thick as blood. When the saints invaded and the flames of war began burning through the primeval universe, Agu had returned to this village. Now possessing a little bit of strength himself, he had desired to establish an enchantment around this village to make sure they could live in safety, and then wait for a chance to move the entire village to a safer place. But before he could do all of this, some of the villagers had been discovered by the saints. Egu's cultivation was far too low. He was just barely able to cope with a world king, and now with other world kings and even a great world king advancing towards him, nothing awaited him but defeat. Even if I die, I will make sure none of you are happy. Seeing 3 other world kings join the fray, Egu revealed a twisted smile. Crimson light began to shine from the bones of his arms. A dangerous aura enveloped everyone. This is bad. He wants to burn away the entirety of his king blood. Stop him, Red Leaf coldly said. Even if this god race youth burned away his king blood, he still couldn't pose a fatal threat to them. But it would mean the loss of his king blood. Egu! The villagers cried out in sorrow. Burning away the entirety of his king blood was the same as suicide. However, his opponents formed a sharp contrast to him. The saints ferociously roared, "Hey! You brat! Your body no longer belongs to you. Your blood is precious and cannot be wasted. You think I'll just let you do as you please?" A Saint World King cackled, about to attack the god race youth. But at this time, a loud explosion erupted from behind the saints. They were startled and turned around to look. They saw that high in the air, an unfamiliar saint youth had destroyed the void, crushing the space channel that allowed them to enter. Behind the saint youth, a dim enchantment appeared, covering the surrounding space. This enchantment glittered with mystical runes, completely incomprehensible to the mind. "You, what are you doing?" Beside Red Leaf, the 3 Saint World Kings were stunned. The other 100 Saint martial artists were also unsure what happened. They could feel something was wrong. To destroy the space channel and also cover this area in an enchantment, these actions weren't something that the average person could easily accomplish. It had to be known that Saint martial artists mainly focused on the strength of their mortal bodies. They rarely used array runes, and even if they did it wouldn't be so advanced. The array runes that this saint youth laid down were incomprehensible even to Red Leaf. Red Leaf's complexion darkened. He carefully observed this strange saint race youth. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any camouflage. This person's cultivation, race, and appearance didn't seem fake at all. But his actions proved he wasn't here with good intentions. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Red Leaf suspected that this person was a spy who had infiltrated into their ranks. After all, in a great war between races, the origins of members in a mixed legion were extremely complex, and it wasn't surprising for a spy to sneak their way in. After destroying the space channel and laying down an enchantment, the Saint Youth drew out a spear from his spatial ring. This Saint Youth was Lin Ming, who had used the bodily rebirth technique. He had been biding his time for so long and had only taken action now because he wanted to take advantage of the time when the saints were attacking the god race village to lay down the sealing enchantment. This enchantment had array symbols of the Azura heavenly Tao engraved into it. And its purpose was to prevent these saint martial artists from escaping. Lin Ming's identity was far too sensitive, especially to the saints. Although he could hide his appearance with the bodily rebirth technique, he couldn't hide his moves. Moreover, his cultivation was at the Middle Holy Lord realm. When his combat strength was contrasted with his cultivation, and in addition to his moves, if any saint martial artists ran away and spread news of what they saw, perhaps even including a battle array disc, then people like the good fortune Saint Sun would definitely be able to guess his identity. Once the saints discovered he had come to the primeval universe, what would happen then? Lin Ming didn't dare to imagine it. Thus, choosing the correct time to attack was extremely important to Lin Ming. Defeating these people wasn't hard, but to kill off every single one of them was a challenge. This brat, he's looking to die. After seeing Lin Ming block off the space channel, everyone began to emit a faint killing intent. The saint martial artists were furious. As for the primal god race villagers, they never imagined such a sudden change would occur. Egu, do you know this person? Did the royal family send him to rescue you? A beautiful blue-clothed girl sent Egu a sound transmission. She had adored Agu for a long time, and the truth was that even as a common village girl, her feelings were reciprocated. But because of the difference in their backgrounds, neither of them had the courage to be open about their emotions. "No, I don't know him, and he doesn't seem like a member of the ancient remnant races." Agu looked at Lin Ming, finding it hard to discern his cultivation. If this person was only a middle holy lord, how could he possibly be the match of so many powerhouses? "I don't know this brother's good name, but let's join forces," Agu said in the common language of the saints. He was worried that Lin Ming wasn't a match for these people. But, just as he spoke, Lin Ming moved. Behind Lin Ming, colossal stars appeared, floating up and down. As soon as he moved forwards, he opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and simultaneously galvanized the power of thunder and fire within his body. He couldn't hold back here. When dealing with the entire Saint Legion as well as the Great World King, it would be difficult to make sure not a single one of them escaped. Who dash? Who dash? Who dash? Flames surged in the skies and the void was flooded with lightning, as if countless purple and red snakes were twining themselves through the world. The scene was bizarre and horrifying. Then, Lin Ming thrust his spear. The spear he used was the Black Dragon Spear. After such a long time, Lin Ming used the Black Dragon Spear once more. Although he couldn't wield it however, and whenever he wished, he could still last for a long time. Whirl! The massive myriad demon karmic wheel and myriad essence reincarnation wheel came rolling out. Endless runes followed, flowing together with the flames and thunder. It was like a river of stars had exploding into existence, completely covering the saint martial artists. Puff! 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 10 saint martial artists were immediately covered with this terrifying force field. Their mortal bodies instantly exploded to pieces before being vaporized into ashes by the power of thunder and fire. Right after, their souls and energies were absorbed by the myriad demon karmic wheel and the myriad essence reincarnation wheel. What? Seeing this, many people paled. They had guessed that Lin Ming was powerful. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to lay down an enchantment that they couldn't break free from. But they never thought he would be powerful to such a degree. 10 holy lords had been executed just by facing him. "Get in formation!" a Saint World King shouted, already frightened. 100 Saint warriors were all in a critical situation, facing a powerful opponent. They projected astral essence and converged it together, forming a drop of cream-colored blood. This was the Saints' battle formation, the Saints' blood array. When displayed with 100 Saint martial artists working in tandem, it possessed an earth-shaking might. The superiority of this battle formation lay in the fact that it was easy to learn and practice, and thus suitable for a mixed legion like this. This blood was strange. As soon as it appeared, it began to crazily swallow heaven and earth origin energy, eventually growing into a small bone that glittered with profound runes. This bone revolved in the void, automatically dragging in nearby energy. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a bone giant that was 10,000 feet tall. The bone giant projected a mystical strength that poked holes in the surrounding void. Roar! The bone giant hurled itself towards Lin Ming. But at this moment, a brilliant light bloomed between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The Davik eye slowly flickered open. This was Lin Ming's 4th Tao Palace, the Davik Eye Tao Palace. Beneath the illumination of the Davik Eye, the energy flow within the bone giant became absolutely clear down to the minutest detail. Lin Ming could see every weakness, every point where the fusion was incomplete. The Mixed Legion was nothing but a hastily crafted force, and their coordination couldn't be considered spectacular. Beneath the gaze of Lin Ming's Davik Eye, numerous weaknesses were exposed. Lin Ming grasped the Black Dragon Spear and impacted forwards. His body turned into a beam of spear light that thrust into a point 70 feet below the bone giant's ribs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a loud bang, Lin Ming's energy flooded into the bone giant, causing the originally unstable energy structure to collapse. Soon, the entire bone giant caved in on itself. Many people were stunned silent. The battle formation formed by 100 martial artists was directly smashed to pieces by Lin Ming's spear strike. Just who was this person? "This is impossible," The Holy Lords could not accept this, although their individual strength wasn't worth mentioning. When their strengths all superimposed upon each other, even a half-step Empyrean would have to earnestly defend against their attack. Still, it had been easily broken by Lin Ming. He clearly saw the weakness of the bone giant. Someone cried out in alarm. He was unable to imagine how Lin Ming had instantly seen through the flaws of their battle array. They didn't have time to respond. At this time, Lin Ming had rushed into their ranks. Pong! A holy lord had his head smashed open by Lin Ming's spear, immediately dying where he stood. Then, Lin Ming erupted with energy. The strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace gushed out from within him. He was unstoppable, like a tiger diving into a flock of sheep. All that remained was slaughter. Lin Ming had already recently experienced 2 great killing scenes within the Akashic Dream universe and was now familiar with what to do. Moreover, at the Fallen God Mountain range, the peerless geniuses Lin Ming faced were far more formidable than these Saint Holy Lords. Who is he? Seeing Lin Ming instantly kill over 20 people like some unrivaled demon god, many people began dripping with a cold sweat. The vast skies were dyed red with blood and corpses fell like rain. Some saint martial artists already had thoughts of escaping. The martial artists of this mixed legion had mostly joined the war of races in order to find some lucky chances. But if they knew with certainty they would die, no one would want to sit around and wait for their death. You are courting death. Red Leaf attacked. He was enraged upon seeing Lin Ming slaughter his troops. As soon as he attacked, he did so with all of his power behind it. His body rose, growing taller, and scales appeared on his skin. His blood vitality soared to the heavens, making him seem like a bloodthirsty demon lord. Kacha! His attack collided with Lin Ming's. The two could both feel the horrifying strength of their opponent. In the violent strike just now, Lin Ming and Red Leaf were both forced back. But at that time, 2 figures flew out from Lin Ming's inner world. They were Lin Ming's avatars, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and the Soul Springs Divine Embryo. These 2 avatars had also changed their appearance, looking exactly like the current Lin Ming. Although their appearance-changing technique wasn't too exquisite, in the confusion and chaos of battle, it was impossible for Red Leaf to see through them. Red Leaf was panic-stricken. He saw 2 figures that looked exactly like Lin Ming rush out from within him and realized these were his avatars. But because he had just attacked, it would be hard to resist their strikes. Junior Apprentice Brothers. Red Leaf summoned the 3 other World Kings. They recklessly hurtled forwards, but how could they be a match for Lin Ming's 2 avatars? A crazy and brutal collision occurred. In a single exchange, they were sent flying away, one of the World Kings heavily wounded. The Primal God villagers watched all of this in a daze. They certainly knew just how strong those 3 Saint World Kings were, but they watched on as this mysterious Middle Holy Lord Realm youth fought, his cultivation not much higher than Agues. Fierce! A brilliant light flashed in Agues' eyes. He took this chance to rush forwards, grasping his long bow and using it as a sword to wildly slash forwards. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to assist Lin Ming. The bow's bowstring was sharp beyond imagination, could even slice open space. Ah! With a pitiful cry, the World King that had just been heavily wounded by Lin Ming was sneak attacked by Agu. One of his legs had been chopped off. You're looking to die. This World King turned to strike Agu. But Agu wasn't much weaker than an ordinary World King to begin with, and this enemy was already exhausted. He easily avoided the strike. The one dying is you. Agu launched another brutal attack. The World King was not his opponent and was forced to retreat again and again in defeat. Run! Someone cried, horrified. This was a peerless death god. They had no idea where this person came from and why he had infiltrated their legion. This was only one of the legions subordinate to Empyrean White Heaven, and all they were attacking was a small village of the primal god race. This strange youth was so strong, so why would he have been bored enough to meddle in such trivial matters, deliberately infiltrating this unit and launching an ambush to save a village? Dozens of holy lords shot into the skies. They began to bombard the enchantment that Lin Ming had laid down. For a time, brilliant divine lights lit up the heavens. With loud rumbling sounds, the enchantment violently shook. A massive stone gate appeared within the enchantment, resisting over 90% of the attacks. The stone gate was ancient and boundless. It was the Primordius Gate. The Primordius Gate possessed only ordinary striking power, but its defensive capabilities were outstanding. Using it to stabilize the enchantment was the best choice. The Saint martial artists launched a barrage of attacks. But the Primordius Gate withstood the majority of them and remained steadfast no matter what struck it. Around the Primordius Gate, many Azura runes intensely sparkled. The light of these runes dimmed, but they never disappeared. Faintly, it was like a bit of the concept of existence had fused into these Azura runes. The runes drew in energy from their surroundings, glowing brighter and dimming, but never disappearing. How can it be so solid? Many people were left flustered with panic. At this life-or-death moment, they had abandoned their attempts to attack Lin Ming, but still couldn't manage to break open this enchantment. "Combine your attacks with an array," someone shouted out. They gathered their energies once more, forming the Saint's Blood Array and summoning the Bone Giant again. But the moment that the Bone Giant appeared, its every weakness was seized by Lin Ming's Davik Eye. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder flashed, smashing into the mystical strength of the bones. It was like an endless hail of thunder crashing down onto the Bone Giant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tens of thousands of collisions occurred in a single breath of time. The entire Bone Giant was blown apart. Lin Ming wouldn't allow the Bone Giant to freely attack the enchantment. Although the Bone Giant was filled with weaknesses, its striking power was considerable. His enchantment might not be able to resist it. "Die!" Lin Ming billowed with killing intent. Between his eyebrows, the Davik Idao Palace shimmered, completely locking down the image of Red Leaf. All of Red Leaf's weaknesses were seen through by Lin Ming. Life and death samsara. In order to bring the battle to the fastest conclusion and prevent any accidents from occurring, when Lin Ming thrust out his spear, he also used the power of the Golden Pages. These were the results of grasping the principles atop the Fallen God Mountain Range's shrine platform. For a time, horrifying life and death laws enveloped Red Leaf. Red Leaf suddenly shook and his eyes turned misty and confused. It was like he had fallen into an incomparably long river of time, the years rapidly passing by around him. Death energy spread through his body. He could feel his own mortal body decay and his fires of life fade away. Puff! Red Leaf heard a light popping sound and then felt something cold in his chest. The confusing and befuddling haze disappeared and his field of vision became clear once more. As it did, he saw Lin Ming right in front of him with an indifferent expression, and the black dragon spear already piercing through his heart. The moment that his heart was pierced, Red Leaf's face distorted. He grabbed the black dragon spear, his body violently shaking as horror filled his eyes. The powerful strength of a saint's mortal body didn't allow him to immediately die. But he wished he could immediately die, because a feeling more terrifying than death had enveloped him. He could feel a horrifying power swallow up his soul and the fires of his life. His entire body was flooded with death energy as his life rapidly faded from him. His hair lost all luster and the sockets of his eyes caved in. His entire body was rapidly decaying. The process of a mortal decaying over years was instantly reduced to a mere several breaths of time. Like this, Red Leaf beneath the black dragon spear was turned into a bag of bones. Pa pa pa! The bones fell down, crumbling to bits in the skies. As they landed on the ground, they collapsed into ashes that were then blown away by the wind without leaving anything behind. Seeing this scene, even Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the concept of death that he had comprehended from the Fallen God Mountain Range and then verified through the Golden Pages. This was the first time he had used it. A great world king who was part of the Saint race, which was renowned for their formidable bodies, had not only been killed in several breaths of time, but even the mortal body they tempered for so long had decayed to ashes that vanished into the air. If he could obtain the Black Book and complete the Holy Scripture, the power of his life and death samsara would reach unimaginable heights. As the one using this move, even Lin Ming was shocked. As for the others, they were all drenched in horrified sweat. The Saint martial artists present were well aware of how strong Red Leaf had been. Even among great world kings, he was in the upper echelons in terms of strength. Yet, he had been slain by Lin Ming without even bones remaining. His cultivation is just a small boundary higher than mine, so how could he? Egu grasped his bow, unsure of what to say. As a royal of the god race, he had held absolute self-confidence about his talent within his heart. Amongst his contemporaries, there were few that could stand on equal footing with him. At the early Holy Lord realm, he was able to defend against ordinary world kings, and that was already an amazing feat, but compared to this mysterious saint youth in front of him, his strength was nothing at all. He was well aware that this saint youth's moves and the strength he displayed had all manifested through the power of a middle Holy Lord, without passing it at all. The only possibility would be if he were an extreme Empyrean that was deliberately suppressing their strength to fight. But why would an extreme Empyrean be so bored as to do this, and not directly use their Empyrean-level strength to kill off everyone instead of acting in such a farce? Wait! Wait! Seeing Lin Ming raise the black dragon spear and step onto the void once more. Approaching them, the saint martial artists were scared out of their wits. Two world kings faced Lin Ming, their complexions pale. You, who are you, what do you want? We'll do anything you wish, so please don't kill us, the saint world kings said with shivering voices. Lin Ming indifferently looked at these saint martial artists. You invaded this god race village. When you invaded other races, did you ever think that their lives were as valuable as your own? As Lin Ming spoke, his murderous intent had locked onto all the saint martial artists. Forced back by Lin Ming's killing intent, a world king grit his teeth and shouted, "Scatter in different directions. Break through the enchantment." As soon as he spoke, the world king flew up, impacting towards the enchantment. Astral essence crazily revolved around his body, and he wildly combusted his blood essence. He wanted to use his own body to shatter the enchantment. And following right behind this world king, many other saint martial artists chose to burn their blood essence together. In a life or death moment, all of these saint martial artists had gone crazy, possessed by their panic. Compared to their lives, what could burning their blood essence be considered as? But even though they burned their blood essence together, none of them dared to attack Lin Ming, but instead focused on bombarding the enchantment that locked in the void. If they could break past it and run outside, then with so many holy lords fleeing in different directions, it would be impossible for Lin Ming to catch them all no matter how powerful he was. All of you are staying behind. Lin Ming's voice was chilling, seeped with carnage. He and his two avatars struck together. Even Red Leaf wasn't Lin Ming's opponent, much less these saint holy lords. This was nothing by a one-sided massacre. None of them could contend with Lin Ming. Even Red Leaf's junior apprentice brothers, the world king powerhouses, were instantly slain by Lin Ming. This is. Seeing blood dye the blue skies, Egu paled. Lin Ming was slaughtering people who didn't possess any power to resist him, but he didn't show any leniency at all. He was a cold-blooded death god. Egu had seen these saint martial artists slaughter his fellow god race members. At that time, Egu wished he could kill them all without reserve. But now, as he saw these saint martial artists exterminated in large swathes by Lin Ming without any chances of resisting, he found he couldn't bear this scene. Although he was powerful, he couldn't be like Lin Ming and stain his hands red with blood. In the face of this absolutely ruthless massacre, he found it hard to calm his heart. What are you thinking? At this time, an indifferent voice echoed from behind Egu. Spooked, he immediately turned around. The black-clothed Lin Ming was standing behind him, his hand grasping the black dragon spear. Although the spear shaft wasn't stained with blood, Lin Ming's clothes were dyed crimson. The Legion of Saints had been thoroughly annihilated by Lin Ming. Lin Ming had even used the concept of life to scan the entire battlefield. As long as he sensed the aura of a person, he would kill them, lest there be a single clue of his presence remaining. And nothing. Egu gripped his long bow and backed away from Lin Ming, caution in his eyes. Even now he didn't know what Lin Ming's goal was or why he had saved them. Mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. If you allow a single one of them to escape, your village will suffer total destruction. The moment they stepped out of this world, they would have immediately used a sound transmission jade slip to send news of what happened, and the next time they attacked to destroy this village, the one they sent would have been a half-step Empyrean or even a true Empyrean. At that time, both you and I would die. The mission of annihilating a little village wouldn't alarm an Empyrean. But because of the unique existence of Lin Ming, alarming an Empyrean would be the least of the troubles. I know. I'm sorry. For Agu's life, he had mostly fought with the vicious beasts of the primeval universe. As for the number of times he had killed people, there were actually considerably few moments. He knew that Lin Ming's rebuke was completely reasonable, and he also realized that Lin Ming didn't have any dark intentions towards him. Agu hesitated for a moment and probingly asked, You aren't a saint martial artist? Agu felt that Lin Ming's techniques and combat methods were different from those of the saints. I'm not. Lin Ming shook his head. My race is the same as yours, invaded by the saints. I want to see the leaders of your primal god race. Could you open the way for me? Lin Ming asked, getting straight to the point. If he wanted to enter the headquarters of the primal god race, he would need people guiding him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find it. And even if he did find it, he wouldn't be able to enter. You want to see the leaders of the god race? Agu looked at Lin Ming, a stunned expression on his face. The headquarters of the god race was one of the greatest secrets of the god race. It involved the life or death of their god race as well as the decrees of the gods. Even if Lin Ming rescued their entire village, he wouldn't be so muddled as to lead him there. After thinking for some time, Agu said, I will inform a special messenger from headquarters to have them come see you. After the invasion of Red Leaf, Agu had no choice but to relocate the village. Their position had been discovered and a legion had been sent to exterminate them. But in the end, they were the ones destroyed. They would have to leave before reinforcements came. You? Just who are you? In the void, a middle-aged man in Golden War armor stood in front of Lin Ming. He was the messenger from headquarters that Agu spoke of. If Lin Ming wanted to enter the God Race headquarters, he would first have to obtain this person's trust. To lead someone of unknown origin into their headquarters was undoubtedly a dangerous and foolish action. I am from the human race and wish to see the leader of the God Race. As Lin Ming spoke, he had already lifted his disguise. Going to the God Race headquarters, there was sure to be a number of detections cast on him. An appearance-changing technique wouldn't be able to deceive these people. Seeing Lin Ming's appearance, the God Race messenger was stunned, not expecting this in the slightest. Lin Ming's appearance-changing technique was actually exquisite to such a degree. Human race? The human race located at the divine shifting heavens? It is reported that your people have also been invaded by the saints. If you wish to see the leader of my God race, is it because you want to form an alliance? Your explanation makes sense, but why should I believe you? The golden-armored man stared at Lin Ming. He had already listened to Agu's description of Lin Ming and wouldn't underestimate this youth at all. Lin Ming reached out his right hand and gently traced his spatial ring. A necklace appeared, hanging down from his fingers. This was an extremely oddly shaped necklace. The necklace itself was as thick as one's little finger, and the chain of hoops seemed to be made of some sort of iron, plain and simple looking. At the end of the chain, a thick palm-sized metal square hung, an inch thick. The center of the metal square had a hole in it that seemed to have originally been inlaid with a gem, but the gem was taken away afterwards. The golden-armored man was dumbfounded. This necklace was the one Lin Ming had found in the ancient tomb of the goddess in the eternal demon abyss, the necklace worn by Heavenly Empress Xianxia. In the past, Lin Ming had taken the necklace away with him the first time he entered the ancient tomb of the goddess. Afterwards, when he entered the divine realm and participated in the first martial meeting, he had pawned this necklace to Starbind Bank in order to purchase the Boundless World Pill. Afterwards, when Lin Ming obtained second place in the Divine Realm first martial meeting, shocking the world, Starbind Bank directly forgave Lin Ming's debt and also returned everything he pawned in order to build better relations with him. Now that Lin Ming took out this necklace, it was clear that the golden-armored man recognized it. The man's complexion changed again and again. He hoarsely said, "That is a keepsake of the royal family's bloodline. Why would you have this necklace?" The golden-armored man looked at Lin Ming with incredulity in his eyes. His reaction was severe. Lin Ming said, "I and this necklace have a strange karma together. If I go to the God Race headquarters, I will naturally speak of my story in detail. If you are afraid that I will send out a message and expose the location of your headquarters, then you can block out the space around me and isolate my divine sense." Lin Ming flicked his finger and the necklace was placed away. "Should we go now?" The golden-armored man deeply gazed at Lin Ming and nodded. "Oh." Chaos Star Ocean was flooded with black holes and dead stars. An ordinary spirit ship shuttled back and forth within this chaotic star territory. The route it took was extremely complex, passing through several space vortexes before transferring to another place. From start to finish, Lin Ming sat within the spirit ship, surrounded by an array formation for 100 feet around him. As long as Lin Ming's divine sense spread out beyond this scope, it would be immediately detected. Thus it was impossible for him to remember this route nor convey information about where he was. After some time, Lin Ming felt the spirit ship shake, as if they had passed through some array formation barrier. He stepped towards a porthole and saw a massive white temple outside. In front of this temple was an incomparably magnificent and grand statue. This could even be called the largest statue that Lin Ming had ever seen. It was several thousand miles high and seemed to be carved from a small planet. It was unknown how many years this statue had existed for, but the surface of it was covered with dust and filled with the concept of endless years. Even so, every line and curve condensed infinite true meanings and an overwhelmingly strong will. And this statue was that of the Azura Roadmaster. Seeing this statue, Lin Ming knew that he had arrived at the God Race headquarters. "Disembark." The golden-armored messenger brought Lin Ming down from the spirit ship. "In a while you will see my God Race's great elder, as well as Heaven's son Morin." Great Elder, Heaven's son Morin. Lin Ming had no understanding of the command structure within the God Race, nor did he know what status these two people had. A spacious and broad corridor opened before him. The floor tiles gleamed. Lin Ming could feel that every floor tile was carved with array formations, each one possessing a protective function. These array formations were unusual. If a small sect obtained a single one, they could use it as the protective array formation of their sect to guard the entrance. Stood on both sides of the corridor were silver-armored God Race martial artists. These God Race martial artists all had an early Holy Lord realm cultivation, slightly lower than the messenger that had guided Lin Ming here. And Lin Ming could faintly feel that these God Race Holy Lords all possessed the ability to jump ranks to fight, at least able to cross one or two small boundaries. At the end of the corridor was a grand hall. There was a row of thrones, and at this time there were 16 elders of the God Race sitting on the thrones. Among these 16 people were both men and women, and the three in the center each had Empyrean realm cultivations. The others were either half-step Empyreans or great world kings. And besides these 16 people, there was also a God Race youth standing in this hall. He had an ordinary world king cultivation, but his aura was as vast as a sea. It was clear he possessed an extreme talent. With the 16 sitting elders and the youth, there were 17 God Race members here, all of them exuding a tremendous pressure. This pressure covered the entire hall. If a martial artist lacking in cultivation were to step into this hall, their meridians would buckle beneath the pressure and they would die drowning in their blood. As Lin Ming stepped in here, his footsteps slowed down and he frowned. Although he could withstand pressure on this level, he didn't appreciate it. This wasn't the attitude of welcoming a guest, but a method of testing him and weighing his abilities. Lin Ming was well aware that the God Race was a proud and arrogant race. In order to gain their approval, one needed strength that they were forced to recognize. "Name." The moment Lin Ming entered the hall, the centermost elder spoke up. His voice was filled with energy, leaving the ears tingling. Lin Ming looked straight at this elder. He had a wide bone structure but was actually quite thin. His cheekbones jutted out and he had deep sunken eyes. When combined with his long and pale hair, he gave off a macabre feeling. Middle Empyrean? Lin Ming judged this old man's strength as a Middle Empyrean. If so, it was impossible for him to be the leader of the god race. This was because when he spoke with Xiang Mei had said that the god race possessed several peak Empyreans. If a peak Empyrean used the decrees of the gods, they could even pose a threat to a true divinity. The reason Lin Ming came here was to see the leader of the god race and discuss ways to resist the saints. However, Lin Ming's status was too low. As a mere middle Holy Lord realm martial artist, it was naturally impossible for him to see the leader of the god race. In truth, for him to be granted an audience with the Great Elder was proof that the god race paid some attention to him. "My name is Lin Ming." Lin Ming decisively stated his name without concealing anything. It was highly likely that the god race didn't know of his name because the divine realm and primeval universe were completely isolated from each other. And indeed, there was no response from the Great Elder. The Great Elder asked, "You have a keepsake of the royal family bloodline?" "Yes." Lin Ming stretched out his right hand. A necklace dangled on his index finger. Lin Ming discovered that the moment he took out this necklace, the eyes of the god race elders brightened. They filled with excitement and fervor. In particular, the World King Realm god race youth present. As he looked at this necklace, hope flickered in his eyes. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. It seemed that this necklace was more than just a keepsake. It definitely had other uses. After all, if Heavenly Empress Xianxia wore this necklace in the past, how could it be some common object? "This necklace is originally a keepsake of my god race. Now that you have brought the necklace here, you should return it to my people. Bring it." As the Great Elder spoke, he stood up. Lin Ming frowned. He held the necklace tightly. In the past, when he was at the ancient tomb of the goddess, the only reason he took this necklace was because he heard the voice of Heavenly Empress Xianxia. This was equivalent to Heavenly Empress Xianxia passing the necklace on to him. Afterwards, a remnant phantom of her soul had appeared and approved of Lin Ming taking care of it. Recalling this, Lin Ming was naturally unwilling to return the necklace with a few words from this Great Elder. "What?" Seeing Lin Ming not handing over the necklace, the Great Elder's complexion turned grim and he coldly said, "That is something which originally belongs to my race. Is it possible you want to take it for yourself?" The Great Elder's words concealed a sharp edge. Lin Ming's face darkened. After all, whether it was going to the Spiritas or now coming to the god race, Lin Ming had expected that nothing would go smoothly for him. He was only a single person and his cultivation wasn't high either. In the face of a war between races, he didn't have any function at all. In addition, he was from an alien race. Because of this, trying to get the god race to take him seriously was impossible. Lin Ming wasn't naive enough to believe that the leader of the god race would warmly receive him just because he saved a small village. It was because of Heavenly Empress Xianxia that Lin Ming wanted to come to the primal god race and repay his debt of gratitude to them. At the same time, he also wanted to use the primal god race to further delay the saints and give humanity a chance to breathe. But the primal god race didn't know any of this. All they knew was that Lin Ming was just a hairless little child whose cultivation wasn't even at the World King realm. In a race that possessed many Empyreans, wasn't it ridiculous to think that a mere hairless little child could save them? Still, even though Lin Ming knew he couldn't obtain the approval of the god race, he didn't expect them to demand the goddess's necklace as soon as he arrived. It was obvious that once they took the necklace they wouldn't return it. It seemed that he had far underestimated the value of this necklace. "I didn't say that I wouldn't return the necklace. It's just, the reason I came to the god race is to see your leader. His Majesty the God Sovereign is currently in seclusion. You cannot see him, but I can stand in his place. Is this about forming an alliance between the humans and our god race? You only need to speak to me about this. First, return the keepsake of my people." The Great Elder directly interrupted Lin Ming. Although his tone was calm, his expression clearly stated he had little patience remaining. The god race's Great Elder was a Middle Empyrean. As for Lin Ming, he was only a middle holy lord. Between the two large boundaries separated them, and the second large boundary, the disparity between a great world king and an empyrean, was a particularly devastating difference. In the great elder's opinion, him speaking so kindly and nicely to Lin Ming was already giving him more than enough face. But seeing that Lin Ming didn't have any intention of handing over the necklace, this caused him to lose a great deal of patience. At this time, the World King God Race youth standing in the hall walked towards Lin Ming and stood in front of him. He looked Lin Ming in the eyes and gently smiled, saying, "I am Heaven's son Morin. Friend, this necklace is extremely important to our God Race. Since you have saved a village of our God Race and you yourself are extraordinary, we do not wish to embarrass you. Return the necklace to us." Although the World King youth's expression was polite, his words held a veiled threat. Moreover, he couldn't hide the arrogance inherent in his bones. Lin Ming looked at this person. So this was Heaven's son Morin. It was clear that Heaven's son was a title and Morin was his name. This was an outstanding young elite of the God Race. His talent and his achievements were much higher than those of Agu. "I came to the God Race for my own reasons. You haven't asked me what I am here for, and yet you want me to hand over the necklace? If I hand you the necklace, should I just leave then?" Lin Ming mockingly said. "You came to our God Race to form an alliance, right? About that, it is a matter we can slowly discuss. But before then you must hand over the necklace, as it is something only we can use. I hope that you don't try to make us do things the hard way here." Heaven's son Morin spoke in a threatening voice thick with anger. Lin Ming sneered in his heart. "Form an alliance? My human race is in the divine realm and you are in the primeval universe. Just meeting once requires one to pass through numerous universes. So what's the point in forming an alliance? That is nothing but a nominal statement I made. The reason I came to the God Race is not to form an alliance. As for this necklace, the reason I have it is because I received it through the behest of Heavenly Empress Xianxia. You all, could it be you wish to steal it?" Lin Ming's voice rang out full of energy. Upon mentioning the name of Heavenly Empress Xianxia, the necklace in Lin Ming's hand emitted a dim blue light. The faint aura of endless time exuded from this necklace, making the heart race. And this aura quietly swirled around Lin Ming, as if taking Lin Ming as its master. This caused the God Race martial artists present to change their complexions. This necklace had followed Lin Ming this far, and with the bidding of Heavenly Empress Xianxia, there was the momentum of it recognizing him. Seeing this scene and also remembering Heavenly Empress Xianxia, the elders present felt their hearts skip a beat. For a time, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone glanced at each other, not speaking. Heavenly Empress Xianxia's death had been an enormous attack to the God Race. This was because she originally had tremendous hopes of becoming a true divinity. And what the God Race lacked now was a true divinity. If Heavenly Empress Xianxia had been able to become a true divinity, then the saints would have rethought their decision to attack the God Race, because the God Race also possessed the decrees of the gods. Even if you received the behest of the Heavenly Empress, that cannot solve everything. This necklace belongs to the God Race and you cannot use it, and taking it away is also useless to you. In the past, the Heavenly Empress was unable to return the necklace to the God Race. Thus she charged you with handling the necklace. Now that it has returned, it isn't something you can possess. The truth is that this necklace concerns the war between us and the saints. Therefore, I hope you understand our situation. Even if we must force you to turn your back on the orders of the Heavenly Empress, we still must take it back." Another elder said. His cultivation was at the lower Empyrean realm. Once one reached the Empyrean realm, jumping ranks to fight became far more difficult. This was true even for the God Race. While the God Race could overcome a small boundary to fight world kings as a holy lord, when one became an Empyrean, it was impossible to jump ranks to fight unless one was a shocking talent. Otherwise, the strength of Empyreans between most races was the same. A lower Empyrean was a lower Empyrean. They simply couldn't overcome the gap to fight those higher in cultivation. Lin Ming looked at the elder who spoke, a bit surprised by his words. He asked, "Then can you tell me what use this necklace has?" The elder turned and looked at the great elder, clearly asking for his opinion. Seeing the great elder nod, the elder slowly said, "This necklace is in itself a true divinity-level spirit treasure, and its core is a heavenly god stone that is mounted in the center. Unfortunately, this necklace was damaged once, causing the heavenly god stone to break out from the necklace. You only have the necklace and not the heavenly god stone. Thus it has no current uses. And that stone is not in the possession of my people." These words startled Lin Ming. He looked at the necklace in his hands. At the end of the necklace there hung a palm-sized metal square that was an inch thick. The metal square had a hole in the center. When Lin Ming obtained it from the ancient tomb, he originally thought there might have been something mounted there. And now it seemed his guess was correct all along. The great elder said, "If one can place the heavenly god stone into the necklace and repair it, then the necklace can be restored. Its name is the Chain of Calamity, and in terms of might alone, it isn't considered anything at all amongst true divinity spirit treasure. While it cannot directly change the result of a war between two races, the true value of the Chain of Calamity is that it is the key to open the forbidden land of my people." "Forbidden land?" Lin Ming asked, stunned. "What forbidden land?" 10 billion years ago, my race's ancestor, heavenly god Azura, left behind a forbidden land that included relics and parts of his inheritance. Heavenly god Azura left behind teachings to his people. According to these teachings, the Chain of Calamity can be used to open the forbidden land when a great calamity appears. What the great elder spoke of was a secret of the primal god race. Many god race people didn't know of it. During the vast period of 10 billion years, the primal god race had experienced more than one calamity, and the forbidden land had been opened before. But it seemed that every time the forbidden land was opened, the situation within was different, so no one knew what to expect from within. Heavenly god Azura? Lin Ming was bewildered. "You mean the Azura Roadmaster?" "Exactly." The great elder's answer was a bolt of lightning that raced through Lin Ming's mind. It was like something had electrified his heart, making his heart race. This feeling was... Lin Ming's pupils shrank. If the Azura Roadmaster's relics were located within, then perhaps... He didn't know why, but he had an intense premonition that the third Emperor Jade was located within this so-called god race forbidden land. The Azura Roadmaster had left behind 3 Emperor Jades, each representing one of essence, energy, and divine. Once one gathered them all together, then they could open the last level of the Azura Road's final trial. But obtaining these 3 Emperor Jades all depended on one's destiny. At the entrance to the 7th level, the Azura Roadmaster had left behind these words: 33 heavens, Azura inheritance, passed down to the unrivaled genius, passed down to the one with great destiny, passed down to the fated one. The word of fate, to be predestined or not. If you are fated, then even through the endless universes you will still find my inheritance. But if you are not fated, then even if your talent is unrivaled you shall never enter the gate. I left behind 3 Emperor Jades of essence, energy, and divine. The Emperor Jades have spiritual powers, and if you are fated, then they shall fall into your hands. If you lack fate, then no matter how much hardship you undergo to find them, you shall never succeed. Bring the 3 Emperor Jades to this land and open wide the gates to the 7th level. Since the Emperor Jade of Fate was termed Fate, then in order to obtain it, everything depended on one's fate. The Emperor Jades contained profound and strange rules. If one was fated, then even if they didn't seek out the Emperor Jades, they would still be able to inexplicably gather them all. Now, the reason Lin Ming had this strange premonition was because of the effect of this so-called fate. It was even possible that the Azura Roadmaster had already pierced through the secrets of heaven, and had used this to calculate his own destiny as well as the destiny of his successor. These 3 Emperor Jades might have been arranged in advance by the Azura Roadmaster, everything falling within his plans. The 3rd Emperor Jade, is it really in the god race forbidden land? Lin Ming's heart wildly raced. He gripped his fists, finding it hard to compose himself. No matter what, he had to go to this forbidden land. If he could collect the entire Azura Sutra, then his strength would rise by astronomical leaps. Now return the necklace to my people. The great elder looked at Lin Ming and thrust out a hand. He had said everything he could say, and even explained some of the secrets of the god race. This was naturally because Lin Ming came to their god race with good intentions and had even saved one of their villages. Currently, he was already showing a tremendous level of tolerance towards Lin Ming. If Lin Ming couldn't appreciate this, then he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Lin Ming looked at the great elder and tightly grasped the necklace in his hands. He slowly and calmly said, "I can return it to you, but I have a condition. I wish to enter the Forbidden Land." "What? You want to enter my people's Forbidden Land?" Hearing Lin Ming's statement, the great elder's complexion darkened. Since it was called a Forbidden Land, it was naturally of vital importance to the god race. How could they allow a human to enter as they pleased? Moreover, entering the Forbidden Land this time wasn't for youths to temper themselves, but involved the life or death of their race. A limited number of people can enter the Forbidden Land. Since it concerns the life or death of my race, those that can enter are essentially Empyrean-level characters of my people, the powerhouses of the older generation. They enter in order to seek a turning point to bring back our race from the edge of destruction, and it is not for youths to grow and gain experience. There may even be Empyreans of the celestial race joining, so there is no spot for you. The great elder didn't want to waste a precious spot. His refusal was clear. However, as Lin Ming heard these words, all he heard were loopholes. "So you are saying that those who can enter the Forbidden Land are, essentially, Empyrean-level characters of your race?" Lin Ming emphasized the word, essentially. He looked at Heaven's Son Morin and said, "Since you say essentially, that must mean there are exceptions. Will Heaven's Son Morin be entering also?" Lin Ming's words were needles that drew blood. Heaven's Son Morin was part of the younger generation, so what use could he play in the Great Calamity? It was clear that he was entering to gain experience. Lin Ming's words caused Heaven's Son Morin to scowl. He angrily said, "Whether I enter or not is an internal matter of my god race. It isn't something that an outsider like you can be pointing fingers at." Lin Ming sneered. "I may be an outsider, but this chain of calamity was passed to me by Heavenly Empress Xianxia. It was I who inherited her request and I who brought this necklace here. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to open the Forbidden Land to begin with." As Lin Ming spoke, energy spontaneously surged from his body. As for the chain of calamity in his hands, it faintly echoed with Lin Ming's energy and emitted waves of blue light. This blue light was similar to the light of endless years, bringing with it a simple and boundless feeling, as if this blue light had flowed from the beginning of time. Seeing this, the god race martial artists present felt their pulses quicken. They didn't know whether or not the chain of calamity had truly recognized Lin Ming as its master, but they could confirm that it was indeed absolute truth that this human youth had received the will of Heavenly Empress Xianxia. If you really disregard this human and ignore the will of Heavenly Empress Xianxia, it is hard to imagine what could happen. If an accident occurs when we repair the chain of calamity, a god race elder sent a sound transmission. It had to be known that this chain of calamity was a true divinity spirit treasure. In ordinary circumstances, repairing a true divinity spirit treasure required a true divinity to do so. But their god race lacked true divinities, and thus they could only have several Empyreans join forces and even use a part of the strength from the decrees of the gods to repair the necklace. "Old 3, your thoughts are overwrought." The great elder shook his head. "The Heavenly Empress once attempted to use the Samsara road to snatch back our god race's destiny and rid us of the curse that hinders us from reproducing. But the result is that the saints stuck their foot in and caused everything to fall into failure. Even the chain of calamity was lost in the divine realm. In this case, the Empress shouldn't have been able to find someone appropriate to return the chain of calamity to us. Thus she was forced to choose this human boy. Heavenly Empress Xianxia exhausted every method and all of her strength in order to restore our god race. So how could she possibly allow an accident to occur in a matter that concerns the life or death of our people just for a human boy? When we repair the chain of calamity, the Empress will surely bless us," the great elder said with utter confidence. Everyone also felt this was reasonable. But the third elder frowned. "Your words may not be wrong, But the Empress was kind, and this human has shown graciousness to our god race. It is unreasonable for us to directly refuse him like this. But a spot is too precious, and after deducting the spots that we must give the Celestials, we just don't have any left over. How about we establish a qualifying test so that he can give up on his own? Test. The great elder's fingers rapped against the armrest. He shook his head. Don't underestimate this human youth. He is an outstanding individual, and perhaps he might not be much worse than Morin. As the great elder spoke, the god race elders present were astounded. Some people felt incredulous, and even Heaven's son Morin slightly frowned. Heaven's son Morin acknowledged that Lin Ming was an outstanding young elite, but he wasn't convinced that the difference between them wasn't too far. Lin Ming was a genius, but he was only at the middle Holy Lord realm. As for Morin, he was a world king. The difference in age and cultivation would both appear in a qualifications test. Great Elder. Heaven's son Morin spoke with a sound transmission, but the great elder interrupted him. I know you aren't convinced of this, but we will not discuss this matter for now. First, let us consider a test. Old Three's words have reminded me of something. There is one test that I believe he cannot pass because he is not of the god race. As the great elder spoke to hear, he smiled. The other people immediately understood just what the great elder was plotting. Lin Ming's talent and potential were formidable, but in the end he couldn't change his race. If a test concerned the god race bloodline, then Lin Ming would have to admit defeat. Lin Ming, if you want a spot, it is possible. However, you must pass the assessment of my people. The contents of the assessment are impartial, and if you cannot pass, then I am sorry for that. The great elder leisurely said, already crossing out Lin Ming in his heart. Lin Ming frowned. He had no idea just what they were saying with sound transmissions just now. As Lin Ming was thinking of what to say, the atmosphere in the entire grand hall suddenly changed. A vast but gentle sea-like power slowly swelled forth. The pressure released by the Empyreans and the other elders was completely washed away by this strength. This is... Lin Ming was shocked. This was a terrifying strength. He turned his head to see an old god race man slowly walking towards him, holding onto a walking stick made of withered wood. This elderly man had long silver hair that shimmered with a brilliant luster. In contrast to that, his face appeared aged and his fires of life were fading away, as if on the precipice of death. Even so, he gave off an incomparably horrifying feeling, as if a universe were contained within him. Your Majesty, God Sovereign. Seeing the old man enter, the other elders all rose up in salute, deeply bowing in respect. As for the stubborn and unruly Heaven's son Morin, he knelt down on a knee, showing even deeper courtesy than the elders. For a time, the only one standing tall and straight was Lin Ming. This old man was the god sovereign of the god race? Lin Ming was amazed. As he looked at this old man, he wasn't able to distinguish his cultivation at all. But according to what Shang Mei said, the god race shouldn't have any true divinities. In other words, this old man was an extreme Empyrean. But for some reason, the feeling that this old man gave off was even more terrifying than other extreme Empyreans, as if the entirety of the universe had to submit to him. Since you've seen His Majesty the God Emperor, hurry up and kneel, the great elder angrily shouted. Lin Ming bowed. This was the respect one owed to seniors and elders, as it should be. Lin Ming's bowing manners were the same as the god race elders. This caused Heaven's son Morin to feel ill at heart. His cultivation was clearly higher than Lin Ming's, and yet Lin Ming was standing while he was kneeling. Just as Heaven's son Morin was about to say something, the god race god sovereign heaved a deep sigh. He looked at Lin Ming, a profound sorrow in his eyes as he asked, "You saw Xianxia?" Lin Ming nodded. He knew that the god race god sovereign was asking him whether or not he had seen Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's corpse. Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's remains were calm and at peace. She was beautiful and vibrant, as if she had just fallen asleep, although he already knew Xianxia had died. As the god sovereign heard this news from Lin Ming's lips and that he had even seen her corpse, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. "Come with me. I will lead you to a place." The god race god sovereign looked at Lin Ming and then slowly turned around. Lin Ming was startled. A place? Lin Ming didn't ask where they were going, and only followed close behind the god race god sovereign. He could feel from this old god sovereign's body a deep compassion and empathy, and even a faintly heavy sorrow. This feeling left Lin Ming's heart racing. He had never felt this feeling from anyone before. Lin Ming left the grand hall, leaving the god race elders staring at him with a look of complete loss in their eyes. Where was the old god sovereign planning to take this human? Senior god sovereign, you are Heavenly Empress Xianxia. I am her father, the god sovereign calmly said. After this, he no longer spoke. The god race's heavenly empress was the same as the Spirita's soul empress. Both were a title. Without a doubt, if heavenly empress Xianxia still lived, she would be the next god sovereign. But what a pity! She perished far too early. As for the current god race, Lin Ming had only seen young elites like Agu and Heaven's son Morin. If Heaven's son Morin was the number one young elite of the god race, then the god race was in a worrying situation. After all, their numbers were far too small. Even if the god race were extremely talented and everyone was a dragon, without a massive base population it was difficult to give birth to a true peerless character. As Lin Ming thought this, he followed the god sovereign through a series of corridors. The further he walked, the more he felt he was headed deep beneath the temple. The god sovereign's pace was slow, although he was capable of crossing tens of millions of miles with a single step, transferring through the void as he pleased. In this temple he moved a single step at a time. As his footsteps fell on the dark ground, light muffled echoing sounds filled the air. Lin Ming felt that the deeper he went, the more ancient the surrounding atmosphere became. It seemed that no one had come to this place for a very long time already. The heavy and simple tiles on the ground were like thick history books that recorded the immeasurably long time that this temple had experienced. At this time, the god sovereign came to a stop. We're here. The old god sovereign stood before a thick, ancient bronze gate. Behind this bronze gate, dreadful roars sounded out, filled with mourning and causing one's courage to shake. Soon after, there was a loud rumbling sound of crashing metal, as if an unbelievably terrifying existence was locked in chains. Lin Ming's steps paused. He took a deep breath. As this horrifying roar fell into his ears, he didn't know why, but it summoned an inexplicable sadness in his heart, an emotion he couldn't get over. The old god sovereign pointed to the bronze gate. Go and see for yourself. Lin Ming took a deep breath and pushed open the bronze gate. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he wasn't opening a gate, but a thick tombstone. Behind the ancient gate was a dark and isolated world, similar to a pitch-black abyss. A chilling cold gloom rushed outwards. In this dark world, Lin Ming could see ancient bronze coffins. These ancient bronze coffins were shockingly large and wrapped in loud clanking chains. It was unknown just whose corpses lay inside. There are 12 ancient bronze coffins altogether, Lin Ming thought, startled. He could faintly feel that within each bronze coffin slumbered a horrifying existence, but he simply didn't know what they were. However, what caught Lin Ming's attention was not these 12 ancient bronze coffins, but what lay at the end of these coffins. It was an incomparably fierce and hideous beast. This vicious beast had 4 thick legs and alarmingly sharp claws. Its entire body was covered in scales and thick black hairs grew out from its body, making it seem like some legendary demon beast from hell. Lin Ming could sense from within this vicious beast a smell of blood that was as deep as an ocean, as if this beast had taken countless lives. At this time, the horrifying vicious beast was staring at Lin Ming with its ghostly green eyes. Its 4 limbs and its titanic form were entangled in layers of chains. When Lin Ming heard the crashing of metal from outside, it was clearly because this vicious beast had been struggling against the chains. As Lin Ming looked at this demonic beast, he was inexplicably shocked. He didn't know why, but he could feel a familiar aura from this vicious beast, one that left him filled with disbelief. This is... Lin Ming stared at the demonic beast. It was wrapped in black energy, and this black energy was incomparably familiar. That is... Lin Ming looked at the god race's god sovereign, his eyes filling with fear. Roar. At this time, the demonic beast let out an earth-shaking roar. The chains shackling its body tightened and emitted loud cracking sounds. A terrifying momentum rushed out like a surging storm. Even its saber-sharp claws that were able to rend the void reached less than 10 feet away from Lin Ming. But Lin Ming remained motionless. He looked at the god race's god sovereign, waiting for his answer. Then, the god sovereign opened his mouth and slowly spoke, as if he were speaking from across the shores of time. Its name is Yuanqi. Before he became like this, he once had a title. His title was Empyrean Primordius. The god sovereign's words were like a bolt of lightning that smashed into Lin Ming's ears. For a time, Lin Ming froze solid, unable to summon any words. Empyrean Primordius. This was Empyrean Primordius? Lin Ming looked at the demonic beast. It violently struggled against its chains. Its pupils had lost their clarity and it lacked any intelligence at all. It wildly roared, wanting to break free from the shackles of the chains and tear Lin Ming and the old god sovereign to pieces. How could this be? Lin Ming found this difficult to accept. He had already guessed that Empyrean Primordius hadn't died. Regarding this, the black dragon sovereign living in the eternal demon abyss had been unable to give him an absolute answer. What Lin Ming was sure of, though, was that the corpse of Empyrean Primordius was not within the eternal demon abyss. But Lin Ming would never have imagined that Empyrean Primordius, who domineeringly wandered the divine realm, nearly becoming a true divinity, would actually turn into such an appearance. Just what had happened? Your Majesty, God Sovereign, this is... The god sovereign shook his head, his withered face wrinkling like a walnut. In the past, Primordius was heavily wounded by the saints and his mortal body was ruined. The saints wished to capture Primordius alive and refine his body, drawing out the essence of the grand mist spirit bead. But Primordius broke free from their siege and fled with his tattered body, finally escaping into the primeval realm ruins' dark abyss. Dark abyss? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He had no idea what the primeval realm ruins were like. It was said that this land contained countless lucky chances and innumerable inheritances, and it was the most important reason the saints were able to prosper and rise to their current lofty heights. The reason the saints wished to exterminate all the remnants of the ancient races was because of these ruins. What sort of place is the Dark Abyss? Lin Ming asked. The old god sovereign said, "It is the most dreadful place within the entire primeval realm ruins. It is a bottomless abyss of space and time. Within it exists a massive number of abyssals, cruel and horrifying demons of the dark abyss. The deeper one goes, the more terrifying these abyssals are. It is said that the abyssals were sealed away by heavenly god Azura and his rival, the master of the Holy Scripture. 10 billion years ago, the abyssals were responsible for the apocalypse that fell upon the ancient races. Whether these rumors are true or false, there is one thing which is certain, and that is that not even true divinities dare tread into the innermost depths of the dark abyss. In the past, Empyrean Primordius was forced into the dark abyss, but because his mortal body was ruined and he himself was nothing but a lamp without oil, he was unable to survive in that land, let alone take revenge. So in order to live on, he did something that no one had ever done before. What did he do? Lin Ming looked at Empyrean Primordius, his heart racing with fear. He seized the body of an abyssal. As the old god sovereign spoke to hear, he let out a long breath. Normally, when a martial artist seized the body of another, they would carefully consider the process again and again. First, a martial artist would make sure that the body they seized was far weaker than themselves, and their talent also had to reach the extremes. At the same time, all sorts of preparations were required in order to ensure that the spirit mark of the target was cleanly wiped away. But even in such a situation, after successfully seizing the body of another, all sorts of residual leftovers would remain. After all, the body wasn't their own to begin with. If body and soul weren't perfectly compatible with each other, then that would cause one's talent to drop and their cultivation to rise at a snail's pace. If the will of the seized target was too strong and there were spirit marks remaining, These spirit marks would invade the soul of the Caesar and cause a split personality. For instance, the ancient devil that emerged from the Sea of Miracles hadn't seized Yang Yun's body in the past. Rather, he used Yang Yun as a chess piece and chose Lin Ming as his final target. But in the end, the ancient devil failed to seize Lin Ming's body. As for Empyrean Primordius, what he took over was an abyssal. In terms of soul force, mortal body, or inner energy, they were powerful in all aspects, like incarnations of demons. Wanting to seize their bodies was easier said than done. The old god sovereign said, "It is more accurate to say that Primordius fused his ruined body and soul with an abyssal, melting them together as one. Now, I fear that Primordius has lost any remnants of his mind and has completely fused with the abyssal soul, becoming like he is now." He fused as one with the demon? Lin Ming looked at Empyrean Primordius, unsure of what to say. In the past he had fantasized that because of some reasons, Empyrean Primordius had hidden himself away in some corner of the universe. Or maybe, when the great calamity erupted, Empyrean Primordius might appear at a crucial moment, perhaps even making another breakthrough and coming close to the realm of true divinity. Although he might not have been able to turn the tide, his appearance would have at least given humanity a chance to recover. But reality was cruel. A generation's peerless proud son of heaven had ended up with such a fate. Lin Ming silently stepped in front of Empyrean Primordius and deeply bowed. However, even though Lin Ming's body exuded a vague grand mist energy, the pupils of Empyrean Primordius were still filled with bloodthirst, completely disregarding Lin Ming's status as the grand mist successor. Roar! The shackles went taut once more. The fierce and sharp claws were like swords, able to pierce through stars. They tore open space less than half a foot in front of Lin Ming. The tips of the claws almost reached Lin Ming's eyes. Looking at the bloodthirsty eyes of Empyrean Primordius, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable sense of bitterness. Although he had never met Empyrean Primordius before this, Empyrean Primordius was still an important master who had a tremendously important influence on his life. Lin Ming hoped that while Empyrean Primordius was in his most difficult times, he would be able to help him. However, in the end he realized he was just a useless and lonely person. Xiang Mei's refusal, Primordius' fate. All of this left Lin Ming filled with a sense of utter powerlessness. He cannot return to how he was? Although Lin Ming already knew what the answer would be, he still asked this question with unwillingness in his tone. The old god sovereign shook his head. When Primordius took over the abyssal, he was still able to preserve his logical mind and speak words. But afterwards, when his soul completely fused with that of the abyssal, he slowly became how he is now. In order to protect him, I could only shackle him here with the dragon-trapping cables. 100,000 years have passed. I fear that he has already forgotten everything of the past. All that remains in his heart is his hatred towards the saints. The saints took everything of his. They crushed his dreams and aspirations, and even killed the woman he loved above all. The woman he loved above all? Lin Ming was startled. Is that heavenly Empress Xianxia? The old god sovereign nodded. Yes, the two of them once wanted to use the Samsara road to establish the Grand Mist Samsara Tao, and then develop that into something that could stand on equal ground with the laws of the 33 heavens. And using that as the basis, they wanted to establish their own independent world, copying heavenly god Azura. Primordius and Xianxia shared a common goal, and they were both peerless elites of their generations, thus they were able to easily match together. They chased after their dreams, eventually falling in love with each other. The old god sovereign's quiet words left Lin Ming dumbfounded. To copy the Azura Roadmaster, establish a separate heavenly Tao and create a world. Just how great a wish was this? Yet one was an unrivaled woman close to becoming a true divinity, and the other was a genius of humanity that possessed the Grand Mist Spirit bead. If the two joined hands, there was really a chance they could succeed. Perhaps even... Lin Ming suddenly recalled Xiang Mei. When Xiang Mei asked him to leave with her, was it also for this goal? He and Xiang Mei were similar to Xianxia and Empyrean Primordius. One was an unrivaled woman and the other was a peerless human who controlled one of the three divine artifacts of the universe. If Lin Ming went together with Shang Mei, perhaps they really could establish their own independent world and become existences similar to the Azura Roadmaster. Unfortunately, he could not. Lin Ming didn't know what feeling percolated in his heart. After a period of silence, his thoughts stirred. In this profoundly chilling land, Lin Ming could see hideously twisted words carved deep into the ground. It seemed that when Empyrean Primordius became a demon but was still able to preserve his mind, he had carved these words with his claws. It was the language of the divine realm. In these years, Lin Ming had already become accustomed to using the languages of the saints and spiritas, and now seeing the language of his home, he felt a certain closeness to it. But the contents of the words carved into the ground were shocking, leaving Lin Ming speechless. Just several words. Even if I become a demon, I will not regret. These words contained a tragedy and sorrow that was difficult to describe. Lin Ming fell silent for a long time. Become a demon? Lin Ming recalled the first time he had stepped into the Road of Emperor and saw the words Empyrean Primordius had left behind. The masterless rivers of stars in the endless cosmos. I shall rewrite the infinite history. In the past, just how daring and high-spirited were these words. But now, there was only sadness. And besides these words, there were also other characters. Moreover, there were many of them. They connected together in rows also carved by claws. The strokes twisted like worms without any sense of beauty, but the rugged and fierce way in which they were carved left the soul shaking. Kill, 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 kill all enemies. Hate, 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 hate forever. I have become a demon, and I fear death no more. But once I die in this strange land, will my ashes return to my homeland? Time to time clarity returns to me. Time to time I am lost in chaos. I know that one day I will devolve into a base beast. On that day, do not kill me, and do not seal me away forever. Wait until the great army of the saints arrives and let my demon body enter the camp of the saints, drinking thirstily of their blood, devouring my fill of their flesh. Let me die heroically in battle. I have made a vow. I will suffer the most bitter and excruciating pains in the world, all for a single chance to slaughter the saints and have them perish. Xianxia, if there truly is life after death, I hope that I will be able to walk beside you again, hand in hand, building our world of samsara, living 100 million years without regret. The writing became increasingly distorted, until finally it was difficult to recognize. Sometimes thick demonic energy was emitted from the words, shocking the heart. Sometimes they were pitiful and pained, as if recalling the nostalgia and guilt that Primordius felt towards Xianxia. Seeing these words, the heart quaked and the eyes became wet. Lin Ming stood there for a long time, seeming to relive the scene from tens of thousands of years ago, when Empyrean Primordius was locked away in this dark world with dragon-trapping cables, left to struggle with this pain by himself. After seizing the body of an abyssal, he would have to resist the soul-rending pain and terror of being invaded by the abyssal spirit mark. Such a pain was unfathomable, and originally Empyrean Primordius had possessed a magnificent future as well as the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He should have been able to create his own history, but because of the saints he had lost everything and even his lover died for him. Beside Lin Ming, the old god sovereign quietly said, "Not many of our god race know that Primordius seized the body of an abyssal and is locked away here. I still remember the past, when Primordius was about to fall into depravity. During those brief moments of clarity, he still cultivated the body transformation laws and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, all in order to temper his demon body and prepare for the final war with the saints. At that time, the pain he withstood to his soul cannot be imagined. And he was well aware that there would come a day when he wouldn't be able to persist. I once asked him whether or not he would like me to end his life for him. Primordius said that he had already expected this result when he seized the body of an abyssal. But he wasn't willing to die like this, because even if he fell into madness and lost the last traces of his sanity, becoming nothing more than a mindless beast, He still desired to one day break into the camp of the saints and perish together with the saint powerhouses. Many years have passed, and I often come to see him. He has already fallen into madness for a long time and lost all memories he once had. Now, the saints have arrived and started to kill my people and annex our lands. But I still cannot be cruel enough to unleash Primordius into battle. I know that once he breaks into the ranks of the saints, he will surely die in battle, just as he wrote. But no one would be able to recover his bones, and his corpse would remain forever unable to return home. The old god-sovereign's faint words were filled with inexhaustible grief. In a sense, Primordius was his son-in-law. Towards Primordius, he likely felt the same love as a father felt for their son. The old god-sovereign let out a long breath and looked at Lin Ming. Child, I can feel the same aura as Primordius emanating from your body. In addition, with the chain of calamity you took out, I expect that you have gone to the place where Primordius fought and Xianxia died in battle, even obtaining their inheritance. What the old god-sovereign felt within Lin Ming was the grand mist energy. This was the only reason he brought Lin Ming to this place where Primordius was caged, and allowed him to see Primordius. Lin Ming quietly nodded. Child, pass me the chain of calamity. To repair it will require several months. When the Azura Forbidden Land opens, you will be granted a spot. Treasure it well. As Primordius' descendant, you cannot let his legacy decline. The old god-sovereign stretched out his right hand, and his fingers that resembled withered tree branches emitted a phantasmal light. His index finger gently touched Lin Ming's forehead, and then motes of divine light gathered there, bringing with them a warm energy. Lin Ming didn't resist. He could feel the essence, energy, and divine that was gathered within the old god-sovereign's body, a power of divinity that also embodied a universal love and compassion. Finally, this light formed a mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows. Lin Ming could feel this wasn't a normal mark. It also possessed protective properties. After placing this mark, the old god-sovereign gently gasped, as if a little tired. It seemed that what he just did had consumed a considerable amount of strength. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Your Majesty God-Sovereign, I'm fine. The old God-Sovereign waved his hand. Child, I have placed the rune of the God-Sovereign within you. Now that our great calamity is arising, the God race is panicking in places high and low, with the opening of the Azura Forbidden Land. Many people wish to enter and seek out a lucky chance in order to protect themselves during this misfortune. Your arrival in the God race may have brought a sliver of hope to us, but you have also become competition to those in the God race. I will give you one of the spots, but there will inevitably be those who criticize my decision. There may even be some people who act against you. In my eyes, you are still a child. Although your talent is good, you are too weak. This God-Sovereign rune is personally placed on you by me, and will protect you from harm within the God race. The old God-Sovereign lightly said, as if this were a minor matter not worthy of mention. But Lin Ming was moved by these words. He didn't think that the old God-Sovereign would treat him like this. He remembered that even Morin, who obtained the title of Heaven's Son, didn't have such a God-Sovereign rune between his eyebrows, but the old God-Sovereign had actually marked him. Moreover, Lin Ming could sense that placing this God-Sovereign rune within him wasn't easy at all. The old God-Sovereign had given him and not Heaven's Son Morin this mark, and this was also the first time they had met. Senior God-Sovereign, Lin Ming wasn't sure what to say. Towards this person who had given him a drop of graciousness, he had to return it with an entire spring's worth. Don't feel sorry. The old God-Sovereign could see through Lin Ming's thoughts. He shook his head and said, You returning the chain of calamity to my race is already a great favor to us. Moreover, I can feel an extraordinary strength from your body. Your aura even surpasses that of Primordius during his youth. Primordius possessed everything, but in the end what he lacked was that last point of destiny. Before he grew, the saints sent out numerous Empyreans to strangle him to death. Child, let me give you a piece of advice. As long as you live, there is nothing more important than that, but if you can live, then you will be the future. As the old God-Sovereign spoke these words, He gently patted Lin Ming's shoulder and then turned to leave. Lin Ming looked at the hunched back of the old god sovereign slowly vanish into the darkness, an inexplicable sorrow in his heart. He could feel that the old god sovereign didn't have much time remaining in this world. The fires of his life were dwindling away, as if they would extinguish at any moment. Throughout Lin Ming's many years, he had seen and experienced many elders who had looked after him as much as they could. For instance, she who seemed icy cold on the outside, but actually deeply worried about humanity in the depths of her heart, Empyrean divine dream. There was also the one who seemed carefree and easygoing, but was stubbornly loyal and kind-hearted, Empyrean vast universe. But none of them were like the old god sovereign, whose heart seemed as broad as the skies and as deep as the earth, seemingly able to tolerate everything. The power of divinity that wrapped around his body was filled with a selfless love. His appearance was old yet kind, and his soul sea held an immensely profound wisdom and intellect. Such a person was naturally born to be a spiritual leader of his people. Towards Lin Ming, the old god sovereign didn't ask what race he was or what his background was. It was only because he recognized Lin Ming that he provided all the help he could to Lin Ming. The concern he showed was just like an elder taking care of a junior. This sort of selfless sentiment was rarely seen even amongst the humans. The love of parents could be called selfless, but that was because a child was an extension of their parents' life. To love one's own child was naturally how things should be, but loving the children of others was rare. As the old god sovereign left, there was only Lin Ming and Empyrean Primordius remaining in this dark space. In the darkness, Empyrean Primordius opened his ghostly green eyes that were bloodshot and filled with a hungering thirst. Lin Ming sat down before Empyrean Primordius. His entire body exuded the misty aura of the Grand Mist laws. Faint traces of Grand Mist energy surrounded Empyrean Primordius. Lin Ming galvanized his martial intent, trying to connect to Primordius' heart. In this situation, he moved forwards a step at a time, trying to approach Primordius. After being shrouded by this familiar Grand Mist aura, Primordius' eyes seemed to be a tiny bit less confused. The hostility that rolled off of him had reduced a little. Lin Ming held his breath, revolving his strength to the limit. Black protective scales appeared on his body. He knew how terrifying Primordius was. Although Primordius had lost his thinking ability, the body of an abyssal was incomparably powerful. After having its body seized by Primordius, it could be called a union of power and power. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lin Ming slowly walked forwards, floating in the void of the darkness. He had already flown within range of the chain's reach. If Empyrean Primordius were to suddenly move, he could attack Lin Ming. Lin Ming's guard was raised to the max. He stood a foot away from Empyrean Primordius, facing those terrifying eyes. "Senior Primordius, you may not remember me, but my name is Lin Ming. I am your descendant, and I would like to help you." Lin Ming silently sent a sound transmission, attempting to rouse Empyrean Primordius consciousness that was lost in the soul sea of the abyssal devil. He thrust out a trembling hand that touched the giant forehead of the abyssal. The abyssal forehead was icy cold and contained a dreadful killing intent. In that moment, Lin Ming used the magic cube, trying to connect to the spiritual sea of the abyssal. But the moment that the energy of the magic cube connected to the abyssal, Empyrean Primordius' muddled eyes suddenly bloomed with a blazing killing intent. In an instant, it was like an ancient demonic beast had awakened within Empyrean Primordius' mind. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he rapidly drew backwards. At the same time, he revolved his protective true essence to the limit. A giant stone gate appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Ming. This was the Primordius Gate. Roar! Empyrean Primordius howled and slashed out a massive claw with all his strength. The claw tore open the void and solidly struck the Primordius Gate. Bang! A deep bass sound shook the heavens and earth. Even though Lin Ming had drawn back at full speed, he had still been struck by this terrifying strength. His protective true essence immediately burst apart, and his mortal body was forced to directly withstand this strength. He gave a muffled cough as both his arms shattered and most of the scales on his back broke apart, revealing ghastly wounds. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent hurtling backwards like a meteor where he heavily smashed into the 12 giant ancient bronze coffins. The ancient bronze coffins seemed to be forged from celestial bodies, completely still. As Lin Ming fell onto them, a resonant metallic strike rang through the air. Lin Ming could feel as his organs were jumbled about and his bones broke. However, the energy Empyrean Primordius attacked him with still rampaged within his body, recklessly destroying him from within. But at this time, the God-Sovereign mark that the old God-Sovereign had left between Lin Ming's eyebrows began to emit a faint misty light. A warm spring-like energy gurgled into his organs, neutralizing the majority of Empyrean Primordius tyrannical energy. Lin Ming slumped to the ground. He ruefully smiled. Due to that casual attack from Empyrean Primordius just now, he had taken a quick trip to death's door. Luckily for him, he was able to respond in time and was already prepared. With the powerful defensive abilities of the Primordius Gate and the protection of the God-Sovereign mark, he had ended up alive. It was good that Lin Ming's recovery abilities defied the heavens. Even so, he wouldn't be able to fully regenerate without 8 to 10 days of rest. He had used the magic cube just now to probe Empyrean Primordius' situation and learnt more about what happened 100,000 years ago. Because he had to use the magic cube, this was the only reason he personally dared to brave the risks. He didn't want his secrets to be revealed to others. It wasn't that he didn't trust the old God-Sovereign, but the importance of the magic cube was too great. Even for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, who he absolutely trusted 120%, he still hadn't told them about this. Concerning the magic cube, the fewer people knew, the better. For an extreme example, if these people were captured by the saints and had their souls searched, the news of the magic cube would be revealed. After paying some prices, Lin Ming had obtained what he wanted. He deeply sighed. In these last 100,000 years, Empyrean Primordius' soul had long since completely fused together with the abyssal. Wanting to separate the two with the magic cube was almost impossible. Moreover, whether it was Empyrean Primordius or abyssal, both had left behind an incomparably formidable soul and will. Although Lin Ming had been able to strip down the spirit marks of souls in the past, those were for those that had died. To do so to living souls, and such powerful ones at that, was sure to produce resistance and a strong backlash. This was an impossible task. Lin Ming sighed again. Then, at this time, he felt something in his heart. At this moment, faint waves of beating life transmitted from his inner world. This beating life was intensely powerful, leaving Lin Ming overjoyed. He struggled to push himself onto his feet and took out a pitch-black egg from his inner world. This was the dragon egg left to him by the Black Dragon. He placed the Black Dragon egg outside the range of Empyrean Primordius chains. For a time, all of the surrounding Grand Mist energy faintly gathered towards it. The runes atop the egg began to shimmer, emitting brilliant lights. Empyrean Primordius' bloodthirsty eyes became confused once more as he saw this dragon egg. At the same time, the life fluctuations coming from the dragon egg became increasingly fierce. Lin Ming could even feel that the small life within this black dragon egg had taken rudimentary form. These waves of life fluctuations were its heartbeats. Seeing this, Lin Ming was aware that the black dragon would soon hatch. Of course, this so-called hatching process would take years. The hatching of a god beast was an extremely long process to begin with. With the black dragon egg following Lin Ming, it had already taken numerous shortcuts to get where it was. Thus it only used a short 100 years to grow to such a degree. At this time, Lin Ming stroked the cold and smooth surface of the black dragon egg, not sure what was in his heart. In the brief moment when Lin Ming tried to probe Empyrean Primordius' mind, as well as combining it with what the old God Sovereign and Empyrean Divine Dream had told him, he could imagine what had happened 100,000 years ago. With this, he was able to confirm the reason and process of what happened in that great war atop the Sky Spill world 100,000 years ago. Before, Empyrean Divine Dream had said that Empyrean Primordius' homeland was the Sky Spill continent, and he also had an extraordinary link with the Sky Spill planet. Empyrean Primordius cultivated the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao and dual cultivated body and energy. As for Grand Mist energy, it was the source of all matter that eventually evolved into all of existence during the formation of the universe. In the universe, whether they were planets, stars, or other celestial bodies, they were all evolved from Grand Mist energy. If Empyrean Primordius wished to cultivate the Grand Mist laws to the peak, he would need to draw support from a celestial body and fuse it to himself. And the Sky Spill continent, as Empyrean Primordius' homeland and in addition to the amazing link between them, was perfectly suited to aiding Empyrean Primordius with the power of a planet. Thus, the Sky Spill planet became the starting point for Empyrean Primordius to form his own world. Empyrean Primordius wanted to establish his own separate heavenly Tao. That was the Grand Mist Samsara Tao. At the same time, the woman that Empyrean Primordius loved above all, Heavenly Empress Xianxia, also wished to join him in forming a great world that stood independent of the 33 heavens. At that time, she had wished to use the Grand Mist Samsara Tao to reverse the cruel destiny of the primal god race, breaking free of the curse that hindered their ability to procreate and caused their decline. The two of them had enormous ambitions. Everything they wished to do was heaven-defying. But the two of them had incredibly lucky chances that defied logic as well as talent that matched their aspirations and ambitions. They constructed the Road of Emperor in the Sky Spill continent. In truth, this Road of Emperor was an incomplete divine tool, and the foundation for Empyrean Primordius to establish the Grand Mist Samsara Tao. The Road of Emperor was connected to the 12 Skysplit Towers and drew in energy from this. As for the killing rules of the 12 Skysplit Towers, the 12-winged heavenly demon and so forth, they were all part of the Samsara laws. In the past, when Empyrean Primordius managed the 12 Skysplit Towers, they had run in such a way. Everything was incomparably perfect. If things continued like this, then with enough time Empyrean Primordius might really have been able to succeed. But Empyrean Primordius never imagined that his sworn brother, Empyrean Thunder Punishment, was a spy placed in the divine realm by the saints. News that Empyrean Primordius possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was also passed to the saints through this spy. Because of this, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't hesitate to sacrifice his essence energy, and even cause his boundary to drop in order to forcefully break through the God-lamenting wall, and send a number of peak Empyreans and an army of saints to join together with Empyrean Thunder Punishment and bring down Empyrean Primordius. But because the God-lamenting wall had been forcefully pierced through and the good fortune Saint Sovereign's boundary had dropped, he seemed to have been afraid that Empyrean Primordius would launch a final counterattack at the point of death and try to bring them both down together. Thus, he didn't personally come. Even so, although the good fortune Saint Sovereign had temporarily fallen in Cultivation boundary, it would still have been impossible for Empyrean Primordius to threaten him. But because the Spiritas were also greedily eyeing the situation, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had to be extremely careful. He didn't want to add wounds upon wounds. Thus he remained in the Saint Convocation heavens to manage the war. This war was incomparably brutal. In order to break through Empyrean Primordius Samsara Heavenly Tao, Empyrean Thunder Punishment brought with him a massive number of masters from the divine realm. With their blood and corpses, he sundered the incomplete Samsara Tao field that Empyrean Primordius had laid down. And following that was a battle between Empyreans that even included the entire Sky Spill planet being pierced through. A permanent curse was left behind on the blood slaughter steps, and as long as a divine sea powerhouse or above entered, they would have sufficient energy to activate the curse and would be killed by the blood slaughter steps. This caused all life on the Holy Demon continent to dread this land. In the final battle between Empyrean Primordius and the Saint Empyreans with Empyrean Thunder Punishment, the result was that both sides had been grievously wounded. Empyrean Thunder Punishment died, and the numerous peak Empyreans of the saints also approached death. The great strength of Empyrean Primordius and Heavenly Empress Xianxia had completely surpassed their imaginations. However, when the Saint Empyreans were forced to retreat due to their heavy wounds, it was likely Empyrean Primordius had lost the Grand Mist Spirit Bead at this time. He lost his love, lost the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, and everything he had tried to form over tens and hundreds of thousands of years had been utterly destroyed. During this time, Empyrean Primordius fell into fathomless despair. He hated to the extreme. He wanted to slaughter his way into the world of the saints and kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign, using the good fortune Saint Sovereign's blood to pay homage to Xianxia. But with his strength, this was far too unrealistic. Moreover, what left him in despair the most was that he wouldn't even have the chance to endure the pain and cultivate, finally being able to take revenge. This was because at the time, the God-lamenting wall had yet to recover. The divine realm and Saint Convocation heaven were still open as before, being able to pass between the two universes. He could even feel that he had been marked by the good fortune Saint Sovereign's divine sense. Although this was only Lin Ming's speculation, he didn't doubt it. It was just like when he had been at the fallen god mountain range, only to be suddenly marked by the great Brahmic god king. If a true divinity possessed this ability, why couldn't the good fortune Saint Sovereign mark Empyrean Primordius? It had to be known that Empyrean Primordius had already possessed the Grand Mist Spirit bead for a long time by then, and his mortal body had been tempered repeatedly, making it an extremely precious treasure, one that was powerful to unimaginable levels. In a way, it was similar to the eternal soul which Lin Ming nearly had. In this situation, could the body-cultivating saints really give up on Empyrean Primordius' mortal body? Moreover, Empyrean Primordius' talent was too heaven-defying. If such a peerless character who possessed such a deep hatred for the saints was left behind, that would eventually lead to tragedy. If he were allowed to freely go, then perhaps in the true great war between saints and humanity, the saints would have a true divinity opponent. Thus, the saints had to choke Empyrean Primordius to death. Empyrean Primordius also knew what was happening, because he could feel the true divinity mark on him. Thus, after quickly leaving behind his inheritance, he made a resolution. That was to sacrifice himself. He was fully aware that after being locked on to by a true divinity, no matter where he went the saints would find him. Even his battle comrade the Black Dragon might die and the inheritances he left behind would be destroyed. If so, then his final hopes would be dashed. In order to preserve his inheritances and protect his Black Dragon friend, Empyrean Primordius had no choice but to break into the space channel that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had opened and rush into the Saint Convocation heavens. This was equal to entering the tiger's den by himself. As for doing this, he had already resolved his determination to die here. He knew it was impossible to return to the divine realm ever again. He didn't tell the Black Dragon of his departure, and the Black Dragon might not even have been aware that Empyrean Primordius had been locked onto by the divine sense of a true divinity. It was because of this that when Lin Ming returned to the eternal demon abyss again and asked the Black Dragon about Empyrean Primordius' whereabouts, the Black Dragon hadn't known anything at all. When Empyrean Primordius left by himself, he knew his situation couldn't even be described as 10 chances of death and 1 chance of life. Thus, he left the most valuable Empyrean spirit treasures he had, which included the Primordius Gate, Primordius Bell, and Primordius Heavenly Palace, all behind, for his future descendants to come and take. He didn't have the heart to watch the unparalleled beauty of Heavenly Empress Xianxia slowly fade away after her death, eventually rotting and turning into bones. Thus, he gouged out his own beating heart and placed it within her body, where it lay beating for 100,000 years. He knew there was no significance behind this, that it was impossible to revive Heavenly Empress Xianxia. But the reason he did this was to forever protect the woman he loved, to protect the final pure bliss in his heart. Until he died, he wanted those beautiful days to live on. Thus, when Lin Ming found Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's body, she still seemed filled with life as before. From this point alone, it was clear how deep Empyrean Primordius' feelings were towards Heavenly Empress Xianxia. Lin Ming recalled the words that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. Xianxia, if there truly is life after death, I hope that I will be able to walk beside you again, hand in hand, building our world of samsara, living 100 million years without regret. These words, how much hate did they contain? How much unwillingness? After finishing all of this, Empyrean Primordius left. He concealed himself from the Black Dragon and brought his pursuers chasing after him. No one knew where he went. No one knew how lonely and tragic the road he had taken was. In the Saint Convocation heavens, Empyrean Primordius was naturally hunted down once more. It was even possible that those chasing him down had passed back through the space channel between the Divine Realm and Saint Convocation heaven. Under the besiegement and hunting of so many people, Lin Ming found it hard to imagine how Empyrean Primordius had crossed the Saint Convocation heavens and entered the primeval realm ruins. At this time, Primordius no longer had his heart, and hadn't even brought Primordius Heavenly Palace, the Primordius Bell, or the Primordius Gate with him. By sheer willpower alone, he slaughtered his way into the primeval realm ruins, tumbling down in a shower of blood. Empyrean Primordius had long since chosen the dark abyss. Perhaps before Empyrean Primordius had first started establishing the Grand Mist Samsara Dao, he had gone to the primeval realm ruins, just like how Divine Dream had gone to the soul world. Empyrean Primordius knew that the deepest depths of the dark abyss were a place where even true divinities dared not venture. He didn't want his body to be used by the saints. Thus he hurtled towards the dark abyss. Following that, it was like what the old God Sovereign had described. When Empyrean Primordius fled into the Saint Convocation heavens, struggled his way into the dark abyss and even seized the body of an abyssal, Lin Ming couldn't imagine just how much hardship and how many bitter tribulations he had gone through. Now he had become a demon. All that was left over in his heart was a thick hatred, one that would last until the ends of time. After straightening out all of these events, Lin Ming could only sigh about where fate led a person. A peerless individual like Empyrean Primordius, who knew favor and gratitude, who had dominated the world, had actually ended up in such a state. How heartbreaking was this? The only thing worth celebrating was that Primordius' inheritance still remained, as well as the Black Dragon, and the protections he discarded also remained intact. This was likely because the saints didn't think that the inheritances of a single Empyrean could change anything. And as the lamenting god wall slowly closed, wanting to return to destroy them would have cost a considerable price. In the darkness that was as thick as water, grand mist energy filled the air. Lin Ming meditated within this dark space. In front of him, the black dragon egg slowly floated. A trace of grand mist energy condensed upon the dragon egg, causing it to flash with a faint black light. He had already sat in meditation here for 3 days in this dark space, comprehending the concepts left behind by Empyrean Primordius as well as nourishing the black dragon egg with these concepts. But at this time, Lin Ming's mind stirred. He heard the sound transmission of the old god Sovereign. The repair of the chain of calamity would begin soon, and all that needed to be done first was to settle the name list of those who would enter the Forbidden Land. Lin Ming stood up, leaving this dark space. Oh! The great white hall was vast and solemn. Looking up, one could see the endless starry skies, boundless and without end. In the center of this hall was a giant round table crafted of black stone, and above this round table, ancient runes of the god race shined. At this time, many people were already waiting in the grand hall. As Lin Ming walked in, he immediately attracted the attention of those present. This included Heaven's Son Morin. His gaze locked onto the area between Lin Ming's eyebrows and his eyes began to turn red. This was because he saw the God Sovereign mark left there. The God Sovereign mark! Heaven's Son Morin gripped the armrest of his chair and nearly stood up. But at this time, the great elder of the god race held him down. Great elder, how could the old God Sovereign have left the God Sovereign mark on him? He is just an outsider, so how could... Heaven's Son Morin had a complexion so ugly that it looked as if he would die at any moment. As the single greatest seedling of the god race's younger generation, he still hadn't received the blessing of the God Sovereign mark. Although the God Sovereign mark didn't have any tremendously useful function in itself, it was a symbol of status, signaling that one had been approved by the God Sovereign. It's correct that the old God Sovereign left behind the mark, but his blood vitality is chaotic, as if he has been injured, the great elder said from beside Heaven's Son Morin. Heaven's Son Morin was stunned. He looked at Lin Ming and saw that his situation wasn't too good. At this time, although Lin Ming's bloodstains had disappeared, after being struck by Empyrean Primordius, the wounds left behind were no trifling matter. Even his organs and meridians had received damages that were yet to recover. This brat, I don't know what tricks he used on the old god sovereign. When the old god sovereign led him away, I have no idea where they went or what he was given. Heaven's son Morin indignantly said, his voice dripping with envy. He was a direct descendant of the god race's royalty, and Lin Ming was only a human, yet the old god sovereign had made such a choice. It wasn't just Heaven's son Morin who noticed this. Many others also noticed the god sovereign mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows. For a time, they all spoke in hushed whispers. This is the boy? The one who brought the chain of calamity back to the god race. The old god sovereign has left the god sovereign mark between his eyebrows. Could it be that he is planning to give this boy one of the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Land? Impossible. Only 6 people may enter the Azura Forbidden Land. We must still give the Celestials 2 spots, leaving us 4. That's not enough for the Empyreans amongst our people. Perhaps even Heaven's son Morin might not be able to obtain a spot. As everyone discussed, some spoke with sound transmissions and some spoke out loud. They looked at Lin Ming, thoughtful gazes in their eyes. When Lin Ming arrived at the black stone table, he chose a position far away and quietly sat down. The discussions of these people also fell within his ears. So there can only be 6 people on the name list. That's less than I thought. I wonder why the Celestials will be given 2 spots. The remaining numbers just aren't enough for the god race. Lin Ming swept over those present. There were 10 Empyreans here alone. With a mere 4 spots available, there would definitely be no spots apportioned to them. As for middle Empyreans or upper Empyreans, those that were too old, those that lacked potential, or those with insufficient strength would also not be chosen. The spots would only be left to the most powerful Empyreans with the brightest futures. This was because they would be able to play a role in the Great Calamity as well as prop up the god race's future. As for the juniors, if any one of them wished to obtain a spot in such a situation, it would be incredibly difficult. At this time, another group of people entered the Grand Hall. These people all wore black combat uniforms and their skin was pale gold. Their eyes were deep and a pair of strange-looking wings of light grew out from their backs. These wings of light shimmered with strange runes, as if galaxies circled within them, lingering about. Celestials. This group that arrived all had auras as vast as a sea, unfathomably deep. Their eyes glittered with electric lights, each one possessing uncommon levels of strength. Honored guests have arrived. We welcome you. A deep voice rang out. The old god sovereign's figure appeared out of nowhere, as if he had always been standing in this grand hall. A light, happy smile hung on his old face as his deep eyes looked at the powerhouses of the Celestials. The appearance of the old god sovereign was completely different from what Lin Ming had seen before. The previous heavy sorrow had disappeared, replaced by an immeasurably deep aura, one like a stormy sea. However, Lin Ming could also feel a trace of something unusual from the old god sovereign's manner. The last time he had seen the old god sovereign, he had appeared aged and slow. In truth, that was the state that most accurately reflected his current situation. But now, facing the Celestials, he was in a completely different state. It could be seen from this that although the Celestials and God race were allies and partners, they also competed against each other. Not all of them were on good terms with each other. Tobagwe of the Celestials greets Your Majesty God Sovereign. The middle-aged man leading the Celestials was vigorous and proud, like dragons moving and tigers striding. His bow towards the old god sovereign was neither arrogant nor subservient, and he immediately looked indifferent towards the old god sovereign once more. Although Tobagwe had a high status amongst the Celestials, in terms of rank he was far inferior to the old god sovereign. It was perfectly within reason for him to bow. At this time, Tobagwe's aura was as deep as a pool. It was far heavier than many of the god race powerhouses present. Battle Sovereign Tobagwe. As the various members of the primal god race in the Grand White Hall saw this celestial, a brilliant light bloomed in their eyes. The Celestials were said to be headed by 2 sovereigns. The Patriarch of the Celestials was their ruler, and as for Tobagwe, he was actually the strongest powerhouse amongst his race. He had become an extreme Empyrean ages ago and had earned the title of Battle Sovereign. With the invasion of the Saints and the deteriorating state of the battlefield, the strongest forces of the Celestials had still come here to the primal god race. It was clear just how great the importance was that they placed on the Azura Forbidden Land. Without a doubt, the battle sovereign would enter the Forbidden Land. "We greet your majesty, God sovereign." The other Celestials bowed together. 10 billion years ago, the Celestials were weaker than the god race. In even more distant times, the Celestials had been vassals of the god race. But afterwards, as the population of the Celestials grew and their talent also surpassed that of other races, they slowly became independent, eventually occupying a number of universes not much fewer than the god race. Now, although the destiny of the Celestials neared exhaustion, their numbers were still far greater than those of the primal god race. Today, every Celestial that came had an overwhelming aura, and they looked upon the god race as if they were equals. In the Grand White Hall, the several god race elders present had complex emotions as they saw the expressions of the numerous celestial powerhouses present. The primal god race of today was no longer the primal god race of days past. The Celestials had become the earth-shaking race within the primeval universe that could command the winds and waters, and in total strength they were no weaker than the primal god race. And with the invasion of the saints, the Celestials that possessed far greater numbers than the god race were able to resist the saints far more effectively. This was the Celestials? The primal god race had to give 2 spots to the Celestials in order to resist the saints together. Lin Ming secretly appraised the Celestials and soon found several outstanding people amongst them. Several were extraordinarily strong. They were clearly powerhouses amongst celestial Empyreans. Their 2 pupils blazed with brilliant splendor, and just by standing there it seemed as if the endless Tao beat from their bodies, causing space to shake. "I'm just a bag of old bones. There's no need to be so courteous," the old god sovereign said with a smile. He lifted his hands and divine light sparkled in his eyes. "The restoration of the chain of calamity will begin soon, but before that we must decide on the list of candidates who will enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. We have come here for that matter. Your Majesty God Sovereign, how many elites have the god race planned to send into the Azura Forbidden Zone?" Tobague said. "I have already decided this matter." The old god sovereign still had the casually happy smile on his face. He turned towards the martial artists of the god race. For a time, everyone held their breath. All important matters of the god race had always been decided by the old god sovereign. Only when the god sovereigns decided to relinquish their authority on matters was it the turn of others to speak. But it was obvious that the old god sovereign had decided who would enter the Azura Forbidden Zone by himself. Not to mention the absolute authority of the old god sovereign that all others had to submit to, the most vital point was that the Chain of Calamity's god stone was in the old god sovereign's hands. This god stone was even more important than the Chain of Calamity's main form. Without it, opening the Azura Forbidden Zone was nothing but empty talk. Tobague and the other celestial powerhouses were silent. Only Tobague's eyes twinkled. It was unknown what he was thinking. In the Grand White Hall, a pall of silence fell over all. The primal god race only had 4 spots for those that could enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. But there were more than 4 martial artists who met the required conditions. Some god race powerhouses knew that they wouldn't be chosen, but they also belonged to their own respective factions within the god race and those that they favored. They naturally wished to push these people forwards. Without a doubt, this would be an extremely difficult game. The silence was shattered by the old god sovereign. "Then, I will now announce the names of those that will enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. The first person is Shinku," the old god sovereign said with an even tone. Just as his voice fell, the eyes of all god race martial artists present turned to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man took a deep breath and stood up. A god race Empyrean Shinku. He was only a middle Empyrean, but he was a mere 80,000 years old. He had a wonderful future awaiting him, and although it wasn't likely he would become a true divinity, becoming a peak Empyrean wouldn't be a problem. Second person Lanlu. The old god sovereign spoke the name of another person, this one a woman. Her temperament was elegant and ethereal. Her cultivation was lower only at the early Empyrean realm, but she was a mere 13,000 years old. Compared to humanity's war Buddha Emperor Sakya, she was only 2,000 to 3,000 years late in becoming an Empyrean. Third person, Daiwahen. The old god sovereign spoke another name. This person was the youngest peak Empyrean amongst the god race and was only 2 million years old. His strength was incomparably deep, and he ranked amongst the top couple of martial artists of the god race. In truth, there was nothing to say about these three candidates being chosen. Many people had already guessed that they would be the ones selected. Now was the key moment, the fourth spot. The first three spots were basically impossible to compete for, because Xingku, Lanlu, and Daiwahen had a momentum that was far too strong. It wasn't difficult to imagine them being chosen. But the fourth spot was different. There were far too many candidates. Even Heaven's son Morin had a chance. Although Lin Ming looked down on Morin's talent, that was only because his level of judgment was far too high. Towards those geniuses that couldn't become true divinities in the future, he felt they were all SOSO. In fact, according to the current trend of development of those within the god race, Morin had high hopes of becoming a peak Empyrean. The title of Heaven's son wasn't in vain. But he was far too young, and his cultivation was only at the World King realm. Even if his strength increased, he still wouldn't be helpful in the great calamity. Thus he worried, afraid that the old god sovereign wouldn't choose him. And now the old god sovereign seemed to be particularly looking after Lin Ming, making him even more anxious. His Majesty God Sovereign shouldn't have lost his mind so badly to give such an important spot to an outsider. At this time, many people were sharing the same thoughts as Morin. The great elder patted Morin's shoulder, indicating for him not to be worried. The great elder also fantasized about being chosen, but he felt his chances weren't too high. The high-level figures of the god race were divided into internal and external positions. Internal positions were elders. They managed internal affairs. The external positions were war generals responsible for managing the battlefield. The ones that the old god sovereign chose were all war generals. Elders, even the highest of elders, basically had no hopes. The last spot. The old god sovereign folded his hands behind his back, his profound eyes sweeping over the faces of those present. The last person is Lin Ming. The old god sovereign's voice was calm. This was something he had already long known about. However, no one else had been aware of this. Their reactions were intense. This was a single stone throw bringing up 1,000 waves. Lin Ming? Not to mention the god race. Even the Celestials weren't able to conceal their astonishment. They were extremely familiar with the powerhouses of the primal god race, and those that entered the Azura Forbidden Land had to be the strongest powerhouses as well as those with the most latent potential. For instance, although the old god sovereign was powerful, his potential had come to an end, so he wouldn't enter. As for Lin Ming, he was clearly at the Middle Holy Lord realm, and they had never heard his name before. The one the god sovereign chose. Could he be a hidden bloodline descendant? The Celestial's battle sovereign to Bague asked. He looked at the old god sovereign with puzzlement in his eyes. But in that wizened old face which looked like a well that had never been stirred, he couldn't discover any useful information at all. No, something's wrong. That youth isn't of the god race, but an alien race? This discovery astonished to Bague. As for the powerhouses of the god race, they were no longer able to sit still. The invasion of the saints, the arrival of the great calamity, entering the Azura Forbidden Land could be called the final chance for the primal god race to resist the saints. Priority for such a valuable chance first needed to be given to Empyreans that could help in the war. And if a spot was to be given to a junior, that spot should at least be given to a genius of their own race. How could they give such a massive lucky chance to an outsider? After the shock came the anger. Your Majesty God Sovereign, I cannot understand this. An elder directly stood up. To question the God Sovereign was deeply disrespectful, but in such chaotic times many people couldn't attend to these formalities. I beg your Majesty God Sovereign to reconsider. Another elder stood up. The great elder and Heaven's son Morin were forcefully holding themselves back from standing up. Heaven's son Morin's eyes had turned blood red and his fists were gripped so tightly that blue veins stuck out. He grit his teeth, holding in his words. Other powerhouses of the primal god race spoke in turn, their words deeply sincere. But The old god sovereign only said, "Have you all forgotten who brought back the main body of the chain of calamity?" Without a doubt, Lin Ming had done a great favor for the god race. "Of course I remember." At this time the great elder spoke up. "When Lin Ming first came to our god race, I was the one who received him, but these matters must be separated. Lin Ming passed through multiple universes to return Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's chain of calamity to us. This benevolence, our god race will remember. But it cannot be forgotten that the chain of calamity originally belonged to our god race to begin with, so Lin Ming was simply returning something to its rightful owner. To pick up someone's wealth and return it, isn't that just the correct moral action?" What the great elder said was absolutely justified. His eyes swept towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming only remained silent, not refuting this point. The great elder smiled with victory. He continued to say, "Your Majesty God Sovereign, our god race aren't those that forget favors or don't know how to express thanks. Regarding Lin Ming, I believe we should heavily reward him. The god race has many treasures, and these can be granted to him at will, and even ancient divine techniques can be wholeheartedly taught to him. But the Azura Forbidden Land was left behind by the ancestor of our people. In order to enter, one needs the accumulation of destiny. As a human, Lin Ming doesn't possess the god race bloodline at all. If he enters the territory of the Azura Forbidden Land, he will not be able to penetrate as deeply as the young elites of our primal god race. It is simply a waste of nature's gifts. And with the great calamity approaching, Lin Ming is only a junior with a middle Holy Lord realm cultivation. There isn't any use for him at all. The spots are limited. I ask your Majesty God Sovereign to please think carefully of this decision." The great elder's words were approved by many god race martial artists present. Not to mention those that had hopes of struggling for the fourth spot. Even those that didn't have any hopes of entering the Azura Forbidden Land didn't want to see a human like Lin Ming take away one of the lucky chances of their people. For a time, many elders stood up, opposing the god sovereign. Seeing this scene, the great elder was more than satisfied. His words were truly reasonable and matched common sense. They were sure to win the approval of the others. At this time, Heaven's son Morin also stood up, his voice filled with energy. "Your Majesty God Sovereign, if you wish to compensate Sir Lin, then I, Morin, am willing to help. My clan will contribute more than enough treasures. If he could enter the Forbidden Land," Morin didn't mind bleeding a little. Regarding this, Lin Ming only faintly smiled. The treasures of Morin's clan? To Lin Ming, they might only be dregs unworthy of mention. However, he didn't argue. He knew that with his current status, speaking was in vain. At this time, the old god sovereign straightened himself and lightly said, "I am only informing you of the decision I made, not discussing it with you all. I will not be reconsidering this matter. Those that oppose will be handled according to the rules of our people." The old god sovereign's voice was slow and meandering, as if he were talking about something immaterial. But no one could raise their voice to resist him. For a time, all the god race martial artists froze. The old god sovereign had mentioned the rules of their race. If they followed the rules of the race, then this was naturally the rule that said the god sovereign could not be disobeyed. This was no minor charge. Within the god race, the old god sovereign was kind and wise, loved by many. But if he became severe, he left people shivering in fear. Although he was old, he possessed absolute authority within the god race. No one dared to disobey him. One reason was that the other extreme Empyreans like Daiwahen were rocks that were found by the old god sovereign's sharp eyes and polished into the gems they were today. They had been personally taught by him. And the second reason was that the god decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster were in the old god sovereign's hands. The words of the old god sovereign seemed overbearing and unreasonable, just like some petty tyrant. But placed within the god race, these words represented the highest command. No one could violate them. But Heaven's son Morin was anxious, but facing the old god sovereign, he wasn't able to summon any courage. The other elders also didn't dare to speak, even though the discontent in their hearts had accumulated to the maximum. For a time, all their hatred turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming could immediately feel each gaze, filled with hate and dripping with envy. lock onto his body. If looks could kill, he'd have died countless times already. Under the eyes of so many people, Lin Ming remained silent as before, without losing his composure. Seeing Lin Ming's performance, Tobagwe traced his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Indeed, this youth was extraordinary. However, this alone was surely not enough to have the old god sovereign support him to such a degree. There had to be something special about this boy. Your Majesty God Sovereign, you remain as wise as ever. At this time, Tobagwe stood up and spoke with a wide smile. It had to be known that even if the old god sovereign resisted all opposition and continued to support Lin Ming, although the others wouldn't dare to say anything, they would still remain dissatisfied with what happened. This was the old god sovereign overdrawing his authority. Perhaps even the old god sovereign's several apprentices weren't too happy about their master's actions. Battle sovereign, there is no need to exchange useless pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. According to our earlier agreement, the god race and celestials will work together to repair the chain of calamity. I believe that the battle sovereign has already brought those things. Of course. Tobagwe took out a small box from his spatial ring and placed it atop the table. This box seemed common, but after it was brought out it affected the surrounding laws, even causing tiny vortexes to gather around it. It was clear that whatever was in the box was extraordinary. From ancient times, the ancestors of my people have left behind 3 god decrees. God decrees? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and he intently stared at the box. Repairing the chain of calamity required god decrees, and when fighting the saints, god decrees could also be used. The god decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, if used by a peak Empyrean, were enough to threaten the life of a true divinity. This sort of mysterious god decree left behind by the ancient Supreme Elders had far too many uses. If he had the chance, Lin Ming certainly had to observe what it was. He saw Tobagwe carefully open the box and take out 3 withered and yellow symbol papers from a bed of yellow silk. These symbol papers looked ordinary, even somewhat rough. The paper used to make them was strangely thin, and the runes drawn atop them were like wriggling worms that exuded an incomparably ancient aura. However, upon seeing these 3 symbol papers, Lin Ming was stunned. These were the god decrees? Weren't these divine runic symbols he studied at the Azura Road? These lines, these runes, they were far too familiar. Lin Ming was also familiar with the laws inherent within them. The so-called god decrees left behind by the ancient elites of the past were divine runic symbols? If so, then the ancient supreme elders that left behind their god decrees likely stemmed from the same lineage as the Azura Roadmaster. And the so-called Azura Roadmaster's god decrees were divine runic symbols drawn up by him. The 3 ordinary and wrinkled yellow symbol papers seemed to contain an infinitely enchanting charm, gathering the gaze of all the primal god powerhouses present. A strange light leapt into the old god sovereign's eyes. Inside, a black vortex seemed to swirl. A beam of black light shot out, lingering atop the pale yellow symbol paper. His eyes contained the power of strange laws. They were able to pierce through stars and gaze through the vastness of space. But upon touching the yellow symbol papers, they only shook a little before calming down. These really are god decrees left behind by ancient celestial god sovereigns. The laws inside can be used to repair the chain of calamity. The old god sovereign smiled, nodding his head. As the other powerhouses of the primal god race saw how powerful these common-looking god decrees were, they let out sighs of relief. The celestial powerhouses had smug expressions crossing their faces. The chain of calamity was a true divinity-level magic tool. After being damaged, the great Tao laws inside would also be harmed. And those great Tao laws were also of the true divinity level. It was basically beyond the capabilities of an Empyrean-level powerhouse to repair it. Even if they used rare materials to bond the chain of calamity, in order to renew the laws within they would have to use an upper true divinity-level god decree to make it whole once more. Repairing the chain of calamity wasn't a simple task. Every step had to be brought to the peak of perfection. First, one had to discern just how many threads of great Tao laws within the chain of calamity were damaged, and then one had to extract the corresponding great Tao laws from the god decrees, fusing them together with the true divinity magic tool to repair it. But in order to achieve perfect synchronization, the fusion process required a massive amount of time and effort. At the least 3 or 4 upper Empyreans would have to work together. In the primal god race, they also had god decrees passed down through their people. But the god decrees in the hands of the primal god race didn't have sufficient laws to repair the chain of calamity. That was unless they used the god decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster himself. But the Azura Roadmaster's god decrees were the greatest weapons the primal god race had to deter and frighten the saints. How could they possibly use them to repair the chain of calamity? In this sort of situation, the primal god race could only seek help from the Celestials. And it was because of this that the primal god race readily agreed to the terms and gave 2 entry spots for the Azura Forbidden Land to the Celestials. Looking at the god decrees, the god race martial artists nodded together. At this time, the old god sovereign said, "If there is no problem, then we shall begin repairs now." Tabague hesitated for a moment, not answering. "Oh? Is there some problem?" The old god sovereign's eyes looked towards Tabague. His eyes seemed as if they could see through everything. "My apologies." Tabague shook his head. The primal god race members were stunned. At this critical moment, could it be that the Celestials planned to renege on their previous agreement? "A situation has arisen within my people. Before coming here, there was a meeting of the high-level figures within my race," Tabague said, sounding a bit chagrined. "Get to the point." The old god sovereign still had a kindly expression, but his eyes became several points sharper and fiercer, making it so that others didn't dare to look at him. Tabague took a deep breath and frankly said, "Everyone here should be aware just how precious the god decrees are to our ancient races. Using one means there is one less, and they aren't things that can be duplicated. For numerous hundreds of millions of years, whether it is the Celestials or god race, there were many superbly talented individuals who had given everything to research these god decrees. However, even true divinities weren't able to unravel their mysteries. As if something has always been missing. My celestial race has far too few of these god decrees remaining. With the saints invading the primeval universe because of the bigger picture, we Celestials are willing to take out these 3 god decrees to repair the chain of calamity. This is a great risk to us. So, I hope we can obtain another spot to enter the Forbidden Land." Tabague's words seemed as if he were trying to negotiate, and one could even sense an incomparably sincere and friendly tone to them. But from how overwhelming his eyes were, the god race martial artists knew that this matter was something the Celestials had decided far in advance, and they also wouldn't budge on this issue either. For a time, the entire meeting site was stirred into a great uproar. Many primal god race martial artists felt suffocated within their chests, as if their hearts were being set on fire. Just what sort of lucky chance was the Azura Forbidden Land? And there were only 6 spots. Moreover, it was originally a lucky chance that belonged to the primal god race. For them to give the Celestials 2 spots was already showing them extreme favor. But they didn't think that the Celestials would try to take a yard after taking an inch, and would ask for another spot. "The conditions have already been decided beforehand," the god race elders angrily said. "I understand that, but when the conditions were drawn up, that was in a situation where the main body of the chain of calamity had yet to be found. That is something which concerns the previous generation, and at the time, the great calamity hadn't begun yet. Aren't the god decrees also precious? However, every situation has to be considered on its own merits. Now, the god decrees concern the survival of my people. As for violating the previous agreement, my race will provide sufficient compensation. Moreover, I believe that the juniors of my celestial race will not waste this spot. At least, they will be a far better choice than certain individuals." As Tabague spoke, his eyes glanced towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming frowned. He was perplexed at being suddenly drawn into this mess. But, with his cultivation and also as a human, it was normal for him to be rejected by others again and again. He looked towards the 3 god decrees. Without a doubt, these were divine runic symbols drawn and left behind by ancient true divinities 10 billion years ago that were part of the Azura Road Master's lineage. And according to what Tabague said, These divine runic symbols could not be reproduced. This was because even if there was a true divinity present, none of them had the ability to use the Azura heavenly Tao within the 33 heavens. Extrapolating from what Tabague said, they had always been missing a certain something. Thus, even if they studied the divine runic arts, none of them were able to copy the god decrees. Tabague looked at Lin Ming. Many others also turned to Lin Ming. After the anger that flashed over the god race martial artists disappeared, a complex, gloating expression reappeared in their wake. Although the Celestials had broken their promise and slapped the god race in the face, this was a matter that didn't concern them. The one that should be worrying the most was that young human boy. Many people were already unhappy that the old god sovereign had designated Lin Ming as one of the people to enter. But because they were overwhelmed by the old god sovereign's pressure, none of them dared to argue this point. Now, with the Celestials exerting their own pressure, if one person had to be removed from the four chosen, that person would be Lin Ming. Otherwise, the old god sovereign's apprentices wouldn't agree with him either. Now, how would the old god sovereign deal with the situation? Battle sovereign, your conditions are far too much. The great elder frowned as he spoke, but his tone was quite amiable. If this were before then, he wouldn't have shown such goodwill to the Celestials. But now that the entire primeval universe was facing a great calamity, they really did need to win over the Celestials. With the great calamity descending upon us, the god decrees are also important to my people. If we cannot obtain another spot, then we would rather not enter at all. After all, it is unknown what any of us can obtain from the Forbidden Land. With the god decrees, a single additional one will guarantee the survival of my people that much more. Tabague refuted, leaving no room for compromise. He wasn't joking at all. And besides, Tabague suddenly flicked his fingers and a mote of dazzling light shot out. The mote of light rapidly spun in the air, growing until it became a white jade palace. The front doors of the palace opened and a peerless woman flew out. Her figure was extraordinary and her face was shrouded in mystical light. Countless runes flashed around her like a storm of sand, making one unable to see her clearly. Her wings were shining red, like billowing flames. Her entire body exuded an unpredictable rhythm that seemed to beat in harmony with the surrounding world. Her cultivation was at the great world king realm. Celestial goddess Smokeless greets the seniors of the god race. The woman's voice was like the keening of a phoenix. Every word she spoke seemed to be condensed from the true meaning of the great Tao, floating up and down in the void as they shined with infinite understandings. It was clear she was displaying her strength to its limit. For a great world king to expose their strength in front of a crowd of Empyreans, that was an extremely arrogant and bold move to begin with. But this woman named Smokeless indeed had the capital to do so. At just the great world king realm boundary, she has the momentum of an Empyrean. Moreover, just her words seem to resonate with the laws in this ancient grand hall. This woman is terrifying. If she has enough time, she will become a true divinity. As Lin Ming observed this celestial woman, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Whether it was the god race or the Celestials, neither of them had true divinity powerhouses any longer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remained passively taking the attacks of the saints. If there really was a junior with high hopes of becoming a true divinity, then this was unimaginably valuable to the god race and the Celestials. As the other primal god race powerhouses saw the strength displayed by this woman, their lips began to twitch. What Lin Ming saw, they naturally could see too. The Celestials actually possessed a junior with the talent and potential to become a true divinity in the future. It was no wonder that they requested another spot. It seemed it was all to support this woman named Smokeless. Heaven's son Morin tightly gripped his fists, goosebumps rising all over his body. Without a doubt, this celestial woman, whether it was in strength or talent, was far above him. How hateful! I am already faintly inferior to that Lin Ming, but I've never truly fought him, so I might not necessarily lose. But now, I am an entire level lower than this Smokeless. I just cannot summon the courage to contend with her. Heaven's son Morin hated everything to the extreme. Being the number one junior of the god race sounded glorious, but the old god-sovereign hadn't placed him in his eyes. Even the god-sovereign mark had been given to the outsider Lin Ming. Smokeless? I remember now. The old god-sovereign's voice seemed to echo in the air. The celestial patriarch found you, a little baby girl frozen in ice, within a land of extreme cold. Your origins are strange, and afterwards you went out to adventure, but it was said that you died. I never imagined that when the great calamity arrived, you would return safely and your strength would have risen yet again. The old god-sovereign looked at Smokeless and slowly nodded. How rare, how rare. After experiencing a catastrophe and not dying, you instead made a breakthrough. Your future achievements are without limit. In all my years, I didn't expect such an outstanding character to appear once more. The old god-sovereign's voice was touched with a trace of sadness. The ancient remnant races had indeed declined. In the far-off past, they once ruled the entirety of the 33 heavens. Even if the saints and spiritas were added together, they had still been several of times stronger. But now, they didn't even have a single true divinity. Your Majesty God-Sovereign, what do you think of Smokeless? Does she have the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land? Tabague asked with a smile. Smokeless indeed has the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. A faintly happy smile continued to hang on the old god-sovereign's face. The invincible glory that billowed from his body hadn't weakened in the slightest. Ha ha! Many thanks for the praise, Your Majesty God-Sovereign. Tabague laughed, and the celestial powerhouses also smugly glanced at each other. The primal god race's old god-sovereign had an extraordinarily high level of judgment. It was rare for any youth amongst the god race to be praised by him. But just now he had praised Smokeless twice. This was more than enough for the Celestials to feel proud of her. Smokeless, hurry and thank His Majesty God-Sovereign, Tabague said to Smokeless. He was satisfied with her display of strength just now. Smokeless smiled at the God-Sovereign and bowed, then returned to the ranks of the Celestials. Looking at Smokeless, the old God-Sovereign nodded. Very good. These two words were brief and succinct, each word heavier than gold. However, the old god-sovereign changed the topic. Of those that I chose, the child Lin Ming also possesses the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. His talent is almost the highest I have seen in my life. The old god-sovereign's words shocked all the martial artists present. Almost the highest he has seen in his entire life? None of them dared to think that the old god-sovereign would use such words to describe Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also dumbfounded. In truth, he had never exposed his true strength in front of the old god-sovereign, so he didn't know why the old god-sovereign had come up with such an estimation. This judgment was just a bit too incredible, right? Your Majesty God-Sovereign's assessment is indeed high, Tabague faintly smiled, but he didn't believe in the old God-Sovereign's words. He felt that the old God-Sovereign couldn't back down from his words. Thus he had forcibly elevated Lin Ming with praise. Between Lin Ming and Smokeless, it was obvious who had the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. Ignoring their talent, Smokeless cultivation was far higher than Lin Ming's. In addition to that, for better or worse, Smokeless was also part of the ancient remnant races and Lin Ming was a human. In terms of bloodline, Lin Ming didn't have any advantage at all. Talent can only be determined through competition. But, what a pity, little friend Lin's cultivation doesn't seem too high. There is no way to compare their talents. Tabague's voice was faintly mocking, as if he were deriding Lin Ming's cultivation. If Smokeless was also a middle holy lord, she could fight around with Lin Ming. But currently, Smokeless was a great world king, an entire large boundary higher than Lin Ming. If they fought, wouldn't that just be bullying? Let alone the celestial powerhouses. Even the powerhouses of the god race didn't believe the old god-sovereign's words. His words seemed completely unfounded. The old god-sovereign was left speechless. The current scene had left him in a dilemma. He truly hoped that Lin Ming could obtain one of the spots. This wasn't just because Lin Ming had returned the chain of calamity, but because his talent was also extremely high. Moreover, Lin Ming was the successor to Empyrean Primordius and also shared a strand of fate with Heavenly Empress Xianxia. These were all reasons why the old god sovereign favored Lin Ming, but they weren't everyone. Lin Ming was able to obtain the chain of calamity and pass through multiple universes to safely arrive at the primal god race, at the time when they needed to open the Azura Forbidden Zone the most. The difficulty to accomplish this, just how great was it? The old god sovereign felt that Lin Ming was fated to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. As if the reason he passed a trillion miles was all in order to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. With such a fate supporting him, it was highly likely that Lin Ming would find his good fortune within the Azura Forbidden Land. But now, the Celestials had hidden their depths and had revealed the miraculous woman known as Smokeless. Smokeless was clearly very young, even younger than the primal god race's heaven's son Morin. Yet, her achievements were higher than his. Her potential was infinite. The calamity has arrived, so how come such youths with unlimited potential haven't appeared within my primal god race? Perhaps the destiny of my god race has really come to its natural end. The old god sovereign silently sighed. Your Majesty God Sovereign, have you made your decision? Will you agree to the request of my people? Tobagwe aggressively asked. If the old god sovereign didn't agree, then they would have no means to enter the Forbidden Land. The Celestials weren't trying to be threatening. It was also because the god decrees were far too valuable. For a time, the eyes of everyone focused on the old god sovereign. Facing pressure from the Celestials, facing Smokeless infinite potential, and with the invasion of the saints behind all of this, if the old god sovereign continued to choose Lin Ming to enter the Azura Forbidden Land, then he would inevitably have to bear the consequences of doing so. His prestige would suffer a major blow. Seeing the old god sovereign remain silently lost in thought for such a long time, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then stood up. Your Majesty God Sovereign, to discuss the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Zone before repairing the chain of calamity, that seems far too early to do so. Wouldn't it be better to repair the chain of calamity and then discuss matters again? Lin Ming said in a bass voice, his words thick with sincerity. For a time, everyone in the Grand Hall turned to Lin Ming. Repair the chain of calamity first and then discuss the spots? Heh, are you suspecting that even with my race's god decrees, the chain of calamity still cannot be repaired? Tobagwe coldly sneered. If my celestial race helps repair the chain of calamity, what will happen to that spot? Your Majesty Battle Sovereign seems to have misunderstood. I am not suspecting whether or not the Celestials have the ability to repair the chain of calamity, but am only thinking of other possibilities. Perhaps your repair method might not be the best method. What? Lin Ming's words caused the celestial martial artists to glare at him in rage. The god race martial artists were also left speechless. Could this Lin Ming have gone mad? As a holy lord, he was wondering whether the many celestial Empyreans possessed the ability to repair a true divinity spirit treasure. Those that could help to repair a true divinity spirit treasure were all upper or peak Empyreans. Moreover, god decrees left by superior true divinities had to be used. How could a mere junior think of questioning the process? Who gave you the courage to dare question us? How ridiculous! Tobagwe's words became gradually colder. Because the old god sovereign appreciated Lin Ming, he had given several points of respect to Lin Ming. He could feel that there was something unusual with Lin Ming, otherwise how could the respected old god sovereign hold him in such high esteem? But as Tobagwe heard Lin Ming's current words, he only coldly humphed again and again. This junior was arrogant to the point of stupidity. On the side of the god race, the old god sovereign also faintly frowned. He didn't know what Lin Ming was thinking, but he didn't think that Lin Ming would do something muddle-headed like this. Although your words are stupid to the point that I don't even want to bother arguing with you, since you've said them, I will personally demonstrate the ability of my celestial race. If my people can smoothly repair the chain of calamity, you will give us your spot. As Tobagwe spoke, he placed the 3 god decrees on the black table. Lin Ming had already seen the Celestials' god decrees. These 3 god decrees were indeed left behind by outstanding existences amongst true divinities. True divinity. In the current 33 heavens, only peak races possessed them, and there were only a scant several of them. Even in ancient times 10 billion years ago, they were still extremely rare existences. As for outstanding true divinities, they were even rarer. Moreover, only the lineage of the Azura Roadmaster was able to leave behind god decrees. And with the endless flow of time in the current age, the god race and celestials had an extremely limited number of god decrees in hand. The 3 god decrees in front of Tobague had been safely preserved for 10 billion years already. No matter how powerful a force field, no matter how powerful the laws, after such a long time it was inevitable that there would be weakening. From 10 billion years ago until now, these god decrees had already fallen by a level. The god decrees created by upper true divinities might only be as strong as those created by ordinary true divinities. Originally, in order to repair the chain of calamity, the truth was that using ordinary true divinity god decrees was more than enough. But as the power of laws within the god decrees slowly faded away, only the god decrees left behind by upper true divinities would work. After carefully observing these 3 god decrees, Lin Ming, who had been standing behind the old god sovereign, suddenly walked forwards. "May I look at one of these god decrees?" Insolence! The celestial elders were enraged. "Human brat, you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. The god decrees are 10 billion years old. Supreme treasures passed down from generation to generation amongst my people. They are incomparably sacred treasures. Moreover, each one has immeasurable influence within the primeval universe. Do you think you can look at one just because you want to? If you damage a single one, not even 1,000 deaths can make up for it. I only want to probe with my divine sense. I won't move it at all. If the god decrees are so fragile that they will explode by being touched by my sense, how could they still be used to face your enemies? I fear that if you took one out when you faced the saints, it would already be blown to ashes by the Empyreans or true divinities of the saints before you could activate it." Lin Ming's words were slightly mocking. The numerous celestial powerhouses angrily glared at Lin Ming. So many Empyreans were present, and yet a mere Holy Lord Realm boy was brashly talking like this in front of them. Wasn't this too improper? And at this time, Tobague waved his hand, quelling the anger of the celestial powerhouses. He looked at the old god sovereign first and saw that he didn't have any intention to stop Lin Ming, but instead allowed Lin Ming to continue disgracing himself. If so, then he didn't plan on giving the old god sovereign any face either. He sneered and said, "How interesting. If you didn't have one of the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Land, then I wouldn't be bothering with you to begin with. Since you wish to take a look, then I will let you do so. I would also like to see what sort of mess you will make and just how you'll settle things then." As Tobague spoke, he pressed his hands on the black stone table. The 3 god decrees slowly fluttered in front of Lin Ming, falling 3 feet before him. The power of divinity gathered around the god decrees, slowly forming a black force field. As they agreed, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to touch them, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't pass this force field. "Your Majesty God Emperor, what is he thinking? Our god race will become a laughingstock to the Celestials." The god race powerhouses didn't know what Lin Ming could possibly accomplish. But the old god sovereign seemed to be tacitly allowing his actions. Even the previous god sovereign wasn't able to perceive anything. So what can this human brat do? The many god race Empyreans were left speechless. The god decrees had been passed down for so many years. Not to mention the ancient past. Even just 1 billion years ago there had been a god race god sovereign who had broken into the realm of true divinity and had studied the god decrees, but in the end his efforts had come to nothing. And the truth was that he had used a 1,000 years to deduce many of the laws. These laws formed a self-contained system. They seemed perfect, each one mutually complementing others, as if there were endless possibilities in how they could grow. But it was still no use. A perfect set of laws that couldn't be learnt by everyone, that couldn't attack, couldn't defend, and couldn't even be used in alchemy or anything else. What was the use of it? Thus, the god decrees could not be perceived nor could they be copied. They could only be considered one-time use magic tools. Every time one was used, there was one less in existence. Lin Ming stood before the black stone table, a mere 3 feet away from the god decrees. He stood still, allowing his divine sense to sink into them. The celestial powerhouses all had thoughtful smiles on their faces. As for the primal god race powerhouses, They all had complex moods. They felt as if they were being seen as jokes by the Celestials. What are you all thinking? This Lin Ming isn't even a part of our god race. Even if he shames himself here, it has nothing to do with our god race. Heaven's son Morin indignantly said. Let him be. If he loses face, then that is the same as His Majesty God Sovereign losing face. But since His Majesty had consented to this, then there is nothing we can do. The great elder said with finality before composing his mind. And at this time, Lin Ming didn't pay attention to the reactions of the many powerhouses around him. He had already entered into the fused martial intent state. His mind completely focused on the 3 wrinkled yellow god decrees before him. In his eyes, a mystical aura began to gradually flow over from them. He could see the revolution of the Azura heavenly Tao. Faint traces continuously circulated within the god decrees. These 3 god decrees were the work of ancient upper true divinities. They were far beyond normal. With Lin Ming's current level of strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to create imitations of them. But just comprehending the truths within and polishing some of the flaws might actually be possible. After all, the laws were interlinked and Lin Ming had obtained the true legacy of the Azura Roadmaster. In particular, after he entered the ancient galactic battlefield within the Akashic dream world, his comprehension of the Azura Sutra and his ability to utilize the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws had reached frightening degrees. Suddenly, a strange light flashed through Lin Ming's face. He could feel his divine sense falling into an endless black hole, as if he were being sucked in by the energy of the god decrees. The Celestials' 3 god decrees have eroded through 10 billion years of time, and sections of the great Tao that formed them have been damaged. Thus, in the lines, there are energy black holes that swallow my divine sense. Understanding what was happening, Lin Ming didn't take back his sense. Instead, he allowed it to revolve around the energy black hole, constantly deducing how to repair it. These are true divinity-level god decrees after all. My ability is lacking, but I should be able to unravel some of the laws. Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly bright. Without noticing it, over an hour had passed. To the martial artists present, this amount of time wasn't anything at all. Since they believed Lin Ming was playing games with them, they started to become impatient. Your Majesty Battle Sovereign, how long will we continue waiting? Smokeless asked. She wasn't impatient, but she simply felt that for so many powerhouses to surround a junior and watch him play around with treasures and also wait for such a long time, this scene was far too stupid. And at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. He looked towards the old God Sovereign and said, Your Majesty God Sovereign, do you have a god decree drawn up by an ordinary true divinity? I would like to reference it. Lin Ming had made far too many requests, again and again playing tricks. Many people felt they were nearing the limits of their endurance. Looking at these 3 god decrees wasn't enough, but now he wanted to play around with the old God Sovereign. The old God Sovereign didn't refuse him, nor did he ask Lin Ming what he wanted to do with an ordinary true divinity god decree. He simply flicked his fingers and with a flash, a god decree flew out from his spatial ring, shooting towards Lin Ming. If a martial artist could break through to the realm of true divinity, that meant their talent was enough to overwhelm all, far surpassing all others in the vastness of space. There were few true divinities as it was, and upper true divinities were even rarer. Even in ancient times this was also true. Thus, there were correspondingly few god decrees left behind by upper true divinities. As for god decrees left behind by ordinary true divinities, there were many more of them. After the old god sovereign tossed out the ordinary true divinity god decree, Lin Ming grasped it in his hand. He placed it between his middle finger and index finger, probing it with his sense. A god decree left behind by an ordinary true divinity was far simpler. And at the same time, over the last 10 billion years these god decrees had also been eroded by time. The great Tao lines had received minor damages. As for the strength within these god decrees, a great deal had leaked out. However, a true divinity was still a true divinity. Even if the strength had leaked out, the god decrees drawn by a true divinity could not be compared to those drawn by an Empyrean. This was because the height of the laws was completely different. Lin Ming investigated this God decree for another hour. Many of the celestial martial artists had reached the end of their fuse. "He's playing so many tricks," someone derided. But, seeing that Tabague was calmly watching without any worry, these people also silently waited. Let him stumble around until he falls over. At that time, I wonder if the God race will still fight for his spot. At that time the God race's old God sovereign won't have anything to say about it either. Thinking that they would receive the spot from all of this, many of the celestial Empyreans began to warm up with happiness. Of the 3 spots for the Celestials, the battle sovereign would take one, and the second would undoubtedly go to Smokeless. But as for the last spot, they all had a chance to obtain it. Such a lucky chance, who wouldn't desire it? As all these people were plotting their strategies at this time, Lin Ming suddenly stirred. He placed the old God Sovereign's God Decree together with the 3 other God Decrees. The 4 God Decrees were lined up together. At the same time, Lin Ming began to activate the Azura Heavenly Tao diagram within his body. The Tao diagram had been obtained from the Azura Road's final trial and had fused together with his flesh and blood. It was equal to creating a miniature Azura Road world within his body, allowing him to utilize the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws as he pleased. And most importantly, this Tao diagram had been personally created by the Azura Roadmaster, and the laws contained within it were the most primitive and fundamental true meanings of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. As the Azura Heavenly Array diagram began, Lin Ming's aura started to change, as if the essence of the 33 heavens Heavenly Taos was gathering unto him. Within his skin, his flesh, his bones, infinite Azura Heavenly Tao law runes began to sparkle, releasing limitless mystical strength. This is, in the Grand Hall, whether it was the primal god race or celestials, their ancestors were all from the lineage of the Azura Roadmaster. Now that Lin Ming suddenly erupted with the aura of the 33 heavens, they were left bewildered. This mysterious aura, as well as these incomparably familiar yet plain-looking runes. How could Lin Ming be able to use them? The most source law runes of the Azura Heavenly Tao flashed, as if they were the peaks of towering mountains. Each peak released endless light and a boundless might, as if a rumbling river of stars was surging into the middle of the God Decree. And the object Lin Ming chose was the God Decree the old God Sovereign had lent to him. As the originally silent and motionless God Decree felt the most primitive power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, it began to awaken like a great beast stirring from its deep slumber. With a loud humming sound, light shot out from the yellow God Decree. Each ray of light was as deep as a sea, shaking the world. These beams of light seemed immensely powerful, but as they pierced Lin Ming they went straight through his body without affecting him at all. As the strange scene fell into everyone's eyes, even those that didn't want to admit it couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Ming had his own peculiar methods. As the power of the God Decree was energized, Lin Ming found an opportunity. His hands traced exquisite arcs in the air, causing a wisp of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to change paths and flow into the middle of the God Decree. The path of this wisp of light was unpredictable. The power of strange laws surged, heartily wandering within the God Decree. What is he doing? Many people felt that something was wrong. At this time, no one dared to look down on Lin Ming again. They could clearly see that Lin Ming was carving a rune into the God Decree. This was a God Decree left behind by a true divinity? How could a mere holy lord leave a rune atop it? Lin Ming's 10 fingers flashed, his face solemn. Beads of sweat ran down his forehead and temples. As his understandings into the internal structure of the God Decree became more profound, he became increasingly alarmed. A trace of his life essence followed along the ghostly path of the God Decree's Azura Heavenly Tao laws. It was like he was continuously bumping into an endless wall of steel. Here, after a long period of time, he suddenly saw a trace of damage within the interior of the God Decree. In terms of repairing divine runic symbols, Lin Ming could be called a veteran. His fingers slowly swiveled in the air as he formed beautiful runes that constantly marked the area where the law lines were broken. Within each path, an infinite number of changes was possible. to repair these divine runic symbols that had existed for 10 billion years already. Lin Ming didn't even need materials, because the materials were already gathered and readied. They had all been incorporated into the symbol paper. Everything would be fine as long as Lin Ming could rewrite the damaged laws. Lin Ming focused his mind, constantly deducing the Azura heavenly Tao laws and patching up the damages. However, these were still God decrees drawn up by true divinities. Even a minor repair not worthy of mention required Lin Ming to use up a tremendous amount of energy. Not only did he need to thoroughly comprehend the laws, but he needed to supplement them with an enormous amount of the power of divinity. To Lin Ming, this was a gigantic use of energy. More and more sweat tumbled down Lin Ming's forehead. But at the same time, he continued to repair. The God decree emitted a brilliant light, blazing to the eyes and making one unable to look directly at it. Lin Ming's figure was enveloped in this radiance, making him seem blurry. What is he doing? Whether it was the martial artists of the god race or celestials, they were all stunned. Even an Empyrean couldn't understand Lin Ming or the laws he was using. Although they couldn't understand, they were still all people with extremely sharp vision. This light and the charm of these laws were not only mysterious but contained unimaginable truths within. What Lin Ming was doing, none of them could understand. Something's wrong. No. The power within the God decree is increasing. A celestial powerhouse's eyes popped wide open. He could clearly feel that in the blazing light, the God decree beneath Lin Ming's hands was slowly strengthening. That ordinary true divinity God decree was now slowly overtaking the 3 God decrees created by an upper true divinity. How was this possible? Could this boy have referenced our celestial race's God decrees to transform the old God sovereign's God decree and make it stronger? Am I dreaming here? Tobagaway suddenly thought of this possibility. But this was a completely absurd conclusion, one he couldn't accept at all. The God decrees had existed for so many billions of years, and yet no one had been able to completely understand them, much less improve or copy them. But now, reality was laid out before them. Lin Ming had actually referenced the 3 upper true divinity God decrees to transform an ordinary true divinity God decree. This was simply incredible. Let alone Tobagaway, even the God race's old God sovereign was utterly shocked. The old God sovereign had lived for innumerable years and his judgment had reached a nearly omniscient level. He intuitively felt that Lin Ming was extraordinary. But no matter what his intuition told him, he never would have imagined that Lin Ming could repair God decrees. The light bloomed increasingly strongly, completely covering Lin Ming within it. The mysterious Azura law runes danced in the air. Lin Ming's hands raced through the skies, the speed of his movements becoming faster and faster. Beneath the gaze of all present, the energy fluctuations within Lin Ming's God decree also became increasingly strong. In terms of energy, it would soon reach the 3 God decrees brought by Tobagaway. At this time, the celestial powerhouses could no longer sit still. For the ancient remnant races, these God decrees were incomparably precious. Using one meant one less in existence. Yet they could be transformed by a Holy Lord Jr. The upper true divinity God decrees brought by the Celestials, ones that they were almost unwilling to give up, were now almost similar in energy fluctuations to an ordinary true divinity God decree that had been fiddled around with by Lin Ming. Didn't this mean that their previous protection and worship of these upper true divinity God decrees was nothing but a joke? If a junior could create and improve these God decrees, weren't they just not valuable at all? Your Majesty Battle Sovereign, if that human boy is able to complete the transformation and remake the ordinary God decree with the same level of strength as a peak God decree, then the primal God race won't need us to open the Forbidden Land at all. A celestial elder suddenly said. As Tobagaway heard this, his expression became far more interesting. The reason that the primal God race would request the help of the Celestials and ally with them was because they only had the strongest God decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, as well as those left behind by ordinary true divinities. They were lacking God decrees left behind by upper and middle true divinities. This was because there were far too few upper true divinities. The primal God race had also inherited God decrees left by upper true divinities, but for various reasons they had used them up. But with Lin Ming, this problem no longer existed. The peak Empyreans of the primal god race would absolutely be able to repair the chain of calamity by themselves. How could this be? I just cannot understand. Tobague felt his thoughts fall into utter chaos. He didn't know how Lin Ming accomplished what he did. But this was the indisputable truth. He originally wanted to blackmail the god race into giving up even another spot, but now the god race didn't need them at all. They might not even receive a single spot. Everything had been lost. Tobague fell into depression. He madly desired this lucky chance, and Smokeless also needed this opportunity. Smokeless was the hope that would stabilize their celestial race in the future. This boy must have some secret, Tobague said with a voice dripping with hate as he gripped his fists. Even if someone killed him, he would never have believed that Lin Ming's perception was so powerful that he could unravel the god decrees that not even true divinities could understand, and do so in a short 2 hours. In other words, the peerless god sovereigns of the ancient remnant races were nothing but a joke before him. But so what if he had a secret? Seeing how the old god sovereign was supporting Lin Ming would likely become a treasure of the primal god race. To transform an ordinary god decree into a top god decree, he more than deserved such treatment. Perhaps even the entire primal god race would prostrate themselves to this boy. At this time, no matter what anyone else was thinking, Lin Ming paid no attention to any of them. His focus was tense and his forehead was dripping wet. He had underestimated just how terrifying a true divinity-level divine runic symbol was. Even if he thoroughly understood the laws, he still lacked strength. Wanting to completely restore these divine runic symbols that had been eroded over 10 billion years was excruciatingly difficult. Moreover, his physical condition was in a poor state. His body shook, because he was exhausting himself of his strength. Lin Ming's fingers trembled and the runes nearly exploded around him. If the runes collapsed, then even though the god decree would be fine, most of the work Lin Ming put into repairing it would be destroyed. Lin Ming frightened himself for a moment, and this scene was noticed by the old god sovereign. The old god sovereign was able to clearly feel that Lin Ming, wrapped in the blazing light, had a much weaker aura than before. That's right, Lin Ming was injured before, and he had yet to fully recover. Many people recalled that when Lin Ming first entered the Grand Hall, his blood vitality had been unstable and his meridians and organs had been broken in various places. His injuries were due to Empyrean primordius. These were deep wounds caused by a peak Empyrean. Even if Lin Ming had prepared himself earlier and had blocked over 95% of the damage, the remaining amount was still no laughing matter. This boy, he can still repair the god decree after being injured? This is... Heaven's Son Morin was speechless. Lin Ming's actions had left him lacking even a little bit of confidence. The difference was too great. At this time, the old god sovereign flung wide his sleeves and a great sun seemed to explode from within his body. Billowing strength rolled towards the old god sovereign before transforming into a gentle divine light that shot into Lin Ming's body. This gentle divine light slowly sank into Lin Ming. Normally speaking, the power of an Empyrean powerhouse was formidable and unruly. If it entered the body of a junior, they simply wouldn't possess the ability to control it. But the power shot out by the old god sovereign was gentle to the extreme, allowing Lin Ming to freely use it as he wished. For a time, Lin Ming felt like his body was a dry field that was suddenly experiencing a revitalizing rain. His strength immediately returned. With the laws guiding the way and with the support of the old god sovereign's power, the repair process of the god decree became extremely smooth. Another 2 hours passed. Lin Ming's repair process was nearing its finale. In that moment within the void, endless azure runes gathered together, forming a giant purple vortex, all of it being slowly sucked into the god decree. For a time, divine light shot into the heavens. The runes of the god decree sparkled, each one resonating with each other. The feeling this scene gave off was as if the god decree had been resurrected. It formed a sharp contrast with the 3 withered yellow god decrees lying down beside it. Those 3 god decrees appeared dark and gloomy, as if they would turn to dust at any moment. Lin Ming. He revived the old god sovereign's god decree. Someone was able to see the essential difference. The God decree that Lin Ming repaired seemed entirely brand new. Compared to the celestial race's 3 God decrees, Lin Ming's repaired God decree had even greater levels of energy. How could this be? A celestial powerhouse cried out. With any reasoning, Lin Ming being able to repair the God decrees should have been a major accomplishment worthy of all the ancient remnant races celebrating. But in this situation, the Celestials weren't able to summon any joy at all. Great! Lin Ming had overdrawn his strength and propped himself up on the black stone table. He passed the God decree to the old God Sovereign. As the old God Sovereign took the God decree in his hands, his face was full of smiles. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with praise, appreciation, and love. He could feel that the God decree he passed Lin Ming had undergone a massive change. Good. Very good. The old God Sovereign loudly acclaimed. At this time, the other God race martial artists also sent out their divine senses together, probing the God decree that Lin Ming had repaired. They were all left dumbfounded. Even the great elder that had criticized Lin Ming before had completely shut up. In the world of martial artists, strength was all. With strength, one naturally obtained respect. This is incredible. My God race has many ordinary true divinity-level God decrees left. If they could be repaired by Lin Ming, just what scene would that be? A God decree drawn up by a true divinity, if brand new, for example the one that Lin Ming had just repaired, if that were activated by a peak Empyrean, then that was the same as the all-out attack of a true divinity-level powerhouse. It could instantly kill a peak Empyrean of the same level. At the very least, their opponent would be severely wounded and lose all combat strength. Then they could even be captured. The significance of this was far too great. It had to be known that the most threatening enemy to the ancient remnant races was not true divinities like the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, but peak Empyreans. The truth was that in this war, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had never fought at all. This was because the primal god race still had the Azura god decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. If the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign were to personally come, then the primal god race would be willing to take out all their Azura god decrees and bombard the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign with them. If they could kill the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign using such a method, then the world would be purified. But if a peak Empyrean came, using an Azura god decree on them was a waste, and using other god decrees was useless. This was a worrying situation. However, with the god decrees that Lin Ming repaired, restoring them to a brand new state, none of this was a problem anymore. Realizing the function that Lin Ming's ability to repair the god decrees would have for the war situation, every god race Empyrean's eyes began to shine. At this time, even if those like the Great Elder were envious of Lin Ming, they were also excited. This was a monumental matter that concerned the life or death of their race. Compared to the survival of their people, the interests of an individual were secondary. Lin Ming, did repairing the God decree cause any bodily harm to you? The old God Sovereign asked. He was worried that doing so had caused Lin Ming to overdraw on his life. Lin Ming shook his head. I've just used up a bit of my energy and soul force. I should be able to fully recover after several days. In the presence of so many people, Lin Ming extended the required recovery time a little. The truth was that he only needed 1 or 2 days to restore himself, and if the old God Sovereign helped him, then the time period needed would be even shorter. Great! Then you can sit in meditation and restore yourself. Afterwards, I will give you another God decree for you to repair. Once we collect 3, we will open the Azura Forbidden Land. This is a great favor that you have done for my God race. We shall never forget this. The old God Sovereign's face lit up. With his usual demeanor, he rarely lost his calm like this. Your Majesty God Sovereign has no need to speak so seriously. The God race's war with the saints originally concerns the fate of my human race. If Junior helps the God race to the full extent of my abilities, that is also helping my own people. It's something that should be done to begin with. Lin Ming's voice was humble and without the least bit of trying to take credit. This point caused many God race powerhouses to develop a favorable impression towards Lin Ming. According to common sense, if Lin Ming were able to repair God decrees for the God race, then he should also be able to propose any condition he wished. This was entirely within reason. Ningchu, Legion King, Skylift, Daiwahen, the four of you prepare yourselves. After Lin Ming repairs the three God decrees, you will then repair the chain of calamity. With the laws contained within the God decrees and the joint energies of your four, there shouldn't be any problems repairing it. The old God sovereign immediately spat out the names or titles of four Empyreans. These four Empyreans were the strongest within the entire primal God race. And amongst them, Daiwahen was the strongest but also the youngest. The four Empyreans stepped forwards as one, respectfully standing behind the old God sovereign. Amongst the four of them, three were the old God sovereign's disciples. Seeing this situation, Tobague could no longer remain silent. The worst possible situation had occurred. The old God sovereign was planning to cast aside their celestial race. In terms of inheritance lineage, the truth was that the Celestials were also part of the Azura Roadmaster's lineage. The difference was that 10 billion years ago, the Celestials were nothing but a vassal race, a minor branch to the God race. If they could enter the Azura Forbidden Land, that was naturally a tremendous advantage to the Celestials. But now, he watched as the God race members busily gathered around Lin Ming, as if the Celestials had nothing to do with this matter. "Your Majesty God Sovereign," Tobague anxiously shouted. "Oh? What matter does the battle sovereign have to say?" The old God sovereign smiled, his expression filled with meaning. The winds and the tides could change at a moment's notice. The Celestials had been aggressively pushing the God race, but now the roles had been overturned. Now it was the Celestials that were struggling to find a foothold. And this ridiculous change was all brought about by a junior. It was simply incredible. Tobague glanced at Lin Ming with a strange complexion. He said, "Your Majesty God Sovereign, there is no need for us to play around with words. My celestial race desires 2 spots. Any conditions your Majesty wishes can be considered." Tobague said, getting straight to the point. He was already prepared for a massive hemorrhage. The truth was that the Celestials and God race were brother races. With the great calamity before them, the two could be said to be dependent on each other. If uniting as one wasn't enough to win the war, if they were to even fight, that would only mean defeat would come that much quicker. It was impossible that the old God sovereign didn't understand this point. Tobague didn't want to waste his time with idle banter. From looking at the allocation of resources alone, the God race only needed 4 spots. Anyone else entering would be a waste. At the same time, what the Celestials needed the most were 2 spots. For this reason, they were willing to pay a deep price. After all, even blood brothers had to settle accounts between themselves. "I want 2 of the 3 God decrees," the old God sovereign said, pointing towards the 3 upper true divinity God decrees laid in a row. He didn't intend to take advantage of someone when they were down. Before, the Celestials had wanted to use these 3 God decrees to exchange for 3 spots, coming out to 1 spot per God decree. Now that the Celestials wanted 2 spots, the old God sovereign demanded only 2 God decrees. This was a completely justified request. "Thank you," Tobague said, feeling ashamed in his heart. His voice lacked energy. He didn't know if Lin Ming had the ability to repair upper true divinity God decrees, but if he did, then their power would truly be heaven-defying. After thinking for a little, he said, "I would like to ask little friend Lin here to repair the God decrees of my people. I wonder if..." Because Lin Ming had exposed a part of his strength, Tobague became increasingly respectful when he spoke of Lin Ming. "This is something you can discuss directly with Lin Ming. I have no right to make decisions for him." The old God sovereign smiled, looking towards Lin Ming. For a time, the eyes of the celestial martial artists turned towards Lin Ming. "Little friend Lin," Tobague hesitated. As the number 2 figure within the entire celestial race, he eagerly yet helplessly looked at Lin Ming, as if begging with his eyes. Lin Ming calmly responded, "I can naturally repair God decrees for the Celestials, but if I were to do so, I would also have other conditions. We can discuss them in detail when the time comes. Naturally, my celestial race won't have little friend Lin help for nothing." Tobague smiled as he spoke. But as this sight fell in smokeless eyes, It made her feel uncomfortable. The Celestials were an ancient race and they had a once glorious history. Even though they had declined in the present era, the bloodline of the Celestials was still not something that the Spiritas, humans, or saints could hope to compare with. Thus, the Celestials had a pride that belonged to them alone, a pride that was engraved into their bones. But now, Tabague as a peak Empyrean was actually speaking so politely to Lin Ming, a holy lord. And this Lin Ming didn't even seem to be appreciating such kindness. This made Smokeless feel ill to her stomach. This boy! I have no idea what lucky chance he obtained that he is able to repair the god decrees, but he actually reaches for a yard after taking an inch. Smokeless indignantly thought. What a pity that his cultivation is too low. Otherwise, if he and I were at the same cultivation realm, I would definitely have challenged him. Currently, Smokeless wasn't convinced by Lin Ming at all, but she didn't reveal her emotions, and instead only icily glared at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had already moved towards a quiet room. He intended to meditate and restore himself. Several days passed. Lin Ming had repaired 3 god decrees, and on this day it was time to repair the chain of calamity. The old god sovereign's black pupils sparkled with a mystic power, causing the surrounding palace to tremble in tune with him. The air hummed. The massive pillars that rose up all over the palace emitted massive beams of energy, weaving together to form a pure energy space. From afar, it looked like a giant translucent crystal, isolating out everything with absolute certainty. Repairing the chain of calamity was a monumental event that couldn't receive any disturbances at all. A crystalline enchantment shrouded down, covering the 4 strongest god race and celestial powerhouses, sheltering them from any outside influence. Since the Celestials had decided to join in, the people who would repair the chain of calamity had also changed. With the help of the celestial powerhouses, the chances of success were much higher. Lin Ming stood at the side, his eyes gazing into the spherical energy crystal. The 4 powerhouses stood above the chain of calamity. They held the 3 god decrees that Lin Ming had repaired in their hands. Each god decree contained dense strands of the 33 heavens' great Tao aura. This incomparably pure aura gushed out endlessly, making the hearts of those watching quicken. Bang! A god race Empyrean was the first to move. Blood shot out from the pores of his arms. This was the pure god race bloodline. It contained the aura of endless years, standing testimony to the primal god race's once glorious civilization. The blood bloomed with incandescent light. In the midst of this light, one could hear dragons roaring and phoenixes keening. Even though Lin Ming was standing 100 feet away, he still felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain exude from that blood, making him feel oppressed. This is the pure bloodline strength of the god race. Incredible. It far surpasses the bloodline inherited by the saints. Lin Ming's eyes fixated on the blood, unblinking. His soul force surged within him and the surrounding pressure weakened by a great deal. The bloodline power released by a peak Empyrean was difficult for even an ordinary world king to withstand. The pure drop of god race blood slowly floated in the air, as if it were an ancient and solemn star shining in the skies. It emitted a distant and boundless strength before hurtling into a god decree. After the god decree absorbed the god race Empyrean's blood essence, a crimson glow lit up the world. The mystic power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws within turned into runes that rumbled like massive tumbling mountains. Faintly, one could see towering and hulking god kings appear, sitting on the runes, their pupils shooting out a terrifying light even as their monstrous blood vitality raged within them. The god decree emitted a phantasmal voice that seemed to come from times long past, as if the god decree were coming to life. Soon after, the other powerhouses followed suit. They offered their own bloodline power to blend into the remaining god decrees. The god decrees shined with an increasingly bright light, as if they were exploding stars. The entire grand hall was wrapped up in a blinding luminosity. This was the power of a true divinity spirit treasure. When Empyrean spirit treasures were born, they would often summon heavenly tribulation, much less a true divinity spirit treasure. Light completely blinded Lin Ming for a moment, but Lin Ming didn't need to see with his eyes at all. Rather, He could sense that within the light, a terrifying amount of energy was being formed and destroyed along with all sorts of sparkling runes. This white light shined for an entire day and night before slowly dimming down. As the white light vanished, the energy sphere also faded away. The four god race and celestial powerhouses were pale. Their auras had diminished compared to the start. They all sat on the ground and began meditating, restoring themselves. At this time, a faint sound rang through the air, as if it came from the world itself. It was remote and mysterious. A snow-white lotus flower flowed within these sound waves, blooming in the void. At the furthest edges of the pitch-black skies, a mysterious black road appeared, stretching all the way to the grand hall. At the end of this great road, the chain of calamity glistened with endless power. It was wrapped in a mysterious aura as it suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was impossible to unravel the mysteries within. A true divinity magic tool has been reborn. An auspicious sign appears. On the old god sovereign's aged face, a happy smile appeared. The chain of calamity had been repaired. Now all that was left was to open the Azura Forbidden Land. Perhaps the Azura Forbidden Land would offer them a chance to turn the tide in this great calamity. 10 days later, the Empyreans who helped repair the chain of calamity had fully recovered. Lin Ming had also restored himself to his peak state. Today, the Azura Forbidden Land would be opened. The list of people to enter the Azura Forbidden Land had also been finalized. They were Tobague, Smokeless, Lin Ming, Shinku, Lanlu, and Daiwahen. The last 4 people had been personally chosen by the old god sovereign. Smokeless didn't need to be mentioned. Just the battle sovereign Tobague was faintly the number 1 master of the entire celestial race, but he still had plenty of potential remaining. He was one of the main pillars in resisting this great calamity. The old god sovereign led the way. His right hand was held out in front, the chain of calamity hanging on the end of his index finger. The chain of calamity emitted a misty light that caused the surrounding space to change. Somewhere in the far-off distance, it was as if the end of space and time existed there. Thundering rumbles and vibrating hums continued without end. This sort of shaking was like the ringing of a bell. The fluctuations were like a tide. Everyone could feel the powerful fluctuations. These fluctuations even passed through the void, causing surrounding stars to resonate with it. Within the White Grand Hall, the primal god race and celestial powerhouses were excited upon seeing this. They all peered deep into the endless void. Although they couldn't see anything and could only sense the aging universe and infinite darkness, this couldn't stop their eyes from heating with enthusiasm. After the chain of calamity was repaired, the Azura Forbidden Zone already started to resonate with it. An old god race powerhouse said, "In the history of the god race, the Azura Forbidden Land had been opened less than a handful of times. There were many true divinities who didn't have the good fortune to see it, and those present had never imagined they would be fortunate enough to live during a time when the Azura Forbidden Zone would be opened and personally bear witness to it. The Azura Forbidden Land is the holy land of my people. Unfortunately, this holy land will only appear when the god race stands on the precipice of life or death. In the past, many outstanding god race members that became true divinities weren't lucky enough to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. But now that it has been opened, my race is already declining, and those chosen to enter barely meet the qualifications." The god race powerhouse deeply sighed with emotion. "It's time." The old god sovereign's robes whipped about around him. The light projecting from the chain of calamity grew ever bright, wrapping everyone within it. In the next moment, Lin Ming felt the heavens and earth change positions as a spell of dizziness overtook him. As he opened his eyes again, he could see that he had arrived in a mysterious realm. This world was hot to the point where even he found it unbearable. Looking around, the surroundings were empty. Only at the central region was there a surging mass of lava. This lava continued without end, seeming as if it were larger than a great world. Flames occasionally gushed into the air. Each plume of flame was like a burning star that roared into the world. This sight awed the heart. Just what kind of lava is this? How terrifying. Even my skin is finding it hard to withstand being baked by the heat. Lin Ming mumbled, shocked, as he looked at the blazing flames. The chain of calamity hovered above this mass of lava, releasing a mystical sound. And the flows of lava also emitted shockwaves that stirred up an inexhaustible amount of lava. The sounds echoed into the air, resonating with the sound coming from the chain of calamity. The movements within the flowing lava became increasingly intense. Waves of the Tao appeared like twisting dragons, the great Tao of freezing cold, the great Tao of deep water, the great Tao of the heavens and earth. As these Tao fluctuations appeared, the surrounding lava was frozen, swallowed, or neutralized with some other method. Soon, this area began to rapidly clear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Slowly, as more Tao fluctuations gushed out, waves of chilling and withering aura shot outwards. At the deepest depths of the lava, a vast mysterious space was revealed. The entrance was dark and deep. Lin Ming could feel something familiar coming from it. The power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws was overflowing from within. The Azura Forbidden Zone, an ancient ruin left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, had finally been opened. Lin Ming felt increasingly sure that the third Emperor Jade he was searching for was located in this ancient ruin. This feeling, could it be the fate that the Azura Roadmaster spoke of? If so, then I must obtain this Emperor Jade of Fate no matter what. Lin Ming gripped his fists. To him, the most valuable treasure within the Azura Forbidden Zone was the Emperor Jade of Fate. It was something that involved the complete inheritance of the Azura Roadmaster. And with the complete inheritance of the Azura Roadmaster, Lin Ming could become that much stronger to fight the invasion of the saints. Enter. The old god sovereign's profound eyes touched over everyone's faces. He waved his sleeves and an enormous strength caught hold of everyone. Lin Ming and the others were immediately sent tumbling into that vast space. After entering the Azura Forbidden Land, the moment that Lin Ming felt solid ground, he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, he had gone to the Azura Road. That world could be considered as overflowing with life, countless existences freely wandering about. But in the world he was in now, there was only a pale yellow star above him that emitted a faint glow. The surrounding light was dim. Dark gray clouds piled up high in the skies, blocking out the light and casting the world into an eternal twilight. This was a dead world. The feeling it gave off was that of a great world having reached the end of its existence, soon to collapse into nothing. In everyone's eyes, they could see giant obelisks rise into the heavens like towering mountains. The tomb of the left King Longya, the tomb of Heaven's son Yangun, the tomb of God King Luho. Left King Longya was a peerless genius from almost 10 billion years ago. Afterwards he disappeared without a trace. But he actually died here. Heaven's son Yangun was rumored to have been the strongest peerless genius of my race in ancient times. He had high hopes of following the Azura Roadmaster's steps. The celestial and primal god race powerhouses were stirred to emotion as they looked upon these graces in front of them. Those that died here were all once world-shaking existences of the primal god race. It had to be known that they existed billions or even 10 billion years ago. Even through the unimaginably long river of time, they were still recorded here as before. It was obvious from this how strong they had been in life. As a martial artist walked upon their own road, traveling their own journeys, they would often regard the great existences of the past as their own goal. Now that they saw these once fabled characters quietly turn to grave soil in front of them, fading from the world, they felt 10,000 different emotions cross their hearts. The passing of the years was the most terrifying weapon of all. The tombstones that marked the graves were ominous, like mountains that pressed upon the hearts of those present. It was as if these tombstones were trying to show them that the destiny of the god race and celestials had already reached its natural end. Strong winds howled, as sharp and grating as knives as they grinded against the rocks on the ground. Although these strange winds wouldn't injure these people, it still made them intuitively feel that this land was far bleaker and more dangerous than they had thought. However, those that could enter here were all individuals with great wisdom and courage. Their hearts of martial arts were as solid as stone, almost without the slightest flaw. Although this scene was depressing, it couldn't shake their confidence. Suddenly, From deep within the earth, an icy cold strength quietly spread out. The sandy and rocky earth began to frost over at a speed visible to the eyes. "Be careful," Battle Sovereign Tobagwe said. A giant figure suddenly leapt out. Its body was miles long. It hurtled into the group of people. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a sharp light as he immediately discerned what it was. This monster that leapt out was similar to a vicious beast, but it was invisible and intangible, nothing but a mass of shadows. And in the shadows were two glowing red eyes, making it seem bizarre and horrifying. The strength was majestic and razor-sharp. As soon as it appeared, it lashed out, causing a shockingly deep fissure to be torn through the ground. This sort of dreadful momentum that seemed as if it could split apart everything left everyone feeling chilled. Within the group of people, a slim figure rushed out. Her hair flapped behind her like a black waterfall, and her two eyes were like brilliant moons, emitting a dazzling coldness. Her fingers flickered as she produced several seals. Red wings flashed behind her, breaking open the void as she collided with the shadow beast. Bang! A powerful shockwave blasted out and black blood spewed into the skies. Even though the Celestial's proud elite Smokeless seemed delicate, she was able to erupt with an astonishing degree of strength. She was like a god-king that descended to the world. Her skin, flesh, and blood exuded a blinding brilliance. Her fists struck out so hard that even the air in front of her shook, as if she were some invincible being. The horrifying shadow beast that seemed as if it could tear apart all actually cracked apart beneath her fists. It began to wail as its body disintegrated. The shadows exploded at once. The many dark moon-shaped runes that covered its body dispersed into the air, even as they began to break apart beneath the furious strength. With a loud bang, the massive shadow beast had been dissolved into countless runes that scattered into the world. This monster was originally a being formed by a law force field. Seeing this, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He had clearly seen that Smokeless had used her body, in particular her fists, to commune with the world. She saved up a tremendous amount of the Great Tao's primal power in order to make such an earth-shaking blow. The intensity of her mortal body left one flabbergasted. And the Celestials were similar to the God race in that their essence, energy, and divine were all-powerful. If Smokeless' mortal body had been cultivated to such a degree, what heights did her energy and divine reach? As Lin Ming observed Smokeless, he faintly felt that what she excelled in the most was not bodily strength but perhaps energy or divine. If she only used her mortal body to fight, then she was simply trying to hide her true talents. Truly worthy of being the ally of the primal god race. The Celestials are also the favored children of the heavens and earth. Lin Ming exclaimed in his mind. But at this time, after the strange shadow was eliminated, Smokeless' lightning-sharp gaze swept over Lin Ming, a light provocation within it. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He could see a slight smile on Smokeless' lips. Before repairing the chain of calamity, Lin Ming had stepped into the limelight by displaying his skills. Afterwards, even the Celestial's battle sovereign Tobagwe had to speak to Lin Ming in a humble tone. This had left Smokeless feeling ill in her heart. But now she was able to give vent to these feelings. This was because in the Azura Forbidden Land, one's progress clearly depended on one's martial strength. And in terms of her own strength, Smokeless was absolutely confident in herself. By depending on her mortal body alone, she was able to erupt with such strength. If she exhausted all of her hidden cards, then with her great world king cultivation she would be able to protect herself and flee against the weakest of Empyreans. No wonder the battle sovereign was willing to pay such a deep price to bring Smokeless into the Azura Forbidden Land. Daiwahen nodded from beside Tobagwe. His status wasn't much different from Tobagwe's. Smokeless' strength is far beyond this. Let's slowly watch. If this road isn't too dangerous, then let's not help. Allow the younger generation to clear the way. Tobagwe folded his arms across his chest, a smile on his face. As he spoke, his gaze, either by design or accident, swept over Lin Ming. In truth, there were only two of the so-called younger generation here, Smokeless and Lin Ming.